district in Tripura after allegedly being caught stealing cattle barely 3 kilometers from the international border. India is saying the accused were known as cross-border smugglers. Dhaka, however, is crying foul. Pakistan carries out fresh airstrikes along the Afghanistan border. Civilian areas in the province have now been bombed. Ceasefire has been broken. Afghanistan withdraws from the tri-series with Pakistan after 8 domestic cricket players were killed. US President Donald Trump once again claims India would no longer be buying oil from Russia. Donald Trump makes comments at the White House during his meeting with the Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. Top story that we are following here on India Today is coming in from the United States of America, where the US President Donald Trump has reiterated the troubleshooter claim. Donald Trump has said he's the one who stopped the war between India and Pakistan, got no Nobel Peace Prize for stopping wars. I saved millions of lives. Will solve the Ukraine crisis next. This is the US President Donald Trump, who in his latest statement has said, I have solved 8 wars. I've gone to Rwanda, to Congo. I've spoken with India and Pakistan. Look at all those wars that we have resolved. And every time we have resolved something, we tell you that we will also resolve the next one. I did not get the Nobel Peace Prize for this. Somebody got, who's a very nice woman. Listen to what the US President said.
Well, you know, we resolved 8 others. It's funny how people say that. If you get this one, every time I do one, they forget about that one. I solved 8 wars. Go to Rwanda and the Congo. Talk about India and Pakistan. Look at Thailand. Look at all of the wars that we solved. And every time I solve one, they say, if you solve the next one, you're going to get the Nobel Prize. I didn't get a Nobel Prize. Somebody got it who's a very nice woman. Very nice. I don't know who she is, but she was very generous. So I don't care about all that stuff. I just care about saving lives. But this will be number 9. But every time I solve one, they said, sir, if you solve one more, you're going to be known as a peacekeeper. So to the best of my knowledge, we've never had a president that solved one war. Not one war. Bush started a war. A lot of them start wars, but they don't solve the wars. They don't settle them. And especially when they have nothing to do with us. I guess just about all of these wars had nothing to do with us. But I saved tens of millions of lives. The Prime Minister of Pakistan said, I saved millions of lives in interceding on Pakistan. And you look at Pakistan and India as an example. That would have been a bad one, 2 nuclear nations, right? So I say this. This is pretty much the last one, although I do understand that Pakistan attacked, or there is an attack going on with Afghanistan. That's an easy one for me to solve if I have to solve it. In the meantime, I have to run the USA, but I love solving wars. You know why? I like stopping people from being killed, and I've saved millions and millions of lives, and I think we're going to have success with this war. Wait.
My colleague Pranay Upadhyay, who's the editor India Today Global, is now joining me on the story. Pranay, once again, we are seeing how it's Donald Trump who's speaking about the fact that he's the one and perhaps the only one in the United States history, a president who's keen on resolving wars, keen on solving wars.
Actually, you know, the President Donald Trump is known for making big claims, and at times his big claims go off mark as far as the India-Pakistan conflict of May 2025 is concerned. Many a times he has repeated, and this looks like a script. And, you know, whenever he has to make these claims, he go and he counts all those wars. He is supposed, what he claims that he has solved, be it Thailand, Cambodia, where even the Cambodia and Thailand both have said that, U.S. did not play any role, or U.S. President did not play any role. In fact, Malaysia and the other ASEAN countries have mediated. However, President Donald Trump wants to show to the world that he's the one who's actually solving the problem. He's the peacemaker. He's a deal maker. He's the one who is actually, bringing solution to the world conflict. And he is indeed doing a lot of things, the Gaza conflict or the Russia-Ukraine conflict. And that's why in the same breath, he wants to count all the conflicts which are there. He has counted, the Pakistan-Afghan, the recent one, Afghanistan-Pakistan conflict as well. But if you see that, he wants to take credit of all the peace efforts which are going on in the world. But the fact remains that as far as the India-Pakistan conflict is concerned, post-Op Sindoor, the kind of precision strike carried by India, that actually brought Pakistan to its knee, and Pakistan begged for the ceasefire. Pakistan side called size to India, and it was Pakistani DGMO's phone call. So during that time, there were many phone calls. There were phone calls by the West Asian countries. There were calls by the United States as well. But those were only to speak to both the sides. That did not, amount to a mediation. However, President Donald Trump, always makes these claims.
Right. Thank you, Pranay, giving us all those details. My colleague also pointing out that we have seen how these claims have been made by US President Donald Trump, but India so far has maintained that no third-party mediation happened. The ceasefire happened because there were multiple calls being given to India by Pakistan. News that's coming in at the moment. It's the Pakistan versus Taliban war that we are seeing, which is raging on at the Afghanistan border. Sources have told India today 17 people have been killed in the latest bombing by Pakistan. Pakistan has bombed the Pak-Taliban region at the border. Civilian areas have been targeted by Pakistan. Women and children have been killed in this attack. 3 Afghanistan club cricketers, they've also been killed. Security forces, the initial information, they have said that late last night at about 9 p.m. There were certain districts, 17 civilians in those districts which were very close to the border area. They were being martyred in the attack by Pakistani jet. My colleague Pranay is with me on the story. Pranay, this is a new front that we are seeing that has opened up between Pakistan and Afghanistan. From what we are understanding, civilians have been killed in this particular attack by Pakistan on Afghanistan.
Absolutely, Ashwarya. And if you see the timing of this conflict, the tensions were simmering between Afghanistan and Pakistan for long, but Pakistan chose to carry out these military operations and airstrikes on Afghan soil at a time when, a few days ago when Afghan Foreign Minister was visiting India, and India is about to open its embassy in Afghanistan. After 4 years, and that you'll remember that how Pakistan, the then DGMI of Pakistan, General Faiz Hamid, visited Serena Hotel at a time when India started withdrawing its people from there. India, closed down or reduced its, embassy operations from Afghanistan and brought it to a technical mission level. At that point of time, Pakistan thought that they will be having their strategic depth in Afghanistan. They will be able to control the Afghan Taliban. However, that did not happen. And now, in the name of accusing Afghanistan to harbor the TTP or the anti-Pakistan elements, now they are carrying out these operations, and they are definitely targeting the civilians.
Thank you, Pranay, giving us all those details. Civilians also have been killed. Close to 17 people have been killed. This is a new front that has opened up between Afghanistan and Pakistan. We're coming now to the state of Bihar, where the nomination for the first phase is now over. The deadlock, however, continues in the Mahagathbandhan. The rift, let me tell you, is so deep and wide that the Mahagathbandhan parties are actually facing each other on some of the same seats. Congress and RJD are facing each other on 3 major seats. These seats include the seat of Vaishali, Lalganj and Jale. In fact, RJD initially had left Jale for Congress but is now fielding its own candidate. The earlier deadlock also with regards to certain seats has now been resolved. Congress, in fact, has fielded Manthan Singh. This seat was earlier allotted to the RJD. In fact, some Congress leaders, they are supporting Tejasvi Yadav to become the chief ministerial face for the Mahagathbandhan. But so far, no official announcement has been made. BJP, in fact, has attacked the Mahagathbandhan for failing to announce the seat-sharing formula. They are claiming that the Congress and the RJD, both of them are busy doing dynastic politics and no one cares about the elections. Prime Minister Modi also, in fact, is all set to sound the poll bugle in the state of Bihar. The first rally will take place on the 23rd of October.
निरहुआ हैं, रवि किशन हैं, कई और बड़े बड़े नाम हैं जो कि बीजेपी का आप लोग सब कलाकार हैं। आपको लगता है कि उनका कार्यक्षेत्र अमूमन उत्तर प्रदेश है, आप बिहार में अपनी पार्टी के लिए योगदान देंगे और इन लोगों के, पवन सिंह हैं, इन लोगों को आप कैसे हैंडल करते हैं?
नहीं, मुझे वो हमारे बड़े भाई हैं, उन लोग को हैंडल करने की क्या ज़रूरत है। वो चारों के चारों जिनका भी आपने नाम लिया, वो चारों मेरे बड़े भाई हैं और वो आशीर्वाद उनका हमेशा मेरे साथ रहेगा। और मुझे लगता है कि इस बदलाव में अगर वो मेरा साथ देना चाहते हैं तो मैं हमेशा कहूँगा कि आप लोग इस बदलाव में साथ दीजिए। बिहार बदलना लोगों को है, खेसारी को नहीं। खेसारी एक प्रत्याशी बन के, सेवक बन के सेवा कर सकता है, बट बदलना तो बिहारियों को ही है। यहाँ के लोगों को बदलना पड़ेगा। जब तक यहाँ के लोग नहीं बदलेंगे ना, 10 खेसारी आ जाएं कुछ नहीं हो सकता, 10 निरहुआ आ जाएं, 10 पवन सिंह आ जाए, 10 मनोज तिवारी आ जाएं, 10 रवि किशन आ जाए, यहाँ कुछ नहीं हो सकता जब तक यहाँ के लोग नहीं चाहेंगे बेहतर व्यवस्था।
ये सीट तो अभी आपके पास नहीं है और कितना टफ आपके लिए हो सकता है, क्योंकि आपके आसपास की सीट, कम से कम लालू यादव जी के लिए तो प्रतिष्ठा का भी सवाल एक तरीके से बन गई है। सीट आपके लिए कितना चुनौती वाला होगा?
नहीं, कोई भी चुनाव लड़ता है तो उसके लिए प्रतिष्ठा का ही बात होता है। लालू जी की अगर प्रतिष्ठा का बात है तो हमारे नेता आदरणीय नीतीश जी की भी प्रतिष्ठा का बात है। मेरे पिता आदरणीय प्रभुनाथ सिंह जी की भी प्रतिष्ठा का बात है। महागठबंधन में अगर जितने भी नेता हैं वो अपने प्रत्याशी को जिताने का कोशिश करेंगे।
यहाँ पर जो हमें भीड़ दिखाई दे रही है वो खेसारी लाल यादव की भीड़ दिखाई दे रही है। इतनी भीड़, युवाओं का एकदम हुजूम, क्या कहेंगे? आवाज़ देखिए, आपको भी सुनाई दे रहा होगा।
अच्छा, कौन चुनाव कहाँ से लड़ रहा है इसको छोड़िए, रिजल्ट आने दीजिए, आपको पता लगेगा कि इस जिला में एनडीए कितना सीट जीत रहा है और महागठबंधन के कितने प्रत्याशी जीत रहे हैं। भरोसा रखिएगा, भगवान का आशीर्वाद रहा तो 10 में 10 एनडीए चुनाव जीतने जा रही है।
एनडीए की सरकार बनेगी आप कह रहे हैं, लेकिन आखिरी वक्त तक आपके नाम को लेकर के सस्पेंस बना रहा, आप भी परेशान रहे?
नहीं, हम परेशान नहीं थे, हम निश्चिंत थे। हम तो अपने क्षेत्र में थे। सभी नेता जो भी हैं उम्मीदवार, वो पटना में रहते थे, हम अपने क्षेत्र में रहते थे। गठबंधन था, कुछ गलतफहमी हुई और उसमें थोड़ा मिस्टेक हुआ और उसमें ज़्यादा विशेष सहयोग आप मीडिया भाइयों का है, जिन्होंने उल्टा सीधा अपना चैनल चलाया है ना। हाँ, भ्रम में फैलाए, आप लोग भ्रम में फैला दिए, ऐसी कोई बात नहीं थी।
लेकिन इस बार इस शहर से आरजेडी ने उतार दिया है खेसारी लाल को, एक पोस्टर बॉय कह लीजिए, एक फिल्म स्टार कह लीजिए भोजपुरी का, तो इसका इम्पैक्ट छपरा और आसपास कितना पड़ा? खेसारी
लाल मेरे गांव के बगल में उड़ाता है, वो मेरा भतीजा है, उतर गया, अच्छा है, शौक है उसको अगर राजनीति करने का तो ठीक है। अब जनता ने उसको जिताएगी हराएगी, उतर जाने से नहीं होता है, जनता उसका फैसला।
असर कितना पड़ेगा चुनाव?
कोई असर नहीं पड़ेगा।
हम पिछले चुनाव में थे, उससे ढेर हमको अभी वाला ऊर्जा लग रहा, ये ऐतिहासिक रहा। अब टीवी बाइट देखवा कुल हमार सभा का आ गई हुई, देखना पहले से ज्यादा बिहार ऊर्जा में ऐसे लगा था भैया आजा वोटिंग काहे नहीं बे, काल हुई तो काल मार टाप 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 गर्दा उड़ी बे। छोटा भाई है वो, जाने दो, हम सब पूरा भोजपुरी इंडस्ट्री विकास के साथ है। खेसारी छोटा भाई है, उसका विचार अलग है, विचारेगा, कोनो बात नहीं, लेकिन समस्त हम मनोज तिवारी, पवन सिंह, दिनेश लाल यादव, निरहुआ, हम लोग सब विकास के रास्ते पे हैं, सनातन के रास्ते पे।
कांग्रेस के लोग चुनाव में उतरने से घबरा रहे हैं, रिंग में आने से घबरा रहे हैं, रेफरी पर सवाल उठा रहे हैं। अरे रेफरी का काम है चुनाव आयोग का, आइए मैदान में लड़िए एनडीए से, घबराइए मत तेजस्वी यादव, राहुल गांधी, बुरी तरह पराजित करेंगे इस चुनाव में महागठबंधन को, महागठबंधन की महाहार होने वाली।
News that's coming in from the state of Gujarat now. There are clashes that have taken place between two groups in Gujarat's Sabarkantha region. Cars have been burnt, stones have been pelted. Over 20 people have been injured. These were communal clashes that took place in the state of Gujarat. What you are seeing are images coming in from Sabarkantha in the state of Gujarat. Very heavy police deployment now in Sabarkantha. The police in a statement has said that the situation now is under control. These are clashes that broke between two groups. Cars were burned down as the clashes broke out between two groups. The situation escalated because there was a dispute over a religious event. Cars have been burned, stones have been pelted between two groups. More than 20 people have been injured in these clashes between these two different groups. Sabarkantha District Police arrived at the scene and brought the situation under control. Everything is normal now. This is the latest police statement that has come in. Police is saying that there was a long-standing dispute in the village regarding the administration of a temple. People from one group were asked to disperse. Two groups later clashed and began stone pelting. My colleague Brijesh Doshi is now joining me. Brijesh, we are now seeing the images are out there in front of everyone to see. We understand that the police reached the spot, brought the situation under control, but by that time, stones were already being pelted and some of the cars were also burned.
Yes, definitely. Actually, this was incident occurred around 12 p.m. to 1 a.m. in the late night. The two groups of the one community were in the quarrel at the outside of the temple of the village. And there is as per the police officials, there was some issues with the controlling of the temple administration, due to which this incident was occurred. Two groups of the one community came in front of the temple, and then there was a quarrel between both of them, and then the youths of both the community, groups have pelted did this stone pelting, and then there were some houses were burnt, and also some vehicles were burnt by the youths of both the groups, due to which this kind of visuals have emerged, and they came into the morning. This is the interior village of the Sabarkantha village, where police has reached to the spot in the late night around 1 a.m. and then they took the control of the situation.
Right.
Right now the situation is under control, and police is rounding up more than 20 people who did this rioting kind of situation.
Right. Thank you, Brijesh. My colleague Brijesh Doshi giving us all those details about the clashes that took place in Sabarkantha in Gujarat. Now, the diplomatic row over India and Bangladesh is now once again reignited. This has been triggered after 3 Bangladeshi nationals were lynched in Kowai district. Allegedly, they were caught stealing cattle barely 3 kilometers from the international border. According to Tripura police, the men, identified as Bangladeshi smugglers, were chased and caught by the locals when they allegedly entered the Indian territory and attempted to take the cattle onto their side. Police now are saying that the smugglers were attacked by the villagers with knives, leaving 1 Indian dead and 2 others critically injured. The enraged mob then lynched the 3 men even before the police could reach the spot. These bodies have since been handed over to the Bangladeshi authorities for identification. Tripura police is maintaining that the situation at the moment is under control. There is also a formal investigation which is underway. New Delhi has very strongly defended the position, saying that the incident took place in the Indian territory and involved cross-border smuggling. Dhaka is crying foul. They are condemning these killings as grave violation of human rights. Bangladesh Foreign Minister is now demanding there should be an impartial and transparent investigation, calling on India to ensure accountability and to uphold human rights. This time, it's a first for Asia and a great leap for open web. India Today Group has launched Deeper Dive in collaboration with content discovery platform Taboola. Deeper Dive, in fact, is an AI-powered search and discovery experience all set to change how the audiences engage with trusted journalism. India Today Group Vice Chairperson Kalipuri sat down with Taboola founder and CEO Adam Singola. They had a candid conversation about technology, trust, music, and the future of the news in the age of AI.
A strategic first for the Asia-Pacific region. The India Today Group and Taboola unveiled a joint vision with the launch of Deeper Dive, an AI-powered question engine that is redefining how audiences engage with trusted journalism. The group's vice chairperson Kalipuri and Taboola CEO Adam Singolda sat down to discuss a partnership built on a shared mission to ensure the open web can compete and thrive against the dominance of big tech walled gardens.
Best part about good partnerships is when both sides want the other to win. And in too many partnerships, that's not the case.
Adam Singolda made clear that this launch is part of a larger global commitment to ethical partnerships.
We actually announced yesterday that this year we expect to generate and pay to publishers more than $1.5 billion. A company I started in my parents' house.
The CEO was also direct about the companies that fail to honor the content ecosystem.
I'm not okay with not sending traffic to publishers. I'm not okay with not paying money to publishers. I'm not okay with stealing content from publishers. I don't think that's okay. So for me, I love the fight.
For the India Today Group, the core of the challenge and the opportunity is to quickly adapt to consumers, building new habits and giving them a search capability that's more intuitive. Adam Singolda praised the media group's pioneering culture.
With India Today and Taboola, we're so lucky because you love change.
Yeah, we love change.
You love innovation. You're not afraid of making a mistake, which is the most important ingredient of growth.
Yeah.
Why is the stock market down?
Well, there's the tariff news, but some people think it can also be weak earnings from tech stocks and rising bond yields.
Deeper Dive addresses a critical, unmet need. It's not just a tool for readers, but a feedback loop that informs newsroom strategy.
And that's a really great learning back as a full circle to our editors to say...
Yeah, the queries.
Hey, the queries. Like, what are people searching for that we're not getting right? Why is this not, like, on our homepage? Why didn't we upfront this on the headline, etc.? I think that will be really good learning for us, right?
It's fascinating to get front seat to this raw data of consumers of what they actually want to know.
Yeah.
This new AI engine creates what the group calls an AI sandwich, where the machine provides the instant answer, but the human verified journalism provides the conviction. The consumer always returns to the content they trust.
The desire for a human verified, editorial-driven point of view is going to be like organic food. We're going to need it like humans need healthy food.
Yeah.
The launch concluded on an unexpectedly high note, with the CEO dedicating a performance to the spirit of their partnership and shared innovation.
Oh, wow, I know this song.
You know it?
Yes. Tere jaisa yaar kahan.
Adam plays the piano, smiles and accepts applause.
Wow. Friendships that are going to be written about for ages to come.
You see?
Our legacy. All other partners, please be warned. This is the standard. This is the standard that Taboola is setting.
Yeah. So thank you so much again for Deeper Dive, for the friendship, for having us. You're the best.
Thank you very much.
Now, this Diwali, Ayodhya isn't just lighting lamps, it's actually lighting up faith. The holy city of Lord Ram is now glowing with over 26 lakh diyas. There are 22 grand tableaus. A record 2,100 priests, in fact, are performing at the Saryu Aarti. What we are seeing, digital Ramayan displays, stunning rangolis on the ghats. Ayodhya's Deepotsav 2025 is where devotion is meeting design. India Today Samar Srivastav is filing this report. We are leaving you with this report coming in from the city of Ayodhya.
This Diwali, Ayodhya will be lighting up the night sky not just with diyas but with devotion too. The temple town of Lord Ram is all set to once again script history as preparations peak for Deepotsav 2025.
और आप देखते होंगे अब अयोध्या का दीपोत्सव का कार्यक्रम एक आयोजन बन गया है। लाखों की संख्या में दीप जलते हैं। उस समय लोग मुझसे पूछते थे इससे क्या होगा, ये दीप से क्या हो जाएगा? हमने कहा ये दीप सनातन धर्म का संकल्प है।
From 3D holographic shows to a mass aarti by 2100 priests, Ayodhya is eyeing 2 Guinness World Records. One for the diyas and the other one for the largest ever Saryu aarti.
अयोध्या का दीपोत्सव अब इसकी एक अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर पहचान बन चुकी है। अयोध्या के दीपोत्सव के प्रति पूरी दुनिया में उत्सुकता रहती है। अयोध्या में फिर दिए जलेंगे, विश्व रिकॉर्ड संख्या में जलेंगे, लोग सरयू आरती बहुत उत्साह के साथ करेंगे। और इन सब के साथ अयोध्या वह धरती है जहाँ पर असत्य पे सत्य की विजय की मान्यता पूरी दुनिया में जाती है। अयोध्या वह धरती है जहाँ पर अन्याय पर न्याय की विजय की मान्यता पूरी दुनिया में जानती है।
Over 26 lakh diyas will light up 56 ghats, each lamp placed with devotion and precision. From Ram Ki Pedi's 16 lakh lamps to Lakshman Kila and Bhajan Sandhya Ghat, every flicker will tell a story of faith.
पूर्व वर्षों की भांति इस वर्ष भी महादीपोत्सव और महाआरती का कार्यक्रम यहाँ संपन्न होना है, जिसके लिए आज हम लोग 2100 से अधिक लोगों को यहाँ पर महाआरती के लिए बुलाए हुए हैं और वो महाआरती की आज प्रैक्टिस करेंगे। उसके बाद फिर गिनीज बुक रिकॉर्ड दर्ज किया जाएगा।
33,000 volunteers working round the clock shows the spirit of Ayodhya is glowing brighter than ever.
कितनी खूबसूरती से आपने इस दिए को सजाया है, कितना उत्साहित है इस दीपदान के लिए?
अच्छा, दीपदान के लिए अच्छा है, उत्साहित तो रहना भी चाहिए ना हम लोगों को।
अच्छा लग रहा है?
हाँ, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है।
और वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड आप लोग भी बनाएंगे?
हाँ, बना लेंगे।
बच्चों को बताया वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड बनाने जा रहे हैं?
बच्चे भी आए हैं।
तो बच्चे पूरा परिवार आया है?
जी।
बच्चे दिए जला रहे हैं?
हाँ, जला रहे हैं।
तो कितना आप लोगों को सिखाया गया, क्या क्या करना है इसमें आप लोगों को?
बस यही करना है, जैसे करेंगे लोग हम भी करेंगे वैसे।
The diyas have been placed out here at the Ram Ki Pedi. A total of 28 lakh diyas will be placed right over there to ensure a 26 lakh world record in the Guinness Book. And that's why the students out here, the volunteers of Awadh University have gathered here in the large numbers. And if you see these particular diyas, they have been given one specific or different design.
At Ayodhya's ghats, devotion meets design. Lakhs of diyas crafted by women's self-help groups and potter families now glow alongside stunning rangolis. Volunteers are creating permanent patterns on the Saryu's banks, ensuring that colors and light together illuminate Lord Ram's holy city.
हम चौक पूर्णा तब करते हैं जब हम ईश्वर को आमंत्रित करते हैं, तो चूंकि भगवान श्री राम आ रहे हैं दीपोत्सव पे, हम लोग भव्य दिव्य से उनका स्वागत कर रहे हैं, तो इस उपलक्ष्य में हम लोगों ने यहाँ की लोक कला को उतारना ज्यादा।
लोक कला का हिस्सा किस तरीके का डिजाइन?
ये स्वास्तिक है, स्वास्तिक
बनाया गया
जी, स्वास्तिक को ही हम लोगों ने एक नए, चूंकि फाइन आर्ट्स के स्टूडेंट हैं तो कुछ नए तरीके से उतारना।
पेंट्स का सहारा आप लोग ले रहे हैं इस तरह से?
जी सर, क्योंकि ये अच्छा लगता है और क्रिएटिव भी है।
पहला साल आपका कॉलेज का?
सेकेंड ईयर।
तो पिछली बार दीपोत्सव में थी?
जी सर।
कितना बदलाव है इस बार पिछले बार?
काफी ज्यादा बदला।
जैसे क्या क्या?
अगली बार हम लोग ये व्हाइट कलर थोड़ा उस तरह नहीं मारे थे,
पाउडर वाले से किया था।
हाँ, और इस बार सही से कर रहे हैं।
सही से कर रहे हैं। उत्साहित हैं दीपोत्सव को लेकर?
मजा आ रहा है।
Not just diyas but also rangoli is being made by the volunteers of the college. As you see, the Uttar Pradesh Lok Kala is being showed out here. The swastik in the middle, a swastik another right over here, a kalash out here, and a diya placed right over here. They have been using such regular paints out here despite the regular rangoli powders of Holi and Diwali.
The Deepotsav will dazzle with 22 grand tableaus, 15 showcasing Uttar Pradesh's progress and 7 inspired by the Ramayan's epic chapters.
The preparations for Deepotsav is in full swing in Ayodhya. We are reporting from Saket College, where the preparations for the 22 tableaus have started. As you see in the visuals, the Shanan, the Ravan, the 10-headed Ravan is in the preparatory mode, while other tableaus also in full swing with preparations happening, be it the Ayodhya Kand, be it the Bal Kand, every tableau having significance out here.
And this year, the Deepotsav gets digital. 30 18-foot digital pillars will beam scenes from the Ramayan along Dharmpath, while a 32-foot Pushpak Viman steals the show at Ram Ki Pedi, recreating Lord Ram's homecoming in Treta Yug style.
This is the Dharmpath, Dharm Kshetra of Ramchandra was Ayodhya, and that's why this Dhampath makes more significance in the temple town. You see the beautification of this particular city, the architecture of this area, and the entire Ramayana sculptures out here with these LED lights just making things wonderful in the temple town ahead of Deepotsav.
Ayodhya's Deepotsav is no longer a local celebration. It's a global statement. With Samarth Srivastav in Ayodhya, Bureau Report, India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
अरे बेटा ड्यूलक्स है और उसकी वारंटी तो और भी शानदार। पेंट से भी शानदार वारंटी से शानदार पेंट से शानदार वारंटी से शानदार पेंट वारंटी।
ड्यूलक्स, डिसाइड करना मुश्किल हो जाएगा कि पेंट ज्यादा शानदार है या उसकी वारंटी।
Bliss weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto Moto.
Moto G96 5G segment's undisputed all-rounder. Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Amit Shah attacks RJD, says our fight is against Lalu's jungle Raj. 25 ministers inducted in Bhupendra cabinet. Harsh Sanghvi becomes deputy CM, setback for Naxal movement. 210 Naxals surrender in Chhattisgarh.
फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर निर्मला सीतारमन
अनोखा खून पिएंगे, नए बेताल पैदा करेंगे, हमारी सेना बनाएंगे और मैं बनूंगा तुम्हारा थामा।
मुझे क्या हो गया है? आज अलग सा लग रहा है। मेरी पल्स, मेरी हार्ट बीट फील नहीं हो रही है। अब मैं क्या करूंगा? मेरी लाइफ, मेरे एम्बिशन सब खत्म। राजमा चावल कैसे खाऊंगा?
Alright guys, welcome. We have the star cast of Thama as our Diwali special on India Today. It's touted to be a dhamakedar Diwali. That's what I've been told. The film releases a day after Diwali. I have the star cast with me. Joining me, Ayushmann Khurrana, Mandana and Nawazuddin Siddiqui. Welcome guys. Thank you for coming on India Today, joining us for this brief 20-minute chat. But first up, Mandana, why don't you start? What is Thama?
Thama, we can say it, na? We can.
Yeah,
what we discussed. Okay, so Thama is the creatures that never die. They've derived it from Ashwathama. So, because Betals are creatures that never die, we thought it was a perfect fit. And of course, Maddock just wanted to give a meaning to the word Thama, and today here we are.
But Rashmika, so he plays, it seems at least, in the promo, or what little bit I've seen, that Ayushmann plays a vampire?
Betal.
It seems
we
Betal.
call it a Betal, and it's very Indianized. It's part of a folklore. जब से vampire तो उससे पहले Betal आए थे, so they have
the OG of vampire.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm a commoner, but when he gets the powers, he doesn't know how to deal with these powers. So that's how the comedy comes out.
And Rashmika, are you also because it's called a creature film? But what are you also a creature? It's not a creature film.
It's not a creature film.
Okay.
It's a genesis. It's an origin film of Betal, and Thama is the most powerful Betal, and the word Thama comes from Ashwathama.
Are you also a part of one of, I won't say creature now because you said it's not a creature film, but are you also from the other side? It seems that there is this mystic touch to you, at least like I said, with whatever little bit I know.
I play something, but that's
it's a thing.
Could be anything.
Okay, but you play something.
Something, but could be anything.
We can't reveal that.
I got that. But Nawazuddin ji, you are Thama, want to be Thama?
Anything.
Anything, you're also anything. So okay, this is fun.
He's very versatile.
Only one person who says that I am playing Betal, which was right before even vampires. Both of them are playing something. We don't know what they are playing, but they are playing something. Okay, something. Is it a horror film? Is it a horror film?
Horror comedy.
Horror comedy. So it is
romance.
On the lines of Three. So there's a bit of comedy, all of that, right? Okay. Ayushmann, the fact is you're known, you have a genre of your own. There are genres, and whoever I've spoken to, and correct me if I'm wrong, because, I'm not an entertainment journalist. I cover very different beats, but I've been told that Ayushmann is a genre of his own, because he's done so much from here, else, and everywhere, so you really don't know. You can't pin him down to something. What attracted you to Thama?
Because it's different for me. I have been doing social comedies in the past. I've dealt with taboo subjects. I've dabbled with a lot of other genres, Andhadhun, Article 15, or other array of social comedies. But this time around, it's fantastical. It's not real.
Okay.
So I've done a lot of realistic films. So it's different for me because this is fantastical. There's a lot of action. There's a supernatural element. And you were asking that this is a horror comedy. I think it's more of comedy, romance, action, and then horror, because for me, it's a perfect Diwali release. Even kids can enjoy this film.
Kids can see this film?
Of course, they can.
Yeah.
That's because we have toned down the horror.
So the rating is what, UA?
Of course it is UA.
UA.
In fact, U maybe. I don't know. Could be.
I think that's also something we don't know.
No, wait. CBFC screening happened yesterday.
Yeah.
What's the rating we've gotten?
We are at UA 60.
UA.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So anyone can go and watch that film.
Yes.
Like, I would be terrified to be a part of a horror film, like a full horror film. But because this is a horror comedy, which is comedy more and horror less, I could be a part of it. Otherwise, I'd be scared of my own.
Otherwise, you wouldn't. You're somebody who gets
scared,
spooked very easily.
Yeah.
Very easily.
Yeah.
Nawazuddin ji, what attracted you to play this thing in Thama?
इसमें बहुत खून पीने को मिला.
मिला? अच्छा तो फिर आप भी यही थिंग हो. ये समझ में आ गया.
Investigative journalist. You are an investigative journalist, really.
तो यही थिंग हो.
तो अगर कभी आप डॉक्टर के पास मत जाइए, नेक्स्ट टाइम अगर ब्लड चेक कराना हो तो हमारे पास आइए.
अच्छा.
हम खून पी के बता दें कौन सा क्या कमियां आपके खून में. इतना खून पिया हमने.
But, another, I think the sheer fact that the three of you have picked this film, because it also comes from a production house which I think is currently the most successful production house in Bollywood, right? And film after film, and especially, you call it a horror comedy, the horror com genre. Nobody's really quite aced it the way Maddock has. Was this a reason to do it?
This is my second film with Maddock. First one was Bala. It was a huge success. And for me, I think Maddock horror comedy universe is the most sought after one in Hindi cinema. And they have built this credibility over the years with back-to-back hits and successful films. So in a way, we jammed on the subject during pandemic, and it evolved into a beautiful script. And here we are. And I believe in Dinesh's vision. And he's a great friend apart from being the producer of Maddock. And that's about it. It's about just creative minds coming together and making something unique and disruptive.
You know, was this the reason, Rashmika? Because a lot of, times, at least with what you've seen in the past, where top names from the industry haven't usually picked the genre. Because it hasn't worked, it's too tacky, it's, you don't need big names. But at least it seems the last couple of films from Maddock has changed that. Was that also something that attracted you? Because if you look at Stree, it's something that was very doable, very watchable, very doable.
Well, for me, what happens is we are so, most of the time, compared and, our names have been taken together with different artists constantly. But what my identity today would be, the characters that I'm playing today. I think that's the most exciting, and this is not something I knew pehle se. I had to work the last 6 years, 7 years to understand ki boss, yahi karna tha mujhe, like this is the exciting part of it, being able to portray such variety of characters, doing such different spectrum of films. And if you watch any of my recent films, I don't want audience to have this typecast ki she is only going to be, a part of probably, very big commercial films or very niche films or, Girl Next Door or, the story which revolves around her.
A subjugated woman like Gitanjali in Animal.
Yeah, I don't want to be subject to, typecasted to anything. I could do anything. I could play a character of anyone or any creature or do literally anything, and I still want to be convincing. I want audience to be surprised when they've worked so hard for the tickets and for the money for the tickets, and they come and watch you in the 70mm screen.
Nawazuddin ji, इसमें different क्या होएगा? Because जो स्त्री में देखा, is it the same kind of humor, the same kind of punchlines? Is it different, or is it a classic Maddock horror com film that you're going into?
Of course, जैसे
like you know what you're getting into.
आयुष्मान ने भी बताया है कि इसमें like horror जो element है वो कम है, comedy ज़्यादा है. और दूसरा एक ऐसा world create किया है जो बहुत ही folklore, जब हम दंत कथाएं सुनते थे तो एक imagine करते थे उस world की, तो वो वर्ल्ड देखने का मौका मिलेगा इसमें. तो अब चूँकि ऑफ कोर्स हमारी ऑडियंस बहुत डिमांडिंग है, तो उसको मद्देनज़र रखते हुए बहुत सारी चीज़ें इसमें, रोमांस भी है, गाने भी इतने ट्रेंडिंग कर रहे हैं, इतने खूबसूरत गाने, और ऑफ कोर्स हॉरर का एलिमेंट भी है, कॉमेडी भी है, तो सारी चीज़ें हैं बिकॉज क्योंकि और डिमांड करती है ऑडियंस इस तरह की, और फेस्टिवल का सीज़न है.
तो इसमें like we've seen in Maddock films, everything comes together. It's like one universe. So is there going to be a भेड़िया? Is there going to be a स्त्री? वो हो जाएगा ना कहीं पे. भेड़िया तो दिखाई था.
You will have to watch.
We'll all have to watch.
We all have to watch.
Crossing each other's paths in the universe. That's why it's called a universe. So
Exactly.
that's the most exciting part of it.
All of you and I, because you're all in Delhi, so the team is in Delhi. You're sniffling. You must be careful. There's a viral going on. And you must. अभी नहीं, मैं light खराब हो जाएगी अगर shift हो गए तो.
मुझे तो ये AC से
दिक्कत है. No, but Delhi, coming into Delhi, promoting your film, but coming back to your set. Did any of you ever get spooked? It's a horror. Like it's not horror, but mostly comedy. But there's an element of horror or supernatural. Did you get spooked ever? Was there a moment you guys got spooked?
As in, I get scared
There's something surreal on the
I
set.
get scared of more of humans than ghosts, I think. Humans are more scary. But
So you
apart from
believe
that,
in this other energy?
I'm saying humans are more scary.
But you believe in this other energy? That there is this
I'm
other
agnostic about it. There was one incident when I was shooting in jail once, in
Tell
Jail
us.
Palace.
I want to know.
So I was shooting for a song and I had an early morning shift. At 3 a.m. I hear this something knocking in the room.
Oh no. Sorry.
Acha, bolo doesn't matter.
Just pray.
That's what I'm saying, Swami.
I mean spray.
Oh, spray.
Because viral is there.
Listen, most times I stay alone, so.
Okay, fine. So
No, I
there was a
agree,
knock.
yeah.
I switched on the lights, and I realized that the knock was coming from like inside the wardrobe.
Are you trying to spook us out, or you're very?
It happened for real. So I opened the wardrobe. Nothing was there, and my lights were on. And I just I started having a conversation with that person, whatever entity, that I have an early morning shift. Let's respect each other, mutual respect. I'm not saying anything to you. You don't bother me. I have an early morning shift. I have to look good, so let me sleep. Conspiracy theory
it didn't came out. It didn't come back.
So you had you actually could go and
have a conversation.
Yeah.
There was no face, yeah. I was just talking.
As in, no,
Everyone
you could
has a
face
story.
whatever that thing
It was in the ward. I think it was somewhere inside the closet.
I also had the same incident in Kota when I was reporting for election. Kota Palace. There is something about palaces.
वहाँ भी हुआ था.
Different. I'll tell. That is a
conspiracy theory ये है कि मुझे उस पैलेस के अंदर there were a lot of mice. So I thought कोई rodent होगा, आवाज होगी. ये conspiracy theory है. पर एक ये आवाज कैसे आ सकती है? But
repeatedly.
Because I am a rationalist.
Repeatedly.
उतने
टाइम के बाद फिर
नहीं ऐसा नहीं वो टाइम ऐसा वो मुझे
फिर आई nothing like that. Okay, but so that's an incident. नवाजुद्दीन had a incident. आपके घर आपके पास भी एक incident.
हाँ मेरा एक इंसिडेंट हुआ था कि मैं बहुत
रश्मिका.
हाँ नहीं वो
I
बहुत
want
अच्छा
to, but people are going to be like, okay, don't overact. So I'm just like, don't. जी बोलिए.
मेरा एक इंसिडेंट हुआ था. मैं जंगल में बैठा हुआ था. एक पुरानी सी बिल्डिंग सी बनी
इसी फिल्म में
नहीं
पहले की बात.
अच्छा पहले की बात.
तो बैठा हुआ था. सिर्फ मैंने आवाजें सुनी 2 लोगों की. तो वो पूछ रहा था कि वो एक्चुअली ऑफ कोर्स भूत ही होंगे वो. तो एक भूत दूसरे भूत से पूछ रहा था कि भाई आजकल दिखाई नहीं देता किधर है.
यही बात है दिखाई नहीं देता.
मतलब that's not that's a joke.
Clearly.
मतलब मेरा हार्ट अटैक ना like my heart was beating out of my chest.
हाँ ये मैंने सुना मैंने देखा नहीं.
अच्छा.
तो एक भूत दूसरे भूत से बोला था कि आजकल दिखाई नहीं देता तू.
फिर पूछा तुम इंसानों में विश्वास करते हो?
But there is a thing that if you're if it's a film set or the film is about something supernatural or usually there was an incident, so nothing like that. It all went out in all fun and games.
Ma'am, let me tell you,
Call me
we were so busy every day of the shoot. We're not even joking. Like it was a 12-hour shift. We had to come pre-call time and we would finish like 1 hour after. So there was no time for anything but work.
Yeah,
I get it.
Like genuinely.
Who was most fun out of the crew?
And there was
most
no
fun.
time for.
There was no time for fun. No. It was quite hectic.
It was very hectic. Because we also, it's I think probably the first film which is so big, which has been shot in such less number of days. How many?
55 days.
55 days.
It's done and dusted.
Yeah.
Yes, and we had to finish because we had
Diwali.
timelines to cover, but we were just like working through and through. So
who remembered their lines or who forgot their lines actually? तीनों में से.
We were pretty sorted.
Yeah,
you're all on cue, huh?
Yeah.
Nobody.
Yeah.
Okay. Whose dabba was the best? घर से डब्बा तो आता
You also
होगा.
called dabba.
Why?
It's a very Bombay lingo.
Really? डब्बा? No. डब्बा Delhi
यहाँ तो
also.
tiffin, lunch
हमारे
box.
ऑफिस में भी होता है.
डब्बा बोलते
किसका
हैं.
डब्बा और क्या?
अरे?
Happens. Whose dabba was the best? Yours?
Dabba.
Rashmika's? No.
My food is very
ये तो
bland.
मुंबई मतलब.
Yeah, I'm always staying in a hotel and stuff like that. So.
Okay, so but nobody's.
Again, lunch break, we all should disperse, have our
Don't
own
sleep.
food, and take a quick nap. And come back.
55 days. But then if it's 55 days, it's bound to happen.
Correct.
But tell me something. Why release on the 21st? Usually you see a Friday release. Why releasing on a Tuesday? What's the reason?
It's a holiday.
That's why. 21st?
Yeah.
Diwali is 20th.
But 21st is also a holiday.
Yeah, matlab in our world there are no holidays. Neither Diwali nor 21st. But okay, that's why. That's the reason why.
And Diwali 20th को है.
हाँ, तो फिर.
तो अगले दिन छुट्टी है.
तो जाके देख के आओ, like that.
उसके अगले दिन भी छुट्टी है. So it's like a long extended
आप
weekend.
लोगों को पता नहीं कहाँ से इतनी छुट्टियाँ मिलती हैं, हमें नहीं मिलती. But we don't get.
हमारी कौन सी छुट्टी है? हम तो प्रमोट कर रहे हैं.
That's
We also not.
that you guys are also not. What is, if somebody who is going to go and watch this film, other than कि ये एक Maddock production house का film है, from the lineup of a Stree, from a lineup of a भेड़िया, इसमें क्या अलग है? नवाजुद्दीन जी.
बेताल है.
हाँ. Of course बेताल है.
तो एक नया क्रीचर जुड़ जाएगा.
स्त्री. बहुत सारी चीजें हैं. मैं जैसे मैंने बताया भी, I think मेरा जो इतने अच्छे सॉन्ग्स हैं इसमें, इतनी अच्छी चीजें हैं इसमें, है ना. तो अभी पता है आपको, इसमें ये भी मालूम होगा आपको कि अभी इतने बड़े-बड़े अगर दांत हो जाएं तो राजमा चावल कैसे खाएंगे.
सही बात है.
अटक जाएगा, कैसे पिएंगे या खाएंगे, ये भी बहुत सारी चीजें हैं. मतलब बहुत ही सीरियस.
Taking the legacy of Maddock horror comedy universe forward
to a next level.
क्योंकि इसका genesis है, थामा एक और character है, and of course they'll be crossing each other's paths, all the characters eventually. But Thama, as I said, it's different in a way because it's about betals. It's not about a bhoot or a चुड़ैल. उसमें स्त्री नहीं है, उसमें थामा एक और entity का जन्म हो रहा है फिल्म के अंदर. And yeah, it's part of the Indian folklore.
What's next, Rashmika, for you?
Ma'am, this year is going to be very, very hectic in terms of releases. I've had 3 so far, and this is my 4th.
Wow.
And I have the 5th in like 15 days.
What do you say?
Really?
Yeah.
15 days?
Yeah, after the release, which is November 7th, which is The Girlfriend. Yeah. So it's going to be quite a hectic year. I'm shooting for 3 films right now. So I'm good, very grateful.
Grateful but packed to the gills. नवाजुद्दीन जी, अगला क्या है इसके बाद?
अगला मैं मॉम 2 कर रहा हूँ. मॉम बनी थी फिल्म में, तो
जी,
वो उसका वो सीक्वेंस.
और अभी है टाइम.
हाँ.
मेरी अगली फिल्म है पति पत्नी और वो दो. And there's one film called I can't name the film, but it's with Suraj Barjatia. I'm playing Prem in that.
Oh, that's quite cool. So you're like taking that legacy of Prem now.
And there's another one that's Sikhya and Dharma. That's also there.
So the year is winding down. There is Diwali. If you have one affirmation, you know, they say कि put something out in the universe and it comes true. If you have one affirmation to make, or you wanna that, you know, the book Secret, where you manifest something, what is it that you would manifest? Because
I take one day at a time. I don't manifest.
Zero manifestation.
There's no manifestation, and whatever life gives me is like a surprise. If you think about something, expect something out of it. I have zero expectation out of anything, but at the same time, the minimal expectation is that you made a good product and people will like it, watch it. And I'm not a number guy, I'm a purist as an artist. So I feel that they should appreciate what you've done. You've done something disruptive. That's about it.
Has there a film that you put a lot in and it didn't quite work the way?
Lot of them. Like action hero, Meri Pyari Bindu.
That's been your heartbreak. There's never been heartbreak. Other than, like, you know, the regular word of heartbreak.
I've never had a heartbreak, by the way.
Huh?
Ooh.
Udhar bhi nahi?
Udhar bhi nahi.
You're very lucky.
Huwa hai logo ko heartbreak. That's really sorry for that guy.
You know, that that's very rare. That's actually, you know, that's a big thing. So really, I'm quite amazed.
So it's just the sense of detachment I have at times with work, and like I can compartmentalize myself like that.
Like that.
Yeah.
Rashmika?
My manifestations are always very silent, ma'am. But one thing I've realized is we don't have forever. Like someday something will happen that we probably will not like, which is death.
Inevitable.
Inevitable. And I feel like I just want to pray for everyone's health, because that is so tricky. That is so, like, that just hits you like a storm that you're not expecting. So I just hope everyone are healthy, everyone are happy.
Are you somebody who gets anxious very quickly?
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't figure that out.
Oh no.
No, I'm quite the same.
Okay.
I am quite the same, because, you know, if suddenly somebody tells me that, you know, this Pandit is coming, or this God pray, I'm an agnostic. I don't quite, you know, believe. But if somebody tells me, I'll immediately start saying, everybody should be healthy. Everybody should be healthy, whether I believe it or not. So you're like that, right?
I'm
so
like that.
Fair amount of anxiety.
But my personal manifestations, I'm a silent manifester. If manifester is a word.
It is.
You made one, even
not?
if not. Even if not, you made one. नवाजुद्दीन जी,
अच्छा लगा. मतलब मैं भी अभी यही सोच रहा हूँ कि हम अपने लिए तो बहुत ही करते हैं, मैनिफेस्ट करते हैं कि ये हो वो हो. बट आई थिंक ये इन टुडेज टाइम इट्स वेरी इम्पोर्टेंट कि हम सबके लिए करें, कि वो सब अच्छे रहें.
ये तो आप, मतलब आप तो ना पॉलिटिशियन हो या ना कुछ हो, अपने लिए बताओ क्या करोगे?
अपने लिए तो हर आदमी करता है, बट क्या
कि अगली बड़ी फिल्म करोगे?
ये तो बहुत ही हो गया.
ये हो गया, वो उसमें इंटरेस्ट नहीं है.
हेल्दी रहें, काफी तो होती रहेंगे.
हेल्दी रहे. Actually healthy रहे is
clarity रहे दिमाग में. That's about it.
Happy. My one final question I'll ask all three of you. How do you see yourself winding down to December, where the year has gone? क्या thought रहेगा? Will you put your feet up somewhere on a lovely holiday and say, well, this went well?
I'll have a December break. I have a yearly December break.
You do? Have you decided where you're going?
Still not decided. Probably Chandigarh or
Chandigarh is beautiful in winter.
Of course it is.
It's beautiful in winters. I know. I love
मौका
Chandigarh.
मिलते ही मैं चंडीगढ़ चले जाता हूँ. So I love going back to Chandigarh.
Really? So you'll be in Chandigarh?
Huh?
Chandigarh.
I may go to Chandigarh or Sri Lanka.
Or Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka is also.
But I'll be like full of gratitude.
Full of gratitude. Detached. जो हो गया हो गया. Thama is a hit
अच्छा
or
ही
not?
होगा. हमने पिक्चर अच्छी बनाई है. अच्छा ही होगा.
Correct.
जो भी होगा अच्छा होगा.
Rashmika.
Ma'am, my everyday thought is I hope everything goes well. That is present.
You are anxious. Huh? Everything is going well.
I know. But of course, you can't, like, you should constantly keep praying for it. They're so fragile. You don't know when we lose everything and when we have everything. It's just whatever. But year end, I have a yearly break that I take. Yeah. Every year, one day to like Jan 4th, 5th, 6th or something, I'm like, I need to go out with my friends. I just need to cut off from everything. That's the only period that I get.
Where are you going?
I don't know if I can say it in national television.
You want to say it, you don't have to say it.
We have a group of like 16, 17.
Okay, चलो Chandigarh और Sri Lanka नहीं जा रहे.
No.
क्यों जाएगी?
चंडीगढ़ श्रीलंका नहीं जा रहे. But नवाजुद्दीन जी, दिसंबर मतलब last 10 days में क्या सोचेंगे?
मतलब हमारा दिसंबर ये वो सब कुछ अभी देखो ना दिवाली में भी वो कर रहे हैं प्रमोशन कर रहे हैं अपनी फिल्म का. मैं शूटिंग कर रहा हूँ उस दौरान एक्चुअली.
अच्छा आप शूटिंग कर रहे हैं. चलिए doesn't matter, that is also a part of it.
Bliss weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindwear. Hindwear, designed for bliss.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto Moto.
Moto G96 5G, segment's undisputed all-rounder.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sita Raman. Welcome Ian Bremmer, Professor John Mearsheimer, Mr. Piyush Goyal. Vikrant Messi is our guest. Tejasvi Yadav. Mr. DK Shiv Kumar. Mr. Salve, really appreciate your time.
Biggest newsmakers with Maria Shakil. Only on India Today.
watching India Today.
Hello, you're watching India Today and I'm Aishwarya Paliwal. Let's start the show with the headlines. Nominations for the first phase of Bihar election have now concluded. The deadlock, however, continues in the Mahagathbandhan. Few in the Congress echo Tejasvi Yadav as the chief ministerial face for the alliance. Prime Minister Modi all set to sound the poll bugle in the state of Bihar from the 23rd of October. Punjab DIG Harcharan Bhullar has been arrested in a massive cash and assets haul. Authorities have seized 8 crore rupees in cash, 2.5 kgs of gold and 26 luxury watches. 50 immovable property documents also have been seized. Bhullar is denying the charges, has been sent to 14 days judicial custody. Three Bangladeshi nationals lynched in Khowai district in Tripura after allegedly being caught over stealing cattle barely 3 kilometers from the international border. India says accused were known cross-border smugglers. Dhaka is crying foul. Pakistan carried out fresh airstrikes along the Afghanistan border. Civilian areas have now been bombed. The ceasefire has been broken. Afghanistan has withdrawn from the tri-series with Pakistan after 8 domestic cricket players were killed. US President Donald Trump once again claims India could no longer buy oil from Russia. Donald Trump makes these comments at the White House during his meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Top story that we are following here, Pakistan calls off the tri-series against Pakistan. Sena UBT MP says that these are the tips that one should now be learning. Priyanka Chaturvedi said BCCI must take tips from Afghanistan. The Sena UBT MP said Government of India must learn to prioritize the nation. Priyanka Chaturvedi said, look at what India did at the Asian Cup. Pakistan bombs Afghanistan and kills Afghan cricketers. 8 Afghan cricketers have been killed in Pakistani bombings. It is Afghanistan that has called off the tri-series against Pakistan. Fresh bombing has taken place. The border between Afghanistan and Pakistan has now become a war zone. Sena Uddhav Thackeray faction MP Priyanka Chaturvedi has said India should now take tips from Afghanistan. My colleague Amit Bharadwaj is now joining me on the story. Amit, it's Priyanka Chaturvedi who's now pointing fingers and saying that the BCCI must now take tips from Afghanistan. After the bombing took place, Afghanistan has now moved out of the tri-series against Pakistan.
Right, Aishwarya, you know, it might have begun with Priyanka Chaturvedi, but I believe that the India's opposition alliance, the India bloc, will certainly try and materialize on this particular development as far as India's internal politics is concerned. You will see more and more India bloc leaders criticizing the Bharatiya Janata Party-led central government and also try to put pressure on the Cricket Board of India, the BCCI, as to they should have cut off all the involvements with Pakistan as far as cricketing events are concerned. Now you have a situation where 3 Afghanistan cricketers were killed in an aerial strike carried out by Pakistani forces on the borders of Afghanistan and Pakistan, and the ACB, that is the Afghanistan Cricket Board, has clearly mentioned that they are not going to have a cricketing series with Pakistan. There was a triangular cricket series between Pakistan, Afghanistan and Sri Lanka happening next month, so they have withdrawn out of that particular event. And you have the captain of the Afghanistani team coming out and clearly backing that decision by the ACB. So this particular instance will also have an impact within India, where you will see the Indian opposition leaders targeting the BJP and also putting pressure on the BCCI, especially in context with what we saw how India played with Pakistan during the Asia Cup, and there was a lot of boycott calls within the country for that particular India-Pakistan match as well. But now I believe that this development in Afghanistan will also have an impact, giving ammo to the opposition parties to target the ruling party. Back to you.
Right, thank you, Amit, giving us all those details. We are now seeing how Priyanka Chaturvedi is pointing fingers and saying that BCCI should now learn from what Afghanistan has done. There was a tri-series that was to be held between Sri Lanka, Pakistan and Afghanistan. Afghanistan has walked out of the tri-series, is calling off the tri-series because of the latest bombing that has taken place between Afghanistan and Pakistan. Uddhav Sena, UBT MP Priyanka Chaturvedi is now saying India should take tips. Now, this is a jibe that she's taken at the centre. Joining me, Priyanka Chaturvedi, MP from Shiv Sena, UBT. Priyanka, you have very clearly said that India should now take tips from Afghanistan. You're also saying it is BCCI which should learn a lesson from Afghanistan.
Absolutely. The way Afghanistan cricket team has stood in solidarity with their own players as well as the people, innocent civilians who lost their lives in terror attack, the Afghanistan Cricket Board has withdrawn itself from matches against Pakistan. I think this is a lesson which even perhaps BCCI can learn, where it stands up for the nation rather than wanting to carry on some sporting ties and justify it under, sportsman spirit. So this is what I say. This is what probably the nation feels as well, because they were absolutely annoyed with the India-Pakistan cricket matches. And I would even go on to say that the Sri Lankan team should also withdraw, because they were also in 2009 under a terror attack when they were touring Pakistan. So this is a tri-series, and Asian cricket teams should show solidarity and probably teach a lesson to BCCI.
Do you also
on how to stand up against terrorism emanating from Pakistan?
Priyanka, do you also think that it is high time that politics should be out of cricket and India at least should take a stand when it comes to Pakistan? Because we have seen what happened in the Asia Cup. We have the other matches also coming up.
Ma'am, firstly, this is not about politics. This is about a nation. Terrorism is not politics. Terrorism affects innocent lives. Terrorism affects economies. Terrorism affects many families who lose their loved ones. So please don't bring politics into this. This is about terrorism. I'm addressing the scourge which is coming from Pakistan, and that is what needs to be addressed. So please don't make it about, let's keep politics out of sportsman spirit. Let's keep terrorism out of sportsman spirit. That's what I'm saying.
Right. Thank you, Priyanka.
Thank you so much.
Priyanka Chaturvedi. News that's coming in at the moment from what we are seeing. Karnataka government versus the RSS face-off is now escalating. It's the Karnataka government versus RSS face-off that is now escalating. Panchayat officer who took part in the RSS event, Congress saw red in that. He suspended the Panchayat officer. Inquiry has now been ordered against the Panchayat officer. Karnataka government is now mulling RSS activities. They are looking at banning RSS activities in government institutions. In fact, a minister in the state cabinet, Priyank Kharge, has now written to the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Panchayat officer has now been suspended for taking part in an RSS event. State government has now suspended the Panchayat Development Officer Praveen Kumar. Now this after a confirmation came in that he took participation in an RSS event. My colleague Sagai is now joining me on the story. Sagai, we understand that the Congress now is seeing red in this, and they are also moving towards making sure that no people who are associated with the government, they do not take part in RSS activities. That's also something that Karnataka government at the moment is mulling at.
Absolutely. It is an order which has been passed by the Karnataka government yesterday, stating that people should follow the law which has already been existing. And Priyank Kharge categorically mentioned that there will be stringent action taken against whoever is flouting the law. And now, if you notice that PDO, that Panchayat Development Officer, Praveen Kumar from Raichur, was suspended after he was seen participating in RSS march. And he is also personal assistant to Lingasur MLA Manappa Vajjan. And now this particular action taken by the Karnataka Congress government has not gone well with BJP. BJP has criticized, stating that this is against organization which is a patriotic organization, which is always for the country, and Congress government is targeting them.
Right, thank you, Sagai, giving us all those details. This is big news which is coming in from Karnataka at the moment. Karnataka government is now looking at coming out with a policy where they will ban government officers from taking part in RSS events. We are moving now to the state of Bihar, where the nomination for the first phase of elections is over. The deadlock, however, continues in the Mahagathbandhan. The rift, in fact, is so deep and wide that the Mahagathbandhan parties are, in fact, facing each other on certain seats. Congress and the RJD are facing each other on 3 major seats. These seats are Vaishali, Lalganj and Jale. RJD, in fact, had left the Jale seat for Congress, but now they have fielded their own candidate. The earlier deadlock also has now been resolved. Congress, in fact, had fielded its own candidate. This seat earlier was, in fact, allocated to the RJD. Some Congress leaders, however, they are supporting the idea that Tejasvi Yadav should be made the chief ministerial face of the Mahagathbandhan. No official announcement has been made with this regards so far. The BJP has now started attacking the Mahagathbandhan for failing to announce a seat-sharing formula. They claim that the Congress and the RJD are busy doing dynastic politics and no one cares about these elections. Prime Minister Modi all set to sound the poll bugle in Bihar from the 23rd of October.
निरहुआ हैं, रवि किशन हैं, कई और बड़े बड़े नाम हैं जो कि बीजेपी का आप लोग सब कलाकार हैं। आपको लगता है कि उनका कार्यक्षेत्र अमूमन उत्तर प्रदेश है, आप बिहार में अपनी पार्टी के लिए योगदान देंगे और इन लोगों के पवन सिंह हैं, इन लोगों को आप कैसे हैंडल करते हैं?
नहीं, मुझे वो हमारे बड़े भाई हैं, उन लोग को हैंडल करने की क्या ज़रूरत है। वो चारों के चारों जिनका भी आप लोग आपने नाम लिया, वो चारों मेरे बड़े भाई हैं और वो आशीर्वाद उनका हमेशा मेरे साथ रहेगा। और मुझे लगता है कि इस बदलाव में अगर वो मेरा साथ देना चाहते हैं तो मैं हमेशा कहूँगा कि आप लोग इस बदलाव में साथ दीजिए। बिहार बदलना लोगों को है, खेसारी को नहीं। खेसारी एक प्रत्याशी बन के सेवक बन के सेवा कर सकता है, बट बदलना तो बिहार को बिहारियों को ही है, यहाँ के लोगों को बदलना पड़ेगा। जब तक यहाँ के लोग नहीं बदलेंगे ना, 10 खेसारी आ जाए कुछ नहीं हो सकता, 10 निरहुआ आ जाए, 10 पवन सिंह आ जाए, 10 मनोज तिवारी आ जाए, 10 रवि किशन आ जाए, यहाँ कुछ नहीं हो सकता जब तक यहाँ के लोग नहीं चाहेंगे बेहतर व्यवस्था।
ये सीट तो अभी आपके पास नहीं है और कितना टफ आपके लिए हो सकता है, क्योंकि आपके आसपास की सीट कम से कम लालू यादव जी के लिए तो प्रतिष्ठा का भी सवाल एक तरीके से बन गई है। सीट आपके लिए कितना चुनौती वाला होगा?
नहीं, कोई भी चुनाव लड़ता है तो उसके लिए प्रतिष्ठा का ही बात होता है। लालू जी की अगर प्रतिष्ठा का बात है तो हमारे नेता आदरणीय नीतीश जी की भी प्रतिष्ठा का बात है, मेरे पिता आदरणीय प्रभुनाथ सिंह जी की भी प्रतिष्ठा का बात है। महागठबंधन में अगर जितने भी नेता हैं वो अपने प्रत्याशी को जिताने का कोशिश करेंगे।
यहाँ पर जो हमें भीड़ दिखाई दे रही है वो खेसारी लाल यादव की भीड़ दिखाई दे रही, इतनी भीड़, युवाओं का एकदम हुजूम, क्या कहेंगे? आवाज़ देखिए, आपको भी सुनाई दे रहा होगा।
अच्छा, कौन चुनाव कहाँ से लड़ रहा है इसको छोड़िए, रिजल्ट आने दीजिए, आपको पता लगेगा कि इस जिला में एनडीए कितना सीट जीत रहा है और महागठबंधन के कितने प्रत्याशी जीत रहे हैं। भरोसा रखिएगा, भगवान का आशीर्वाद रहा तो 10 में 10 एनडीए चुनाव जीतने जा रही है।
एनडीए की सरकार बनेगी आप कह रहे हैं, लेकिन आखिरी वक्त तक आपके नाम को लेकर के सस्पेंस बना रहा, आप भी परेशान रहे?
नहीं, हम परेशान नहीं थे, हम निश्चिंत थे। हम तो अपने क्षेत्र में थे, सभी नेता जो भी हैं उम्मीदवार वो पटना में रहते थे, हम अपने क्षेत्र में रहते थे। गठबंधन था, कुछ गलतफहमी हुई और उसमें थोड़ा मिस्टेक हुआ और उसमें ज़्यादा विशेष सहयोग आप मीडिया भाइयों का है, जिन्होंने उल्टा सीधा अपना चैनल चलाया है ना। हाँ, भ्रम में फैलाए, आप लोग भ्रम में फैला दिए, ऐसी कोई बात नहीं थी।
लेकिन इस बार इस शहर से आरजेडी ने उतार दिया है खेसारी लाल को, एक पोस्टर बॉय कह लीजिए, एक फिल्म स्टार कह लीजिए भोजपुरी का, तो इसका इम्पैक्ट छपरा और आसपास कितना पड़ा?
खेसारी लाल मेरे मेरे गांव के बगल में रहता है, वो मेरा भतीजा है, उतर गया, अच्छा है, शौक है उसको अगर राजनीति करने का तो ठीक है। अब जनता ने उसको जीताएगी हराएगी, उतर जाने से नहीं होता है, जनता उसका फैसला
असर कितना पड़ेगा चुनाव?
कोई असर नहीं पड़ेगा।
हम पिछले चुनाव में थे, उससे ढेर हमको अभी वाला ऊर्जा लग रहा, ये ऐतिहासिक रहा। अब टीवी बाइट देखवा कुल हमार सभा कहा गई हुई, देखना पहले से ज्यादा बिहार ऊर्जा में ऐसे लगा था भैया आजा वोटिंग काहे नहीं बे, काल हुई तो काल मार टाप 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 गर्दा उड़ी हुए, छोटा भाई है, वो जाने दो, हम सब पूरा भोजपुरी इंडस्ट्री विकास के साथ है। खेसारी छोटा भाई है, उसका विचार अलग है बेचारे का, कोनो बात नहीं, लेकिन समस्त हम मनोज तिवारी, पवन सिंह, दिनेश लाल यादव, निरहुआ, हम लोग सब विकास के रास्ते पे हैं, सनातन के रास्ते पे।
कांग्रेस के लोग चुनाव में उतरने से घबरा रहे हैं, रिंग में आने से घबरा रहे हैं, रेफरी पर सवाल उठा रहे हैं। अरे रेफरी का काम है चुनाव आयोग का, आइए मैदान में, लड़िए एनडीए से, घबराइए मत तेजस्वी यादव, राहुल गांधी, बुरी तरह पराजित करेंगे इस चुनाव में महागठबंधन को, महागठबंधन की महाहार होने वाली है।
The battle for the state of Bihar is heating up, and this time we are seeing how the Bhojpuri film stars are at the middle of this. From contesting seats to leading campaigns, they are bringing the fame and the jalwa to Rajniti. But behind all this stardom, there is controversy also, there is massive vulgarity and a very serious question. Have we as a society just stopped caring that we are allowing this dirty picture in politics? Take a look at this report.
बिहार इलेक्शन में काबा, बवाल और भोजपुरी स्टार्स के जलवाबा। From contesting seats to setting campaign stages on fire, Bhojpuri stars are stealing the spotlight in Bihar's political theatre. While the RJD has fielded actor-singer Khesari Lal Yadav from Chhapra, the BJP has roped in controversies, poster boy Pawan Singh as its star campaigner. And Prashant Kishore's Jan Suraj party has fielded Ritesh Pandey from Kargahar in Rohtas district. These men command mass appeal. Their songs are played on loudspeakers across villages, towns and cities. Their films run to packed houses. But let's not forget, they're also problematic and often downright vulgar. The Bhojpuri industry has long been accused of normalizing misogyny. Most songs can't seem to exist without using women's bodies as props, punchlines, or worse, punchbacks. Khesari Yadav, who has joined the RJD and was welcomed by Tejashwi Yadav, was seen flirting with a female fan on stage just 2 months ago, saying, "Jahan chahta hu, wahin pakad leta hu."
जिंदगी मिले तो खेसारी लाल यादव जैसे जहां चाहता हूं वहीं पकड़ लेता हूं.
And then there's BJP star campaigner Pawan Singh. A video from an event in Lucknow went viral showing him allegedly touching his co-star Anjali Raghav inappropriately.
राम एक बार बोल तो दिया करो राम राम.
रुक कुछ लगा है बताओ. अरे हाँ बताओ.
The backlash was swift. Anjali later took to social media and announced she was quitting the Bhojpuri industry altogether. And Prashant Kishore's Jan Suraj has its own misogyny king too. Ritesh Pandey, whose lyrics often treat women as trophies to be won, bought or brought from abroad. Three men, three different parties, but one common script: vulgarity as vote catcher. Are these men truly fit to lead the people? Or have we as a society just stopped caring that we allow this dirty picture in politics? With Astha Bhardwaj, Bureau Report, India Today.
News that's coming in from the state of Tamil Nadu now. It's Stalin versus Vijay all-out war taking place in the state of Tamil Nadu. DMK has launched a scathing attack on Vijay. They've shared cartoons of a man in Vijay's iconic pose. Portrayed the man in RSS uniform with blood on it. This is the latest poster war that is happening in the state of Tamil Nadu. The DMK has said it's been 20 days. Vijay still has not met any of the victims, those who died in Karur. Vijay is disrespecting the Karur victims. My colleague Pramod is now joining me on the story. Pramod, we are now seeing how DMK has shared a caricature of a man in RSS dress, blood-stained shirt in Vijay's iconic pose.
Ashwarya, as you could see in that particular picture, the person is wearing an RSS uniform, but Tamil Nadu Vechikaragam shawl and actually showing Vijay's iconic pose, and the shirt he's wearing is completely soaked in blood-printed, handprint, and that way they are attacking and claiming that even after 20 days since the tragedy occurred, why TVK leader has not gone over there. And the kind of questions they're asking is that, as I quote, this disciple silence is an act of disrespect to the families of those who lost their lives. Is it that you still haven't found the time, or is the script not ready yet? Or is humanity simply not in that party's dictionary? Or are you going to roll out the same excuse again, claiming you requested protection from your fans but did not get permission? That way, DMK has sit back in a very dark mode on Vijay, Ashwarya.
Right, thank you, Pramod, giving us all those details. On that note, it's a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. For more news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can even download the app. This is me, Aishwarya Paliwal, signing off.
You are watching India Today.
बेटा ड्यूलक्स है और उसकी वारंटी तो और भी शानदार, पेंट से भी शानदार वारंटी, से शानदार पेंट से शानदार वारंटी, से शानदार पेंट वारंटी।
ड्यूलक्स, डिसाइड करना मुश्किल हो जाएगा कि पेंट ज्यादा शानदार है या उसकी वारंटी।
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Bliss weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto Moto.
Moto G96 5G, segment's undisputed all-rounder.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Amit Shah attacks RJD, says our fight is against Lalu's jungle Raj. 25 ministers inducted in Bhupendra cabinet. Harsh Sanghvi becomes deputy CM, setback for Naxal movement. 210 Naxals surrender in Chhattisgarh.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto Moto.
Moto G96 5G, segment's undisputed all-rounder.
India Today, Making Sense of India. Now available for speed delivery on Amazon and Blinkit.
You are watching India Today.
It's a Diwali special on the Tech Today show. Now, remember, India is one of the largest internet use bases in the world. And I'm not kidding, that is fact. And yet, we do not have a mainstream messaging app or a social media app. And I really feel that it's time for India to go big and take on the might of maybe even a WhatsApp or an Instagram. Don't you think? Well, we'll talk about it on the show because that's our big story. Also, we have a very special guest on the show who will give us an insight into the future of AI in the newsroom and content. How will it evolve? We'll get a glimpse of that. This is big indeed, so stay tuned to the show. Plus, a new feature on Instagram that will help you reach a wider global audience. That's also coming up on the show. Lots happening. I'm all pumped up and in my festive best. This is Cyrus, and you are watching the Tech Today show. Apple has launched its new 14-inch MacBook Pro and iPad Pro powered by the M5 chip in India. The MacBook Pro starts at 1,69,900 and the iPad starts at 99,900, both available for pre-orders now with sales from October 22nd. Meanwhile, Apple has also revealed an upgraded Vision Pro headset with M5, but note it's not launching in India, only globally. Expect sharper visuals, faster AI and longer battery life. Honor is working on a futuristic robot phone concept where a tiny robotic arm pops out of the back to capture images from unique angles. The gimbal-mounted camera can move autonomously, framing shots on its own. The device is a part of Honor's alpha plan and hints at a future where phones adapt and move like robots. More details expected at MWC 2026. After loosening adult content rules in ChatGPT, OpenAI CEO Sam Altman clarified that OpenAI isn't the moral police of the world. He emphasized that while the platform will maintain safety guards, it can't control all cultural or moral definitions. The change comes amid pressure to balance creative freedom with responsible AI use. Instagram is doubling down on teen safety. The platform is expanding its teen account system and testing AI tools to detect teens posing as adults. Those accounts will be restricted to safer content with less exposure to explicit or risky posts. The idea? Proactively filter content based on age, not just reactively. And Taboola has rolled out Deeper Dive AI in India, an advanced content delivery tool aimed at publishers. India Today is the first partner in the APAC region, using it to generate deeper insights, contextual content and better user engagement. The move strengthens Taboola's efforts to bring AI-driven publishing tools in the Indian news ecosystem and provides publishers the opportunity to get more users to their platform. Stay tuned as we speak to Tabula about this and more on the show. Okay, do this. When you pick up your phone, which are the top 5 apps that you use the most? I'm sure WhatsApp is one of the top apps that you use, followed by Instagram, maybe some of the Google app ecosystem, YouTube, Gmail, Photos, and maybe 1 or 2 OTT apps like Netflix. But here's a quick check. When you scroll through all of the icons on your screen, how many of those applications are actually made in India? Take a second, take some time, because you might have names in mind like Paytm, JioCinema, Flipkart, PhonePe, etc. And that's great news, by the way, and just shows what India has done in terms of payments and OTT and e-commerce platforms. Now, these apps, again, have a very strong base in India. And yes, India is the whole payments OTT app ecosystem. But the question is, where is my Indian social or messaging app? Because we don't have a true global footprint in that department. And that's exactly what we are diving into in today's show. One of the biggest tech user bases in the world, and still we haven't been able to ace a global messaging or a social media platform. And is that about to change with so many Swadeshi applications just cropping up? That is our big tech story for this week. So let's start with a name that suddenly has been cropping up, becoming a buzz, and it's called Zoho Corporation. Aradai, which means chat in Tamil, is a cross-platform messaging app built by Zoho, launched in 2021. And it actually supports all the features you would expect in a messaging app: text, voice notes, file sharing, audio and video calls, group chats, even stories and broadcast channels. Its goal? A lightweight, privacy-first, made-in-India messenger that works smoothly on all phones, budget devices, or even slower networks. And here's another fun fact. Aratai even runs on Android TV. In the last few days, interest in Aratai has skyrocketed. Sign-ups jumped from just 3,000 a day to nearly 3.5 lakh daily. The result? Servers were stretched, engineers worked overtime to scale capacity, and soon Aratai shot to number 1 in India's App Store charts, right in the social and communication categories. And to make things more interesting, Zoho CEO Mani Vembu said they're expanding end-to-end encryption across all modes soon. Of course, this whole disruption has also sparked a debate with some critics pointing out that Aratai still isn't as good as WhatsApp. So let us see what Aratai has to offer in comparison to the main player like WhatsApp. Let's have a little comparison between the two. Let's talk about the business model and the data policy here. Aratai offers a pure ad-free experience. A lot of people would like that. And this is a hard promise that none of the data will be used for advertising. Now, WhatsApp, which is backed by Meta's AI-driven model, the user data is moreover leveraged for a lot of commercial purposes. So that's a bit of a difference in terms of how your data will be used. Now, let's move to encryption and security, which is quintessential when you're using messaging apps. For security, WhatsApp has full end-to-end encryptions for all messages and calls, so nothing is being read by anyone. Aratai currently secures your calls with encryption, but text messages is not E2E. It's still in development, and the company said that they will launch this feature later. Now, let's move to speed and accessibility. Aratai is engineered to be lightning fast and also lightweight, specifically for maybe low-end devices, low networks like India's 2G and 3G networks, and that's great for a lot of the people. WhatsApp, being a feature-rich ecosystem, generally needs a more stable connection for optimal performance, and that's why I think in the urban areas, WhatsApp would be used more. Now, let's move beyond mobiles. Aratai is definitely a versatile platform. It's the only one right now that has an official app for Android TV. I don't know whether people actually use WhatsApp on Android, but WhatsApp still remains focused on its mobile and desktop and also the web ecosystem. So that's another difference. Now, productivity-wise, for, let's say, groups, professional chat, Aratai has a dedicated mentions tab, just like what you see on Slack. And it's easy to track when you have been tagged in a conversation, a feature that is missing on WhatsApp. But again, WhatsApp does give you simpler notifications. That system is very comprehensive. So I think it is a good platform, but suddenly I would say the advantage is slightly with WhatsApp.
And Zoho isn't just making news for Aratai. Its enterprise product, Zoho Mail, is seeing a big shift from the government side. Reports say that over 12 lakh central government email accounts, including those from the PMO, have migrated from the NIC platform to Zoho Mail, which is really a massive shift in terms of volume. Even Home Minister Amit Shah recently confirmed he's using Zoho Mail for official correspondence, a symbolic yet significant endorsement for a local tech company.
But the big question is, how is it different from a mainstream platform like Gmail? Let's just dive into the differences between the two. Now, Zoho Mail is ad-free and never scans your data. That's what the company says, while Gmail's free account is ad-supported and scans your email. So there's a little snooping going on there. Zoho Mail gives you professional custom domain options. That is also something that's very important, and you can get up to 5 users for free. Now, Gmail's plan is a paid plan, so a little commercial part is also required in the Gmail ecosystem. Now, Zoho Mail offers true recalls of sent email, so you can actually revert back to whether what you had before. And in terms of the Gmail ecosystem, you get a 30-second undo send delay. So some differences there. If you accidentally send it to the wrong people, you can call it back. Now, attachments, important indeed. Zoho Mail handles larger direct files up to 1 gigabytes, whereas Gmail limits the direct attachments to 25 MB because it is forcing you to attach all the larger files into your Google Drive because it also has that. So understand the ecosystem at play over here. So clearly the internet is divided. A lot of people have different opinions, and hence it is a debate. Should you actually go desi with government adoption also increasing? Zoho's credibility is sky high, but people aren't split. Some are actually pushing and cheering with the whole Swadeshi wave coming on, and others have questions around privacy, features, maybe convenience, and whether Indian apps will already be able to match what US-made apps give.
Team WhatsApp.
Team Aratai.
Team Aratai. I think feedback will be the key. I think we can switch to Aratai because it's Swadeshi.
Yes, if it's that as much as good as the WhatsApp, I like to switch.
No, I think I cannot switch from WhatsApp. For me, it's UI is the main reason. Indian apps have not grown because of the UI. Team WhatsApp.
If the features are as good as WhatsApp and it promises the safety of our data and privacy, then I would like to switch.
So as you heard, people have different opinion about what they want in their Indian solution. But again, they are not looking to compromise in any way, because if quality is not there, they won't use it. And this isn't India's first rodeo, by the way. We have seen several made in India apps rise with fanfare and then just fade away as quickly. So that has been a kind of an issue. Let's start with what really was there in the Indian app ecosystem, what kind of success they had and how they failed. Now, Hike Messenger. Now, this is an app that tried to be the messaging tool, the go-to option, sort of a game center as well. It had a payment service option as well, all at once. So it was trying to be the super app. The feature had a lot of bloat, which led to confusion among the customers. The experience wasn't as good and the retention was very poor. Now, the lessons that you should learn from this against giants like WhatsApp, the focus really here should be absolutely non-negotiable. No more complexities, no more overloaded, cluttered ecosystem, and that's where WhatsApp really has a very clean ecosystem. Now, moving on, Koo, which again was trying to substitute Twitter, struggled with immense operational cost of running a global social media platform. Remember, you're competing with Twitter, and now known as X. Now, it couldn't secure the massive, the long-term capital it required, and the funding really just ran out. So, lesson to learn from this is, building a social rival isn't just about the users. It also needs to, get people with deep pockets involved if it wants to sustain for a longer while, like what X is doing right now, because Elon Musk is backing it. Now, Roposo, another Indian app, despite the surge after the TikTok ban in India, Roposo's algorithm and the content curation really could not match the virality of global rivals. We had Instagram coming up with Reels, Shorts on YouTube. So creators and users found better monetization on other platforms. The engagement was better elsewhere. And I think what we can learn from this is that market timing also opens up doors for opportunities, but you need to have superior technology and the creator economics. It needs to keep coming from the back end as well. So you need to get those basics right. Now, there was a super app. It was called the super app. It had the vision. Now, it didn't really do well, failed because the Indian consumers prefer dedicated apps for specific services. And that is where really you need to learn about the Indian ecosystem. This app lacked a strong high-frequency anchor service to ensure daily user loyalty and what the current delivery apps are doing. So before aggregating, you must try to dominate in a single category and then try to capture the other categories is something that these apps could not do, but current app ecosystems can definitely learn from it. So again, the big question, why do Indian apps struggle to go global? Is it really about timing? Is it about funding, design, or maybe just the comfort of what we already know and have? Because Indian users are not really looking to jump from app to app. They just want one solution that can give all to them.
The challenge is, how do you encourage billions of users worldwide to come on this platform? That's when the purpose of social networking gets addressed and solved. Users join social networking platforms to connect with millions and billions of users worldwide. We can't probably foresee the changing needs of customers and consumers and then develop something for future. Somewhere we are still developing or replicating things which are already available, and we are developing alternatives and substitutes rather than really something path-breaking.
So what's really clear is that it isn't just about making another chat app. It's about building trust, creating a community, and keeping it consistent. And that's the kind of thing that people would actually want to switch to. So quality does matter here. Think about it. India is the second largest market in terms of these digital app ecosystems right after China. So there's a lot of potential. WhatsApp alone has over around 550 million users here. That's huge. And honestly, how many of us really want to manage multiple applications at a go? So if they don't give the same ease and experience we are used to, I don't think people will switch. So here's the big question. Can India finally make an app that isn't just made in India, but actually used worldwide? Now, that's something that people are maybe outside of the borders would also want to experience. That's what India wants to do. Would you actually switch to an Indian app with the same features and maybe the speed and the privacy as much as you get on WhatsApp? Or would you stick to what you already have because you're in sort of a comfort zone? Now, we really want to hear from you, so please send in your suggestions. And who knows, maybe the next global sensation will have a truly desi name. Maybe even like Aratai. Now, AI is really redefining the way we consume content on the internet. And there's a company that is empowering publishers to basically create better content and also incentivizing them. And to understand more about this tech, and it's, by the way, launching in India, and India today is the first publisher to integrate this tech into its ecosystem. To help us decrypt this and understand this, we have a special guest on the show, ladies and gentlemen, the founder of Taboola, Adam. Welcome to the show, Adam.
Thank you for having me. This is so much fun.
Great. So first thing, let's just kick off with an understanding. What is this AI tool and how is it really helping publishers, and also maybe the incentive part of it?
Right. So it's called Deeper Dive, which essentially, if you think about this revolution called AI, we're all using Gen AI engines like ChatGPT or Perplexity or Gemini. So we're getting used to this concept of asking questions in our language. However, when it comes to decisions that matter, right. I want to book a travel with my family. I have 3 kids. There's a healthcare situation I want to get educated on. Maybe a product I want to buy. It's not enough. The internet was not meant to be summarized.
Correct.
You want to go to publishers you trust, ask a question the same way you do on a Gen AI engine, but then get things you might want to read, watch as relates to your question, and develop that conviction so at the end you can make a better decision.
Can you tell us or define how that journey started, or what was the inspiration of choosing India Today as the platform?
Look, I mean, I think innovation, a lot of times I go back to, it's truly about execution and a group of people that can work together passionately towards a mission.
Right.
And, we're so lucky and fortunate to work with Kali and India Today group because, it's a partner that we get to fail fast, iterate, and bring things to market. And this is so new. This is such an outstanding new experience. It's a new interface for the internet, from articles and page views and clicks to conversation and transactions. So it's a whole old web, new web. So I believe India as a market is going to see the most amount of innovation as relates to AI, primarily because, of course, it's a big market. 1.4 billion people, 650 million under the age of 25.
Right.
Over 60% of people use AI every single day. These are astonishing
Amazing numbers, yeah.
It's the second largest e-commerce economy in the world. So it's not by coincidence that you're seeing this speed of innovation in the country.
Right.
So I think, as I look to the next 10, 20, 30 years, I believe there's going to be a huge surge in growth coming from India because of commerce growth and AI growth, and specifically with India Today, so lucky to rock and roll together.
You mentioned India being a very important player in this entire game. I remember an interview by Sam Altman where he said, somebody asked him that can India create its own LLM?
I don't think India needs its own LLM. I think it's the wrong question because LLM, for the most part, it's commodity. It's good enough. You have Llama you can download. You have DeepSeek. You have OpenAI, obviously. So there's enough models out there that you can download. If you're listening to this, you can get your own AI product and try it out. Absolutely. The innovation comes from data, which fuels the AI. It comes from distribution. Do I reach a lot of people that I can actually interact with? And trust.
So in the years to come, do you see India being a primary innovator in this space?
Perhaps the biggest.
So I want your understanding of this and your opinion on how does AI work in the newsroom in the future? Do you really think it's a threat in any way to my work?
I think of technology as, if you can save time and write a summary faster, that is not your that's not your advantage. Your edge is not I type faster, I summarize faster. It's the trust you have with consumers. They know when you say something, it means something to you.
Absolutely.
They know that if you say this is good, this is bad, when you make a mistake, you fix it.
Absolutely.
It's that relationship you build with your audience that I think is your value and publishers and journalism in general. So if you have more time to ask good questions, to learn faster, and then AI can help you be super productive, a super version of yourself, I think it's a huge win. No one can ever replace the trust you have with consumers. And I hope there's going to be a lot more people in that space doing God's work, reporting the news, asking tough questions. God help us if our children make decisions based on TikTok and Instagram.
Well, that's a scary future.
So I root for the open web and journalism big time. And I don't think that's replaceable.
One final question I wanted to understand. Do you have a roadmap? Can you give us insights on where is Deeper Dive heading from here on? You've launched with India Today, great. In terms of expansion, in terms of innovation, can you give us some insights?
The biggest focus we have right now, without revealing too much, is just creating that habit. I'm laser focused on how do you make sure that publishers don't miss out on the opportunity to have someone come in to their website, whichever way they came in, and give them that experience that is driven by conversation, using first-party data as a way to hook them into something they may be curious about. So right now, it's less about monetization. That comes later. Right now, the biggest focus is to create that open web habit, much like we all use from other Gen AI engines. On the other side of it, I'm sure we'll be able to find many various new revenue opportunities.
Well, as someone who's working so closely with the ecosystem, I am looking forward to what Deeper Dive has to offer. I'm sure the people who are going to be using this also are looking forward to what the innovation...
Send us feedback,
Absolutely. But again, stay on the lookout for a tech like this, and we will be back with more on the other side.
Feliz Diwali a todos y me dirijo a ustedes desde la India hablando en inglés, pero la razón por la que estoy haciendo esto es para demostrar cómo.
Well, you heard me speak Spanish. I haven't been taking Spanish lessons. This is an AI feature that Meta has released for everyone to use, and let me show you how it works and how you can make the best of it. So first thing that you need to do is make sure that your Instagram is updated to the latest version. You can do that by going to the Play Store or the App Store. Just hit that update button and then you can use this feature. Now, to use this, first create a reel, have the timeline ready, and when your effects and everything is in place, hit that arrow button right there, and then you will hop on to the next page where you need to scroll down a little and hit the more options, this little toggle over here. Now here you need to scroll down and toggle the translate voices with Meta AI option. This is the feature that will lip sync and translate all of the content that you have. And in order for additional settings, you can also tap the translation settings and activate lip sync, which is primarily the option where your natural self, the way that you just saw me speaking Spanish, is going to appear on Instagram. It won't look robotic or AI made, it will look natural, and that's the trick here. After you're done, you also can tap the number of languages that you want your reel to be translated in. You also get that option. However, if you want to reach a wider audience, you just keep the default setting on and translate in all of the languages. Now, the most important part of this drill is to ensure that translations don't have any kind of errors, which means that you can approve the translations. The option is right there, and you can then listen to your dubs before you publish the reel.
Think of an Indian influencer with a big Hindi-speaking fan base now reaching audience in Brazil, US, or even Europe without them having to reshoot or subtitle anything. And for Meta, this is part of a bigger strategy to make Reels a global storytelling platform where language is no longer a barrier. So when you watch a dubbed reel, it doesn't feel robotic anymore. It feels authentic. Meta says it's rolling out gradually to select creators with plans to add more Indian languages soon, including Tamil, Bengali and Marathi. But there's another side to this too. Many worry about how translation nuances could alter meaning or humor in regional content. However, Meta insists that creators will have full control. The dubbing only happens when you opt in, and the translated versions are clearly labeled as AI generated.
And after the reel is published, the viewer will see a little toggle at the bottom corner where they will be able to toggle different languages, and that is the way that your reel will be visible to them in different languages, natural sounding and looking very real compared to the AI versions that you've seen on the Internet. Ich denke, das ist eine tolle Funktion für Entwickler und es bietet enormes Potenzial für Menschen, die Inhalte erstellen. Warum spreche ich Deutsch? You thought that was AI, right? No, that was me just like showing off a little German skill. But understand that this feature is just going to completely change the way people create content, and you can make the best use of it by reaching a wider audience. Hopefully you like this little tutorial of ours and you can use it in the best of ways as possible. That's all the time we have for this week's Tech Today show. Remember, we will be back next week. Hopefully you are staying updated with all that is relevant in the tech world. If you're not, please come and watch the show. I'll be back next week. This is Cyrus. Take care.
Watching India Today.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto Moto.
Moto G96 5G, segment's undisputed all-rounder.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto Moto.
Moto G96 5G, segment's undisputed all-rounder.
Sorry.
आए जाने मन, हम तुम एक कमरे में बंद हो और चाबी खो जाए, जरा हमारे साथ 2 मिनट हो जाए।
are watching India Today.
Hello, you're watching India Today and I am Aishwarya Paliwal. Let's start the show with the headlines. Nomination for the first phase of Bihar election concludes. The deadlock, however, continues in the Mahagathbandhan. Few in the Congress echo Tejasvi Yadav as the chief ministerial face for the alliance. Prime Minister Modi all set to sound the poll bugle in the state of Bihar from the 23rd of October. Punjab DIG Harcharan Bhullar arrested in a massive cash and assets haul. Authorities have seized 8 crores in cash, 2.5 kgs of gold and 26 luxury watches. along with 50 immovable property documents. Buller is denying all these charges. He's been sent to 14 days judicial custody. Three Bangladeshi nationals have been lynched in Kovai district in Tripura after allegedly being caught over stealing cattle barely 3 kilometers from the international border. India says the accused were known for cross-border smuggling. Dhaka is now crying foul. JMK launches a scathing attack at Vijay, posts a cartoon of a man dressed in blood-soaked RSS uniform in Vijay's iconic pose. DMK says betraying Karur stampede victims' family by not visiting them. Pakistan carries out fresh airstrikes along the Afghanistan border. Civilian areas have now been bombed. The ceasefire is now broken. Afghanistan withdraws from the tri-series with Pakistan after 3 domestic cricket players have been killed. US President Donald Trump once again claims India could no longer buy oil from Russia. Donald Trump makes these comments at the White House during his meeting with the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Top story that we are following here coming in from the United States of America. It's the US and China. Both of them have agreed to a fresh trade talk. US-China all set to restart trade talks very soon. China is now claiming that talks with the United States will begin as soon as possible. In fact, it was the US President Donald Trump who had earlier threatened China with a 100% tariff. My colleague Pranay Upadhyay is now joining me on the story. Pranay, it seems like conversation has begun with regards to trade between the United States of America and China. We are seeing green signals coming in from both these countries.
Absolutely, Aishwarya. And the Chinese Vice Premier Li Feng had a conversation with Scott Bessent, U.S. Commerce Secretary, regarding the trade negotiations between China and United States. And if you see the volume of China-United States trade, which is like over $500 billion, this is very significant for the U.S. economy and as well as for the Chinese economy. And definitely this has its own impact. As far as the global economy is concerned, we have seen that in past in 2018 when US and China had the trade war, the global economy felt its ripple effect and in fact the impact of it, and that's why it is of concern for the global economy as well, and it is in the interest of the global economy that the United States and China do not want to go. They shouldn't be going for a trade war. But if you see in the past, President Donald Trump has been a little considerate as far as the China is concerned, be it the Russian oil imports are concerned, or be it the trade sanctions or the tariffs are concerned. If you see currently, China is enjoying a tariff truce with the United States, and that tariff truce, like additional 90 days tariff truce, initial then that tariff truce of 90 days has already passed, and after that, China got another extension of 90 days, and that is also about to get over by 1st of November. And before that, China and United States want to engage in a trade negotiation, and President Donald Trump yesterday again indicated that he intends to meet Chinese President Xi Jinping on the sidelines of either APEC summit or the ASEAN summit. And that is going to be important and significant. But we have to see that, how United States treat China and imply the tariff policies there, because India is also engaging and negotiating with the United States as far as the bilateral trade agreement is concerned. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and our US President has a possibility of meeting on the sidelines of the 47th ASEAN Summit in Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia, which is due, in few weeks now.
Right, Pranay, we've also seen how there is a climb down of sorts coming in from the United States of America. Initially, we did see how there were massive tariffs that were being levied by the US on almost all the big world economies. It seems like US also now wants to come on the table and have a conversation.
If you see, Aishwarya, President Donald Trump's policy is to put or levy high tariffs and then asking governments to get into negotiation and then negotiating a fresh deal. He thinks that, or rather, he has always maintained that United States has always been treated unfairly, and that's why he is renegotiating the trade relation. And if you see, the United States is a consumer economy. It heavily relies on the suppliers or the manufacturing economies like China for the import or for the supply of many equipments. United States is moving ahead, with these trade negotiations. We have seen in past that even major economies like South Korea, like Japan, earlier United States sanctioned or levied high tariffs on these economies, and then all these countries have negotiated. In fact, if you see India, United States trade negotiations, we are among the first countries to engage with the United States as far as the trade negotiation is concerned. However, due to the complications of a trade negotiations and trade deal, that got stretched, and we are still engaging.
Right.
And if you remember, the President Donald Trump has indicated in a few weeks ago that India and United States are likely to close their bilateral trade agreement very soon.
Right. Thank you, Pranay, giving us all those details. We could see a bilateral trade agreement happening between India and the United States of America very soon. News that's coming in at the moment. There has been a fire in a coach in a train that was coming from Ludhiana to Delhi. This was the Garib Rath Express. Those are the images that you are seeing on your screens. Fire broke out in a coach near Srihant station. Fire has engulfed the coach of Garib Rath Express. The Railways, in a statement, has said passengers have now been shifted to a safer place. No casualty in this fire accident. My colleague Piyush is now joining me on the story. Piyush, Railways has come out with a very clear statement. They are saying there have been 0 casualties. Also, they are saying that the passengers have now been moved to a safer place.
That's right, Aishwarya. What we are now learning is that one person sustained a minor injury, and now the treatment of that passenger is being carried out by the railway authorities. No casualty has been reported, and the statement which has been released by the railway says that the fire was noticed in a coach of train number 12204 Amritsar Saharsa train at Sirhind station in Punjab, and it happened today in the morning at around 7:30 a.m. And as soon as the incident was noticed, the officials sprung into action. The railway authorities shifted the passenger immediately to the other coaches, and the fire was also extinguished quickly. What we are told is that very soon the train will also depart for its destination, and no casualty has been reported, and the time of the incident is 7:30 a.m. We have also been told about an update in this incident that one female has now sustained injuries, to which the officials of railway are now ensuring that proper treatment is extended to the injured passengers.
Right, Piyush, if you can also tell us how exactly did this coach catch the fire, if there is anything that the initial investigation at the moment is pointing at?
Well, what we are told, Aishwarya, from the railway authorities is that the investigation has been launched. A team is going to be formed which will look into the reasons of fire breaking out there at the coach, and very soon the preliminary inquiry report will also be submitted to the top officials of Indian Railways. So the investigation will take place, proper detailed inquiry will happen, and then report will be submitted, and then only we will be able to know about the exact reason of why the train coach had caught the fire.
Thank you, Piyush, giving us all those details. This is the latest which is coming in with regards to one of the coaches of the Garib Rath Express, which was travelling from Ludhiana to Delhi. One of the coaches has caught fire. The Railways has come out with an official statement. No one is injured. Passengers have been moved to a safer place. News coming in from the state of Kerala now. Kerala techie Ajit. His death and the investigation is now intensifying. The police have now registered a sexual harassment case. Suspect now has been booked. The suspect's name is Nidhish Murlidharan. 26-year-old Anand Ajji, he died by suicide last week. He alleged sexual harassment at an RSS camp. This was big news which was coming in from the state of Kerala. My colleague Shibi Moore is now joining me on the story. Shibi Moore, from what we are understanding at the moment, a sexual harassment case has already been filed. We are also understanding that the suspect, Nidhish Murlidharan, he's the one who's now been booked by the police.
Exactly. A case has been registered against this person who was named by Anandu Advi in a suicide note, and also in a video that was that was posted from his account after he passed away. Now, this video in the suicide note, he doesn't mention the name of the person who abused him. But this week, few days ago, he posted a video that was a rescheduled video that came out on his Instagram account, where he explains what happened to him and when did he realize that this was sexual abuse, and that's when he names this person. He also raises very serious allegations against the RSS and the functioning of the body. And the RSS also has filed a complaint saying that this is a conspiracy and this should also be investigated, because this is defame the organization that's been engaged in various other activities, is what the RSS has said. So the investigation is ongoing. The red case has been registered against the person named by Anandu Advi in the suicide video, and the investigation is ongoing. The complaint filed by RSS is also being investigated, whether there's a conspiracy behind this.
Right, thank you, Shibimul, for giving us all those details. News that's coming in from the Delhi NCR region. It's the air quality that has plummeted in Delhi NCR region. The AQI levels, they have breached the 300 mark. Poor air quality has been recorded in Bhavana, also in Anand Bihar. The AQI has crossed the 300 mark in 5 locations. My colleague Amit Bharadwaj has filed this story on pollution in Delhi NCR.
The air quality index in the national capital is actually indicating towards the bigger worries that Delhiwalas go through every year. Year after year, they become worrisome when winters arrive, and this time around, while the climatic conditions are also being indicated to be unfavorable for the national capital region in terms, when you connect that climatic condition with the pollution problem, it's actually a very dangerous cocktail. If you go by the data that we have in front of us, the CPCB data is clearly showing that the overall AQI of the national capital is at 253 at this point in time as we report, and this falls under poor category. What is concerning for the Delhiwalas is that several areas of Delhi has already breached 300 mark. Anand Vihar, the notorious hotspot, is already at 384. Siri Fort, a green belt within South Delhi, is another area which has already crossed the 300 mark, and so have areas in Bhavana, Jahangirpuri, which are usually already notorious hotspots as far as the pollution season of the national capital is concerned. And this is happening right ahead of Diwali. That is even more concerning, because experts are indicating that if air quality plummets further, that could actually trigger a problem for the elderly, children, as well as those already have respiratory disease or problem in breathing. So you need to be on your toes at this point in time, start reducing rather outdoor activities, but this is also an alarm bell for the authorities to begin acting and preparing for the worst air quality days which might be hovering over the national capital.
News that's coming in from the state of Bihar now. It's Chirag Paswan who's all set to meet Home Minister Amit Shah in Patna very soon. This is a crucial meeting which will now take place between Home Minister Amit Shah and the LJP chief Chirag Paswan. Chirag Paswan very soon will be meeting Home Minister Amit Shah in Patna. My colleague Piyush Mishra is now joining me on the story. Piyush, this is a crucial meeting that will take place. Chirag Paswan all set to meet Home Minister Amit Shah.
That's right, actually, this will be the first meeting of Chirag Paswan with Amit Shah as far as Bihar.
आरजेडी की सरकार की इंडस्ट्रीज चली गई, चुनाव जो है वो 6 फेज में होते थे क्योंकि सिक्योरिटी जो है
देखिए, जिस तरीके से 90 के दशक में बिहार की परिस्थितियां थी, ये तो किसी से छुपा नहीं है कि किस तरीके से हत्या, अपहरण, लूटमार, डकैती सब चरम सीमा पर था। किस तरीके से उद्योगों को यहाँ आने से रोका गया, किस तरीके से एक ऐसा बिहार का परसेप्शन बना दिया गया जिसकी वजह से बिहार में लोगों ने निवेश करना छोड़ तो दिया एक तरफ, जो बिहार के लोग थे, जो सक्षम लोग थे, उन्होंने पलायन करना शुरू कर दिया। सबसे ज़्यादा पलायन अगर कभी बिहार से हुआ तो वो 90 के उसी दशक में था जब जंगल राज बिहार में कायम था। ये बात हकीकत है। जिस तरीके से राजद कांग्रेस ने बिहार को बर्बाद करने का काम किया और पिछले कुछ समय से अगर आप देखिए, और ख़ास तौर पे तीसरी बार जब केंद्र में एनडीए की सरकार बनी है, मेरे प्रधानमंत्री उन्होंने 10-11 बार बिहार वो आ चुके हैं पिछले एक साल में। लाखों करोड़ों की योजनाओं को ना सिर्फ समर्पित किया है बल्कि उसका शिलान्यास करके, उसका उद्घाटन करके बिहार और बिहारियों को समर्पित करने का कार्य किया। ये अपने में दर्शाता है कि दोनों गठबंधन की सोच में कितना फ़र्क है। एक गठबंधन जो अपराध को बढ़ावा देने का कार्य करता है, अपराध को संरक्षण देने का कार्य करता है, महागठबंधन, और दूसरी तरफ हम लोग का एनडीए गठबंधन जिसका मंत्र सिर्फ और सिर्फ विकास है।
You just heard it was Chirag Paswan who was speaking about the fact that it is Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the BJP. They have been working towards the development of the state of Bihar for the past many years. Now at the India-Pakistan border in Jammu Kashmir's Samba district, it's the BSF that is on the high alert. Now they are stepping up the vigil to safeguard the nation. They are away from their families, but the spirit of Diwali is shining very bright. Jawans in fact lit diyas and candles along the border. They offered prayers at a close-by temple and celebrated with crackers and sweets. In fact, the women personnel also joined in by lighting lamps and distributing sweets, bringing the festive warmth into all the front lines. Now, this is in fact the first Diwali after Operation Sindoor, and it is adding a lot of emotional depth into all the celebrations. In fact, the BSF personnel, they have also extended heartfelt Diwali greetings to the nation. They're celebrating while continuing their duty to guard our borders.
Entire nation is celebrating the festival of lights, Deepavali, with great religious fervor. Right now, we are at the India-Pakistan international border in Jammu's Samba district, and here our BSF personnel are also celebrating Deepavali with great joy and enthusiasm. You can see that BSF personnel are lighting diyas, they are lighting candles and celebrating the festival of Deepavali. They are from different parts of the country, but they are away from their homes, and even on this auspicious day, they are here deployed at India-Pakistan international border. You can imagine the kind of sacrifice they make for you and me. If the nation is able to celebrate Deepavali with great joy and enthusiasm, it's because of the sacrifices that are made by our BSF personnel. And here you can see that women BSF personnel are lighting diyas here, they are lighting candles here, and they are celebrating the festival of Deepavali here. These BSF personnel maintain strict vigil all along the India-Pakistan international border 24/7. They are working under adverse circumstances, and they are protecting our frontiers. Message from our BSF personnel is loud and clear that if enemy indulges in any kind of misadventure, befitting reply will be given to the enemy. And on this auspicious day of Deepavali, our BSF personnel are celebrating this festival with great joy and enthusiasm. And you can see their spirit. They are away from their homes, but there is no regret. For them, ड्यूटी कम्स फर्स्ट, नेशन कम्स फर्स्ट। इस समय हम मौजूद हैं भारत पाकिस्तान अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा पर जम्मू कश्मीर के सांबा ज़िले में, और मेरे पीछे आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर जो हमारे बीएसएफ के जवान हैं दीपावली का महापर्व मना रहे हैं। आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर आतिशबाजी की जा रही, पटाखे जलाए जा रहे हैं, और साथ ही में यहाँ पर उत्साह देखते ही बनता है बीएसएफ के जवानों का। आज दीपोत्सव का महापर्व है, समूचा राष्ट्र जो है दीपोत्सव का महापर्व बड़ी ही खुशी और धार्मिक भावना के साथ मना रहा है। और यहाँ पर अगर हम भारत पाकिस्तान अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा की बात करें तो यहाँ पर जो बीएसएफ के जवान हैं जो हमारे सीमाओं की रक्षा करते हैं, इन्होंने भी कुछ समय निकाला है दीपावली यहाँ पर मनाने के लिए। आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर अनार जलाए जा रहे हैं, आतिशबाजी हो रही है, फुलझड़ियाँ जलाई जा रही हैं, और यहाँ पर बीएसएफ के जवान जो हैं एक साथ मिलकर यहाँ पर दीपावली का महापर्व मना रहे हैं। ये अपने परिवारों से दूर है। आज दीपावली का महापर्व है और सभी लोग जो हैं दीपावली के दिन जो है अपने परिवार के साथ रहते हैं, परिवार के साथ दीपावली का महापर्व मनाते हैं। लेकिन हमारे जो बीएसएफ के जवान हैं जो सीमाओं की रक्षा करते हैं, इनका सर्वप्रथम दायित्व होता है देश की सीमाओं की रक्षा करना, और इसीलिए दीपावली के महापर्व के दिन भी ये अपने परिवारों से दूर होते हैं। तो आप समझ सकते हैं कि इनका त्याग बलिदान कितना बड़ा है। और आज अगर समूचा देश दीपावली का महापर्व बड़ी ही धूमधाम से मना रहा है तो इन बीएसएफ जवानों के बलिदान के कारण, क्योंकि अपने घरों से दूर हैं, यहाँ पर सीमा पर तैनात है, और अब यहाँ पर इन्होंने कुछ समय निकाला है दीपावली का महापर्व मनाने के लिए। आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर आतिशबाजी हो रही है, पटाखे जलाए जा रहे हैं और हर्ष उल्लास का माहौल है। इनके चेहरे पर कोई शिकन नहीं है। जो बीएसएफ के जवान हैं इनके चेहरे पर आप देख सकते हैं कोई शिकन नहीं है, बड़ी हर्ष उल्लास के साथ दीपावली का महापर्व मना रहे हैं। और आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर आतिशबाजी भी हो रही है।
मन में कोई मलाल, कोई शिकन नहीं है। हमारा एक घर ये भी है और एक घर हमारा वहाँ भी है, और हमें सीमाओं की सुरक्षा की जिम्मेदारी मिली है, इसीलिए हम यहाँ पर हैं और हम इसे बखूबी निभा रहे हैं। हम यहीं पे अपने इस परिवार के साथ दीपावली मना रहे हैं। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बाद ये पहली दीपावली नहीं है, ये हमारी दूसरी दिवाली है। एक दीपावली हमारी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के टाइम में थी और अभी हमें एक और दिवाली का इंतजार है। दुश्मन को हम यही संदेश देंगे कि हमारे देश की तरफ नज़र रखने की जरूरत नहीं की जाए, और हम उनका हर एक उनकी नापाक हरकत का मुंह तोड़ जवाब देंगे।
A first for Asia and a big leap for open web. The India Today group has launched Deeper Dive in collaboration with content discovery platform Taboola. Deeper Dive is an AI-powered search and discovery experience. It promises to change how the audiences will be engaging with trusted journalism. India Today group Vice Chairperson Kalipuri sat down with the Taboola founder and CEO Adam Singolda. They had a candid conversation. They spoke about technology, trust, music, and the future of news in the age of AI. Take a look.
A strategic first for the Asia-Pacific region. The India Today Group and Taboola unveiled a joint vision with the launch of Deeper Dive, an AI-powered question engine that is redefining how audiences engage with trusted journalism. The group's vice chairperson Kalipuri and Taboola CEO Adam Singolda sat down to discuss a partnership built on a shared mission to ensure the open web can compete and thrive against the dominance of big tech walled gardens.
Best part about good partnerships is when both sides want the other to win. And in too many partnerships, that's not the case.
Adam Singolda made clear that this launch is part of a larger global commitment to ethical partnerships.
We actually announced yesterday that this year we expect to generate and pay to publishers more than $1.5 billion. A company I started in my parents' house.
The CEO was also direct about the companies that fail to honor the content ecosystem.
I'm not okay with not sending traffic to publishers. I'm not okay with not paying money to publishers. I'm not okay with stealing content from publishers. I don't think that's okay. So for me, I love the fight.
For the India Today group, the core of the challenge and the opportunity is to quickly adapt to consumers, building new habits and giving them a search capability that's more intuitive. Adam Singolda praised the media group's pioneering culture.
With India Today and Taboola, we're so lucky because you love change.
Yeah, we love change.
You love innovation. You're not afraid of making a mistake, which is the most important ingredient of growth.
Yeah.
Why is the stock market down?
Well, there's the tariff news, but some people think it can also be weak earnings from tech stocks and rising bond yields.
Deeper Dive addresses a critical, unmet need. It's not just a tool for readers, but a feedback loop that informs newsroom strategy.
And that's a really great learning back as a full circle to our editors to say...
Yeah, the queries.
Hey, yeah, the queries. Like, what are people searching for that we're not getting right? Why is this not, like, on our homepage? Why didn't we upfront this on the headline, etc.? I think that'll be really good learning for us, right?
It's fascinating to get front seat to this raw data of consumers of what they actually want to know.
Yeah.
This new AI engine creates what the group calls an AI sandwich, where the machine provides the instant answer, but the human verified journalism provides the conviction. The consumer always returns to the content they trust.
The desire for a human, verified, editorial-driven point of view is going to be like organic food. You know, we're going to need it like humans need healthy food.
Yeah.
The launch concluded on an unexpectedly high note, with the CEO dedicating a performance to the spirit of their partnership and shared innovation.
Oh wow, I know this song.
You know it?
Yes. Tere jaisa yaar kahan.
Adam plays the piano, smiles and accepts applause.
Wow. Friendships that are going to be written about for ages to come.
You see?
Our legacy. All other partners, please be warned. I mean, this
yeah.
is the standard.
Who's
This is the standard
very
that
high.
Tabula is setting.
Yeah. So thank you so much again for
Thank
Deeper
you
Dive,
so
for
much.
the friendship, for having us. You're the best.
Thank you very much.
On that note, it's a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. For more news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can even download the app. This is me, Aishwarya Paliwal, signing off.
You are watching India Today.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
अरे बेटा ड्यूलक्स है और उसकी वारंटी तो और भी शानदार। पेंट से भी शानदार वारंटी से शानदार पेंट से शानदार वारंटी से शानदार पेंट वारंटी।
ड्यूलक्स डिसाइड करना मुश्किल हो जाएगा कि पेंट ज्यादा शानदार है या उसकी वारंटी।
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Amit Shah attacks RJD, says our fight is against Lalu's jungle Raj. 25 ministers inducted in Bhupendra cabinet. Harsh Sanghvi becomes deputy CM, setback for Naxal movement. 210 Naxals surrender in Chhattisgarh.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman welcome Ian Bremmer, Professor John Mearsheimer, Mr. Piyush Goyal, Vikrant Messi is our guest, Tejasvi Yadav, Mr. DK Shiv Kumar. Mr. Salve, really appreciate your time.
Biggest newsmakers with Maria Shakil, only on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Namaskar, hello and welcome. As we head into this Diwali weekend, we have our special roundtable on the battle for Bihar. That's right, this is the big election of 2025. The battle lines have been drawn. The nominations have finally concluded for the first phase after a bitter tug of war between the leading parties and their allies. And as always, Bihar is the state to watch out for. It's a political bellwether state where, as we've seen in the past, the state stands at the crossroads of promise and politics, of old equations shifting and new contenders emerging. And the big question remains, who's really ready for the big Bihar fight? That's going to be the focus of our Bihar roundtable. Before we get into what promises to be a fascinating discussion, let me introduce our panel of guests who represent every political viewpoint as well as academics and psephologists. Joining me on the show, Pradeep Bhandari is the national spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Sujata Paul is the national spokesperson of the Congress. A.K. Bajpai is National Senior Vice President and Chief Spokesperson Lok Janshakti. Syed Akram is National Spokesperson RJD. K.C. Tyagi, Senior Leader of the Janata Dal United. Manisha Priyam is going to give us an academic perspective from her home state of Bihar. And Yashwant Deshmukh is Founder C Voter. He'll give us all the numbers as they emerge. We're going to go one question by question and get reactions from all of you. I would request you to keep your intervention short so that we can get as many comments as possible. My first big question on the Bihar roundtable: is the NDA better prepared than the opposition Mahagathbandhan for the Battle of Bihar? We've seen in the last few days how the Mahagathbandhan has struggled to finally get its alliance together in terms of seat sharing. The NDA was the first off the mark in announcing its seats. So is the NDA better prepared than the Mahagathbandhan, or are both sides starting at the same point at the start of this race? Let me take that question at the very outset to Sujata Paul, National Spokesperson, Congress, because Sujata Paul, as we've seen in the last few days, it's been a bit of a struggle. Eventually, the Congress putting up its first list late on Thursday night, 48 names. And the sense one got is that this was going to the wire. Lots of phone calls between the Congress leadership and the RJD before your alliance was finally cemented in terms of seat share. Would you concede that the NDA is better prepared?
Certainly not, Rajdeep, and the reason is very clear. That we have been in conversation, there has been dialogue, and it is a democratic alliance where we've been discussing what would be the best for the people and what we can offer best to the people. And therefore, our list came out well in time. And of course, the difference was not too much between the NDA list and our list. So I think it really doesn't matter which came first and which came later. The fact of the matter is that as far as the BJP...
No, so why did you need these late night... No, 1 minute. If all was so smooth, why every night your meetings were going on till 2 a.m. and 3 a.m.? Could you have been better prepared?
But discussions is what is required, and last-minute discussions are always very, very important because we are faced with an election machinery in the form of the BJP. Forget the JDU, because JDU, like Mr. JP Nadda had already said earlier, is going to be finished after these elections, certainly. But a party which we face and is in front of us, we know clearly that they will go to any extent. So if our list comes after that, they are the defenders, right? So if they have to remove an entire cabinet for a cabinet reshuffle, you can understand where they are coming from, and they need to threaten people. We actually need to give the best to the people because the people of Bihar are looking at us. But haven't you seen the headlines? The headline said that the LJP had managed to, have a coup within the NDA in terms of seats. So if this is the language which is being used for the NDA seat sharing entire project, then I can understand how difficult it is for them. For us, it was very clear from the beginning, but yes, till the last minute, we have discussed and put our minds to it.
Right. Okay, I want to bring in the BJP at this moment. Pradeep Bhandari, do you want to respond to what we just heard, that the NDA alliance may have come together faster, but that's because you were able to intimidate your allies into submission? That is where the power of the center, the power of an Amit Shah comes in. It's not as if the allies were voluntarily agreeing to the kind of seat sharing you've done in Bihar. Many of them are still complaining privately that they've got too few seats and there are coups within and there is discontent within your alliance. It may not come to the surface because of a fear factor.
Well, at the outset, Rajdeep ji, let me tell you, and you can ask your producers to record this clip, the NDA will get more vote share and seat share than what it got in 2020. There is organic unity in the NDA with clear leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chief Minister Nitish Kumar defined. Whereas if you look at the Mahagathbandhan, it has not been able to declare a seat sharing formula, and under pressure, in each individual party of Mahagathbandhan is declaring its individual seats. In fact, Tejasvi Yadav campaigned in Delhi for multiple times to meet Rahul Gandhi and Mr. Kharge, and neither Mr. Rahul Gandhi nor Mr. Kharge met him. When Tejasvi filed his nomination from Raghupur, there was nobody from the Congress party present. In fact, nobody from the Congress party, whether it is Rahul Gandhi or Kharge ji, congratulated Tejasvi Yadav. Mukesh Saini spoke about doctors in Delhi in Mahagathbandhan curing the diseases in Bihar, but he camped in Delhi, but till date he has not been declared as the official Deputy Chief Minister candidate from the Mahagathbandhan. So at each seat, what we are getting from the ground is that RJD is fighting against the Congress is fighting against RJD, and it is absolutely clear there is organic unity in the NDA, and it is an alliance which has been going on from the last 2 decades. We are a much stronger alliance than what we were in 2020. So with LJP coming on our fold, so I am completely confident the Congress can live in its Alice in Wonderland. But the truth of the matter is Congress has neither defined its face, neither has defined its leadership. The Congress party's leaders speak openly against the RJD. Right. In fact, Mr. Pappu Yadav yesterday spoke that we will not compromise the self-respect of the Congress party for the RJD. And till now, even if there are dissenting voices in the Mahagathbandhan, there is no clear leadership. If I ask you, Rajdeep, who is the clear leadership of Mahagathbandhan?
Pradeep Bhandari, there are dissenting voices. Sir, just a minute. There are dissenting voices also within the NDA or not? Those who are resorting to Sher or Shairi, the Jitin Ram Majis, the Upendra Kushwas, they clearly are disgruntled. It's not all one big happy family. Why not accept that? Instead of telling me what's wrong with the Congress, answer clearly whether your alliance is intact or not. Even Nitish Kumar, at the end of the day, you're saying no Congress person went with Tejasvi Yadav to file nomination. Nitish Kumar does not even speak to the press at the moment. He does not even address a press conference. So it's not as if all is a happy family, surely, within your ranks.
I'll answer. Well, Rajdeep, Nitish Kumar ji is busy addressing the people of Bihar. That's why he comes to power and the NDA comes to power. He's not like Tejasvi Yadav, who will spend a large amount of his time trying to fix what is the problem inside the Mahagathbandhan. Well, Rajdeep, you spoke about Sher Shairi. What are the latest statements of all those leaders? All those leaders, there is a commonality. All those leaders accept the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chief Minister Nitish Kumar. Does Pappu Yadav accept the leadership of Tejasvi Yadav? Does Krishna Anuvarur accept the leadership of Tejasvi Yadav? Will RJD accept a Congress party candidate as the Mahagathbandhan face? No. So if you look at the Mahagathbandhan, there is neither clear leadership, there is no official seat sharing which is defined. Yes, we are one happy family. In a family, you will have individuals expressing their opinion. But at the end of the day, everybody knows that the mukhya of the family is Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chief Minister Nitish Kumar. And that is where the organic unity comes into the picture.
Okay, I've heard from the two national parties. I want to turn to the state parties. I want to start with you, Syed Akram, national spokesperson, RJD. Let's be clear. Your seat sharing has gone to the wire. As I said, till 2 a.m. in the morning, meetings being held, phone calls between Congress headquarters, RJD. Now, this happens, I know, before most elections, but the way it's happened, it clearly doesn't send out the right signals. Even an official list of which party will contest how many seats was unclear, and there's now the possibility of some friendly fights within your alliance. Even the left parties had first released a list, then they took it back. Do you concede that you all were not as prepared as you should have been in terms of your internal dynamics?
शुक्रिया राजदीप, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका. First of all, I would like to say our alliance and our all partners are very intact. We are perfectly fine. We are moving smoothly. There is no confusion. There is no dispute. There is no any pressure. More than 100 our candidates have filed a nomination. What is the problem of Bihar within Bihar election? The NDA wants us to respond whatever they want, however they want. Why we should go with that tradition? Will bring a list of the candidate and will decide like that.
No,
we are not under pressure. NDA is totally under
Akram ji, if all is so well, why is the Congress not projecting Tejasvi Yadav as a chief minister? You see, Akram ji, if all is so well, why is Tejasvi Yadav not being projected as the leader? There has been a lot of internal battles within a battle. There were 3 seats in particular which the Congress was insisting upon. RJD was unwilling to give. Now all of this could have been settled surely much earlier.
Rajdeep, this is our totally decentralized democratic exercise. We are not coming from any that kind of command, the commander who is sitting in Delhi and of NDA commander, and they will decide and we will have to accept. In our party, in our alliance, very democratic procedure is here. Everybody is willing to contest election. Our number of candidates who want to contest election is a huge number. We are not in the deficiency of candidates like NDA. So that things is coming out. Today our nomination is going on. Yesterday our nomination filed, a lot of nomination filed. So there is nothing like that. In NDA there is a problem. They are.
So you're saying, okay, you're making a point that you are not a command and control. I've taken your point. Syed Saab, I've taken your point. Let me take that to KC Tyagi. Tyagi ji, आपने सुना होगा, RJD कह रही है, unlike the alliance of the NDA, they are not a command and control structure. ये कहा जा रहा है कि in a way the BJP high command is dictating to the JDU. नीतीश कुमार का चेहरा है, लेकिन चाबी जो है वो अमित शाह जी और एनडीए के पास है. ये कितना सही है? क्या आप मानते हैं? Look at it, even in seat distribution, you all have been given this time equal number of seats. Always JDU would get more seats. क्या आप मानते हैं balance of power has shifted now?
राजदीप जी, पहले तो मैं जो कांग्रेस की प्रवक्ता हैं हमारी बहन, उनके इस स्टेटमेंट पर मैं एतराज़ करना चाहता हूं। जब वो कहती हैं कि नड्डा जी ने कहा है कि जेडीयू चुनाव के बाद समाप्त हो जाएगा। एक बड़ी पुरानी पार्टी की प्रवक्ता और राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर राजदीप के चैनल पर इतना खुल्लम खुल्ला झूठ नहीं बोलना चाहिए। ये मुझे दिखाएं, ज़रा ऑथेंटिकेट करें कि कहाँ नड्डा जी ने अपनी फ्रेंडली पार्टी के लिए ऐसा वक्तव्य दिया है। एक तो मैं इसको मना करना चाहता हूँ कि इस तरह की र्यूमर मॉन्गरिंग वो ना करें, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, राजदीप आप इतनी सीनियर हैं, आप जानते हैं कि जेडीयू का और बीजेपी का गठबंधन कोई 2 दिन का नहीं है। हमारा गठबंधन 99 से उस तरह से, उससे पहले से बीजेपी के साथ चला जा रहा है। नेतृत्व को लेकर के पहले अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी, जॉर्ज फर्नांडिस थे, अब नीतीश कुमार और मोदी जी हैं। कभी किसी तरह के कोई विवाद नहीं होते हैं। जहाँ तक सीटों का आपने जिक्र किया, कई बार सीट हम ज़्यादा लड़ते हैं, कई बार सीट वो ज़्यादा लड़ते हैं, कई बार सीटें हमारी ज़्यादा आती हैं, कई बार सीट उनकी ज़्यादा आती हैं, लेकिन लीडरशिप के सवाल पर वहाँ कोई मतभेद नहीं होता। नीतीश कुमार जी अनडिस्प्यूटेड, अनचैलेंज लीडर हैं एनडीए के, और जितने भी घटक दल हैं वो बारी बारी कह चुके हैं इस बात को लेकर के कि नेतृत्व जो है उन्हीं का होगा। और यूं भी पिछले 20-22 वर्षों में जिस तरह से वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट हुआ,
so there is no shift in balance of power. सो केसी त्यागी जी, आप कह रहे हैं कोई शिफ्ट नहीं है बैलेंस ऑफ पावर में, ये नहीं है कि नीतीश कुमार जी चेहरा है लेकिन चाबी, जैसे मैंने कहा, बीजेपी के हाथ में है।
हम साथ साथ हैं, हम फ्रेंडली पार्टी हैं और हम कोई आज से भी नहीं है। मैं और पीछे आपको ले जाऊं, आप तो बहुत सीनियर हैं, डॉक्टर लोहिया और दीनदयाल उपाध्याय के नेतृत्व में 1967 में जब गैर कांग्रेसवाद की धारा चली थी, तब से ये दोनों पार्टियां साथ हैं। ये आपातकाल में जेल में हम साथ रहे, जनता पार्टी में, जनता दल में, और अब लालू जी से अलग होने के बाद, खासतौर से 1994 में, उसके बाद में पहले समता पार्टी, फिर रामविलास और शरद यादव के नेतृत्व में जनता दल यूनाइटेड, हम तब से वहाँ आरजेडी के अपोजिशन में हैं उनके। अब ये मेरे मित्र कह रहे थे आरजेडी के डेमोक्रेटिक, जब डेमोक्रेटिक शब्द जब ये कहते हैं पार्टी के अंदर तो मुझे हंसी आ जाती है, चूँकि इन्होंने शायद नहीं काम किया होगा। मैंने लालू जी के साथ भी काम किया और जनता दल में हम लोग इकट्ठे थे। किस तरह से 1996 में जब लालू जी की गिरफ्तारी हो रही थी, पूरी पार्टी चाहती थी कि परिवार के बाहर का कोई आदमी अध्यक्ष बनना चाहिए, चाहे यादव बन जाए, मुख्यमंत्री बनना चाहिए और यादव ही हो जाए। उस समय हम लोगों ने पार्टी से अलग किया था, शरद यादव में, रामविलास जी, देवेगौड़ा जी। तो वो डेमोक्रेटिक शब्द जो है वो अच्छा नहीं लगता उनके मुँह से, और हमारी चाबी कहीं नहीं है। नीतीश कुमार हैं हमारे नेता, कर्पूरी ठाकुर थे हमारे नेता, ये किसी की डिक्टेशन नहीं मानते हैं, डेमोक्रेटिकली हमारी पार्टियों में काम होता है।
Let me get that what you have said to A.K. Bajpai of the Lok Janshakti. Let's get it very clear, A.K. Bajpai. Chirag Paswan, does he accept Nitish Kumar's leadership fully? In the past, in the last election in 2020, for example, Chirag Paswan had spoken out against Nitish Kumar openly. Even now, from time to time, he has spoken about law and order collapsing in Bihar at times. So I want to know from you, is for the Lok Janshakti party Nitish Kumar your leader or not?
No, how Nitish Kumar can be the leader of my party? My party leader is Chirag Paswan. We are alliance partner in the NDA.
Of your alliance?
Yes.
Of your alliance?
We know the limitation of alliance. We know the boundaries of alliance. And it's Chirag Paswan is much better than the other leaders, because he is facing the situation since 2014, 19 and 24. So we are functioning within the boundaries of the alliance partner. We insisted for the development of the Bihar in 2014,
you will function
1924. Again, repeatedly we are doing it. So where is the question of accepting the leadership?
Nitish Kumar is your leader. You have accepted to fight this election under Nitish Kumar's leadership. Are we clear on that?
Yes. We are willingly accepted that we are fighting the election under the leadership of the alliance partner, that is Janata Dal U, and that is Nitish Kumar. There is no difference on it. And as far as the seat sharing is concerned, that is well done by within the partner. And on the other side, see what they are doing. At 3 o'clock, the nomination will expire. And till
got it.
Now, they have not announced their seat sharing.
I've taken your point. Let me therefore turn to two big questions from here, which are to be answered more by academics and psephologists. My second question, is Bihar going to be a battle of freebies versus tall promises? That's question number 2. And linked to that is question number 3, is Bihar a battle of who wins the Mahila and Yuva vote? Once upon a time, MY was seen as Muslim and Yadav. Is it now seen as Mahila or women and Yuva or youth? Manisha Priyam, we've listened to the politicians talking about seat sharing. That's only one aspect. Now the campaign begins. Is this campaign about the various promises that are being made? You've got Tejasvi promising 1 job per family, which comes to 2.7 crore jobs. I don't know where they'll come from. But you've got the NDA, which has put 10,000 rupees in the pockets of women per family. Now we don't know how that will affect budgets and whether there will be an audit of that money. How do you see it? Is this election about changing Bihar or simply providing freebies at election time, Manisha Priyam?
So, Rajdeep, kindly permit me to answer the freebie question first, but do permit me a small comment on the seat sharing as I end. on the freebies as far as the woman vote is concerned. Remember, Nitish Kumar did entrench a solid vote block for himself from amongst the women of the poor and downtrodden families through a slew of measures. And these were not freebies, these were deep and developmental. These measures included giving the girl child the cycles to go to schools, Bihar roads built by Nitish transformed with girl childs given school uniforms, and you could see rural areas, the entrenched mindset that was anti-girls going to school and going for education was transformed by this visual beyond measure. But that same Bihar which invested so much, there were reservations for women, etc. Look at the number of tickets given to women. And as much as I have heard the history of politics through Honorable Sri K.C. Tyagi ji, both the socialists and the two socialist formations under Karpuri ji, and now the NDA need to answer whether a Renu Devi as Deputy Chief Minister was simply representational and not very different from a Rabdi Devi who was also representational. So women in top leadership are not allowed up. Be at
they
the
are
bottom,
offering 30%, 13% seats to women. Ma'am, in the list so far, 13%, 13% seats to women is what the NDA is offering.
Top leadership does not go to women, number one. Second, about the Yuva voter, nearly 30% of the population is youth, and I am sorry to say that despite all the education revolution, 62% of those who are finishing their schools and about to go to colleges actually have nowhere to go to and resort to private coaching and tuition. So it is a state where the youth are simply out on the streets. The real picture is the coaching and the gully, and any amount of saying that this is our neta and that is our leader, I don't think the issue is that of hamare neta sirf yahi hai. Parivarvad will become equal to no leadership change if we don't answer the youth question. Tejasvi is offering jobs, but you rightly pointed out from where all these youth in Khansar, Rahman Guru, all of them are offering the youth saying, Daroga ban jaiye, ticket collector ban jaiye, and you have to see the gullies to understand it is a situation where as if lotteries are being sold. Samrat Ashok, the emperor, is reincarnated in the gully as teaching mathematics for 500 rupees. Sampurn Ganit padha denge. Now I want to conclude by saying that the poor youth stand, hang around in the urban gullies and run from 5 in the morning preparing for bhartis for government jobs. However, what we see is really a disappointment in terms of what we've seen, the two alliances, the Mahagathbandhan even more than the NDA.
Okay.
Look at the fact that forget other things in North Bihar, even in Ghosi, where there is a CPI-ML sitting MLA, the RJD wants to have its own candidate. What can explain this? So it's not about just Mukesh Saini and the posturing and the midnight dramas. On the side of the JDU, the issues about the JDU issuing symbols to places where Chirag Paswan is fighting. Now Hanumanji is going to fight the socialist chehra of the BJP. That's the tamasha that Biharis are about to see. So therefore I believe that this election is about highly localized
I've taken your, Manisha, I've heard you.
Gathbandhans, not even political parties failing to reach the poor. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to leave it there. I've given each and every one of you time to speak on various issues concerning Bihar. It remains one of the most fascinating states in the country when it comes to politics because everyone in Bihar has an opinion. The question is Bihar ready for Badlav, as some claim, or is Bihar seeking simply more continuity along with an element of change? Remember, it's seen two warriors, Nitish Kumar and Lalu Prasad, who've dominated the politics of Bihar for almost 3 decades now. The question is there space for other voices? And is a hyper-localized election mean that this isn't about Narendra Modi and Rahul Gandhi? This is about local issues. That too could be seen in this election. And then, of course, there's the question of all the freebies, as they are called, or the Revdi that have been given before the elections. Could they prove to be a game changer. Either way, as I said at the outset, Bihar remains one of India's political bellwether states, and we'll track it right through this month here on India Today. For all our panelists, thank you very much. I wish you all a very happy Diwali. Thanks for watching. Stay well, stay safe, have a safe Diwali and a happy one. Bye for now.
अगर आपने देखा, परिवार ने तो मुझसे मीटिंग की, आधा घंटा बातचीत की। आज सुबह उन्होंने कहा कि आज सुबह उनको धमकाया गया, सरकार के लोगों ने उनको धमकाया और उनसे कहा कि राहुल गांधी से नहीं मिलना है, आप वीडियो पे कहिए। ये उन्होंने हमें बताया है। देखिए, वो जरूरी बात नहीं है। मेरा सुनिए, वो जरूरी बात नहीं है। मुझसे मिले, मुझसे ना मिले, वो जरूरी बात नहीं। जरूरी बात यह है कि अपराधी नहीं।
सर, मांग क्या किया है?
ये इन्होंने कोई गलती नहीं की है। इनके बेटे को, भाई को मारा गया है। अपराधी दूसरे लोग हैं और उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए।
Watching India Today.
Hello, you're watching India Today and I'm Aishwarya Paliwal. Let's start the show with the headlines. P. Chirag Paswan and Home Minister Amit Shah meeting to be held in Patna to discuss the Bihar elections. The deadlock on the other side continues in the Mahagathbandhan. Prime Minister Modi will sound the poll bugle in the state of Bihar from the 23rd of October. Air quality plummets in Delhi NCR region. Smoke engulfs the national capital. Very poor air quality reported across Delhi ahead of Diwali. Punjab DIG Harcharan Bhullar arrested in a massive cash and assets haul. Authorities have seized 7.5 crore rupees in cash, 2.5 kgs of gold and 26 luxury watches. This, along with 50 immovable property documents, also have been seized. Bhullar is denying these charges. He's been sent to 14 days judicial custody. DMK launches scathing attack at Vijay, posts a cartoon of a man dressed in blood-soaked RSS uniform at Vijay's iconic pose. DMK says betraying Karur stampede victims' family because he's not visiting them. Pakistan carries out fresh airstrikes along Afghanistan border. Afghanistan withdraws from the tri-series with Pakistan after 3 domestic cricket players have been killed. The opposition has slammed the BCCI and the centre and said they should take tips from Afghanistan. That's coming in at the moment. Bihar battle is now heating up. Prime Minister Narendra Modi all set to sound the fuel bugle from the 23rd of October. Prime Minister Modi will be addressing 4 key rallies starting 23rd of October. The NDA will be holding 12 mega rallies. This is the NDA putting its full might out on full display in the state of Bihar. It's the battleground Bihar which is now heating up. Prime Minister Modi all set to sound the poll bugle from the 23rd of October. My colleague Himanshu Mishra is now joining me on the story. हिमांशु, जिस तरीके से जो सामने इस समय नजर आ रहा है, पूरा एनडीए का जो माइट है वो हमें नजर आएगा बिहार के अंदर। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी खुद 4 रैलीज को संबोधित करेंगे।
देखिए, बिल्कुल इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है ऐश्वर्या की। दिवाली बाद से जो है प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जो है वो बिहार के अंदर जो चुनावी सभाएं हैं वो करना शुरू करेंगे। 23 तारीख को जो है वो सासाराम, गया, भागलपुर में सभा करने वाले हैं। 28 अक्टूबर को दरभंगा, मुजफ्फरपुर, पटना, 1 नवंबर को छपरा, पूर्वी चंपारण, समस्तीपुर में और 3 नवंबर को पश्चिमी चंपारण, सहरसा और अररिया में। इसके अलावा भी जो है सेकंड फेज के लिए भी 4 तारीख को या 4 तारीख के बाद प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जो है वो और सभाओं को संबोधित कर सकते हैं। लेकिन जो अभी शेड्यूल में है वो ये 12 सभाएं हैं जो 4 दिन के अंदर प्रधानमंत्री करेंगे। 23 अक्टूबर को, 28 अक्टूबर को, 1 नवंबर को और 3 नवंबर को। तो इससे माना जा सकता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए किस तरीके से प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी तो धुआंधार प्रचार करेंगे। उनके अलावा जो बाकी स्टार कैंपेनर हैं वो भी प्रचार कैंपेन करेंगे, चाहे वो गृह मंत्री अमित शाह हो। आपने देखा हो पिछले 2 दिनों में उन्होंने लगातार 3 सभाएं की हैं। और उनके अलावा जेपी नड्डा हो, नितिन गडकरी, राजनाथ सिंह, स्मृति ईरानी, देवेंद्र फडणवीस, योगी आदित्यनाथ, ये तमाम लोग जो है चुनावी मैदान में आने वाले दिनों में आपको चुनावी सभाएं करते हुए अलग अलग प्रत्याशियों के लिए, चाहे वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के हों या एनडीए के अन्य सहयोगी दलों के हों, उनके लिए प्रचार करेंगे।
जी मांचू, ये भी जो देखने को मिल रहा है वो ये है कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का जो चेहरा है वो सबसे आगे रखा जाएगा। उसके पीछे जो बड़े सारे चेहरे हैं, एनडीए जो ग्रुप है पूरा, वो सारे जो हैं चेहरे वो प्रचार करते हुए नजर आएंगे।
देखिए, बिल्कुल इसमें कोई तो राय नहीं है कि एनडीए का जो सबसे बड़ा चेहरा है, जिसके ये कहा जा सकता है जिनके नाम पर एनडीए को जो फ्लोटिंग वोटर वो हमेशा मिलता है, वो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी है। और इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है, चाहे वो बिहार का चुनाव हो या अन्य किसी राज्य का या देश का चुनाव हो, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ही एनडीए के सबसे बड़े चेहरे हैं, जो जिताऊ चेहरे के रूप में माना जाता है, जिनके चेहरे के साथ हर उम्मीदवार को ये लगता है कि वो चुनाव जीत जाएंगे अगर उनके क्षेत्र में जाकर प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी सभा को संबोधित करते हैं या रोड शो करते हैं। तो इसीलिए प्रधानमंत्री का चेहरा सबसे आगे है। और उसके साथ साथ जो है क्योंकि वहां पर एनडीए की सरकार है और जेडीयू के मुख्यमंत्री हैं नीतीश कुमार, तो नीतीश कुमार का भी चेहरा होगा। लेकिन सबसे बड़ा चेहरा पूरे चुनाव में अगर कोई है तो वो है प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का।
जी अंशु, और जिस तरीके से एलाइज के साथ बातचीत हो चुकी है, अगर दूसरी तरफ देखें तो दूसरी तरफ देखें तो वहां पे सीट शेयरिंग जो है वो भी अभी तक अनाउंस नहीं हुई है, और दूसरी तरफ जो एक स्केड्यूल है वो एनडीए निकाल चुकी है। तो किस तरीके से फुल फोर्स जो है वो हमें देखने को मिलेगी दिवाली के बाद से। सारे बड़े नेता, चाहे वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के हो या फिर जो एलाइज हैं उनके हो, वो सभी कहीं ना कहीं बिहार के अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में नजर आएंगे।
देखिए ऐश्वर्या, क्योंकि सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि एनडीए ने सीट शेयरिंग की, सबसे पहले सीट शेयरिंग का फार्मूला की घोषणा की, उसके बाद ये घोषणा की कि कौन सी पार्टी किस सीट से लड़ेगी और कौन उनका उम्मीदवार होगा। और अभी महागठबंधन की तरफ से ये सीट शेयरिंग का फार्मूला पूरा कंप्लीट नहीं हुआ है और ये भी तय नहीं हुआ कौन सी पार्टी किस सीट से लड़ेगी। कई ऐसी सीटें हैं जहां पर उनमें पेच फंसा हुआ है, यानी कि उदाहरण के तौर पर आरजेडी जिस सीट को चाहती है उसी सीट पर कांग्रेस भी अपना दावा ठोक रही है, तो वो सीट शेयरिंग का पेच वहां पे फंसा हुआ। दूसरी तरफ एनडीए की तरफ से भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जो है सीट शेयरिंग के फार्मूले को लेकर काम किया, जेडीयू के साथ बात की, एलजेपी में चिराग पासवान से बात की, उपेंद्र कुशवाहा से बात की, जीतन राम मांझी से बात की। इन तमाम सारी बातचीतों के बाद जो है सीट शेयरिंग का फार्मूला निकला। ये तमाम खबरें भी आई कि एनडीए के जो छोटे अलायंस है, चाहे जीतन राम मांझी हो या उपेंद्र कुशवाहा हो, थोड़े नाराज हैं, उनको मनाने की कोशिश की गई, उनको समझाया गया कि जब आप गठबंधन में चुनाव लड़ते हैं तो कुछ समझौते आपको करने पड़ते हैं, और उस चीज में भारतीय जनता पार्टी कामयाब भी रही है। और इसीलिए अगर आप देखेंगे तो पिछले कई दिनों से उनके जब भी नामांकन हो रहे हैं, उसमें चाहे वो दिल्ली की मुख्यमंत्री हो रेखा गुप्ता या योगी आदित्यनाथ, वो वहां जाकर जो है उनके वो उम्मीदवारों के नामांकन करा रहे हैं।
जी हिमांशु, सारी जानकारी के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। As my colleague Himanshu was also pointing out, we are seeing how the big faces of the BJP and NDA at large, most of them reached Patna, and all of them also made sure that they were present for the nomination of the big faces in the state of Bihar. News that's coming in from the state of Bihar. Key meeting took place between Chirag Paswan and Home Minister Amit Shah in Patna. Chirag Paswan in a statement has said that he met Home Minister Amit Shah to discuss the NDA campaign for the upcoming elections, discussed NDA campaign with Home Minister Amit Shah. It was a crucial meeting that took place between Chirag Paswan and Home Minister Amit Shah. This meeting took place in Patna in the state of Bihar. Chirag Paswan after the meeting said that this was a very crucial meeting. Meeting was being held to discuss the NDA campaign for the upcoming elections.
आज आदरणीय केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी से मुलाकात कर आने वाले दिनों में कैसे हम लोग कैंपेन को और ज़्यादा साथ मिलकर मजबूत कर सकें, ताकि हर वो सीट हम लोग जीत सकें जिससे एक बड़ी जीत, एक ऐतिहासिक जीत एनडीए की हो। हम लोगों के गठबंधन की ये खूबसूरती और ये ताकत है कि हम लोग एक दूसरे का हाथ पकड़कर, एक दूसरे का सहयोग कर गठबंधन को मजबूती देते हुए एक ऐतिहासिक जीत की ओर अग्रसर हो रहे हैं, ताकि उस विकसित बिहार का निर्माण कर सकें जो मेरे प्रधानमंत्री जी के लक्ष्यों में 2047 तक जब भारत एक विकसित देश बने तो उसमें बिहार सबसे विकसित राज्यों में हो, ये प्राथमिकता मेरे प्रधानमंत्री की रही है। जिस तरीके से महागठबंधन में सिर्फ उटव्वल चल रहा है, एक दूसरे के घटक दल के प्रत्याशी अपने ही प्रत्याशी के सामने उन्होंने नॉमिनेशन किया है, तो एक तरफ एक कन्फ्यूजन वाला गठबंधन है, दूसरी तरफ एक ऐसा गठबंधन है एनडीए वाला जिसमें इतनी सहजता से सब होने के बावजूद भी हर रोज़ हम लोग यही प्रयास करते हैं कि किस तरीके से इस गठबंधन के स्वरूप को और मजबूत और खूबसूरत किया जाए।
You just heard Chirag Paswan, who said that what the NDA at the moment is doing is making sure almost every day they have a discussion on how to take forward the election campaigning. Chirag Paswan had a crucial meeting with Home Minister Amit Shah in the city of Patna. Both of them discussed how to take forward the NDA campaigning in the state of Bihar. Prime Minister Modi is also all set. From the 23rd of October, he'll be holding 4 crucial rallies. This will be done for phase 1, and then we will see Prime Minister Modi in the state of Bihar for phase 2 of this crucial state election. Chirag Paswan said that he had a discussion with Home Minister Amit Shah about the campaign that the NDA will do going forward. Chirag Paswan and Home Minister Amit Shah. Home Minister Amit Shah is in Patna today. He'll be in the city for the next 2 days and then he'll be coming back. making sure that the allies work together and making sure that the end goal is reached. The end goal is to make sure that there is a repeat of the BJP-JDU government in the state of Bihar. That's what India at the moment is working at. On the other hand, if we speak about the Mahagathbandhan, no official announcement has been done with regards to the seat sharing formula. In fact, some in Congress believe that it is high time that the Mahagathbandhan should name Tejasvi Yadav as their chief ministerial face. My colleague Rohit Singh is now joining me on the story. Rohit, this was a crucial meeting between Chirag Paswan and Home Minister Amit Shah. Chirag Paswan came out and said that this was a meeting with regards to how to take the campaign forward between the NDA allies.
Yes, see, the first phase nomination is over in Bihar yesterday, and Chirag Paswan is also now reached Patna, and after coming to Patna today, a short while back, he met Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who is on a 3-day visit to Bihar, and this is his 3rd day. And it was a meeting that took place in the backdrop of elections that are going to take place. And what we are learning is that what Chirag Paswan also said after meeting Home Minister Shah, that the strategy was formulated that how NDA should remain intact and beware of, and they should also be very careful about the fake narrative that is being floated about the Chirag Paswan being unhappy or any other things. So a strategy was formulated to keep the NDA house together, united, so that they can take on the Mahagathbandhan. And Chirag Paswan also took a jibe at the Mahagathbandhan, claiming that till now a proper seat sharing agreement hasn't been reached. There is complete confusion and chaos in Mahagathbandhan, and nobody really knows that how many seats and from which place are the alliance partners of the Mahagathbandhan contesting this time. So hitting out at the Mahagathbandhan, Chirag Paswan today met Union Minister Amit Shah, and basically discussions took place about the upcoming elections in Bihar and how NDA is going to win it. Back to you.
Right, thank you Rohit, giving us all those details, how the NDA will once again be back and win the state of Bihar. Those are the crucial meetings that are taking place in the state of Bihar. News that's coming in, tensions between Pakistan and Afghanistan, they have been escalating. In a recent airstrike which has taken place in a district in Afghanistan, this was launched by Pakistan, innocent civilians have been killed. This attack by Pakistan has claimed life of children and women and aspiring young cricketers who dreamed of representing their nation on the world stage. The Afghanistan Cricket Board has announced its decision to withdraw from the upcoming Tri-Nation T20 series, which had Afghanistan, Pakistan and Sri Lanka. This decision by Afghanistan is taken following the deaths of 3 Afghan domestic cricketers in the airstrikes allegedly carried out by Pakistan's military regime in Patkila province. Afghanistan cricket team captain has now issued a strongly worded statement condemning the barbaric airstrikes and said that he supported Afghanistan's decision to withdraw from the Tri-Series. The opposition on the other side is using this opportunity to take a jibe at the BCCI, suggesting that the cricketing body should learn from Afghanistan Cricket Board.
मैं समझता हूं कि अगर रीढ़ विहीन प्रधानमंत्री हो, लाचार प्रधानमंत्री हो, तो खून और पानी साथ नहीं चल सकता है, लेकिन आतंकवाद और खेल साथ चल सकता है। क्यों? अमित शाह जी के बेटे हैं, इसलिए क्या? और मुझे तो ये लगता है कि हमें तो अफगानिस्तान से सबक लेनी चाहिए कि अफगानिस्तान ने जिस प्रकार स्टैंड लिया है, और एक छोटा कंट्री वेनेजुएला ने भी जिस प्रकार स्टैंड लिया था, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जो सरेंडर कर रहे हैं। कल जिस प्रकार ट्रंप ने फिर कहा, तो ये क्या देश एक रीढ़ विहीन प्रधानमंत्री के नेतृत्व में चल रहा है क्या? ये एक कोई गंभीर बातें हैं, कोई हल्की बातें नहीं है। चाहे हमारे आंतरिक मामले हो या फिर हमारे वैदेशिक नीति की बातें हो या हमारे व्यापारिक बातें हो, तो ये सारी चीजों में इतना लाचार, इतना जिसे कहा जाए रीढ़ विहीन प्रधानमंत्री आजादी के बाद देश ने पहली बार देखा है।
My colleague Gaurav Sawant is now joining me on the story. Gaurav, I'm reminded of that famous saying, taste of one's own medicine. And it seems like Taliban and Pakistani army once again at loggerheads, and a new front of war, in fact, has opened up for Pakistan.
This is indeed very, very worrisome, and Afghanistan has withdrawn from the Tri-Series after Pakistani Air Force planes that targeted civilian areas in the Paktika province in Afghanistan. What is extremely shameful on the part of Pakistan is the fact that this happened at a time when peace talks were happening, when negotiations were happening between Pakistan and Afghanistan to extend the ceasefire in Doha. Pakistan's army chief and military top brass were all there talking about peace, at the same time launching an airstrike. And there will be consequences, is what Taliban has now warned Pakistan. The withdrawal from the Tri-Series, in fact, there are now voices in India that say that Afghanistan and India should together move ICC to ban Pakistan from international cricket.
Right. Right, Gaurav, we've also seen how Pakistan has often been using cricket as one of the ways, with Afghanistan now asking India for help. It seems like we will be able to corner Pakistan when it comes to cricket.
This would be indeed a very positive step should BCCI now move in. Remember, India has been training the Afghan cricket team. They've been training in Greater Noida. They've performed extremely well. BCCI has been funding the Afghan cricket team, and the effort is for India and Afghanistan to increase people-to-people cooperation because of the old ties between the people of India and Afghanistan. Will this extend to both countries moving together to ensure that Pakistan is ousted from ICC remains the big challenge, because now this is directly a Pakistan state. And, Aishwarya, just look at what's happening. Pakistan army has carried out targeted killings within their own country of Tehreek-e-Labbaik, pro-Palestine protesters in Lahore and Muridke, and reports within Pakistan indicate that more than 200 people were massacred. That's point one. Hundreds of people are being killed and injured along the Afghan border and inside Afghanistan and in parts of Pakistan. So clearly Pakistan army is resorting to a killing spree, as many argue, to please US President Donald Trump. Asim Munir is trying to please Donald Trump, whether he's trying to get to Bagram Air Base or kill pro-Palestine supporters in favor of Pakistan ultimately accepting and recognizing Israel. It just goes on to show our region is going through tremendous flux orchestrated by Pakistan army.
Right. Thank you, Gaurav, giving us all those details, putting things in perspective. And as my colleague also rightly pointed out, if Afghanistan and India join hands, then there is a high possibility that in terms of cricket, we will be able to corner Pakistan. News that's coming in. The first batch of the BrahMos missiles, which have been manufactured in Lucknow, will be dispatched today. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and the Chief Minister of the state of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, both of them have reached the manufacturing unit. Those are the visuals that you are seeing on your screens. The missiles that are coming in from the city of Lucknow. The first batch of the BrahMos missiles. This missile has been manufactured in Lucknow. They'll be dispatched today. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, the Chief Minister of the state of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, both of them have reached the manufacturing unit. Inspection of the missile is now being done by the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. BrahMos missiles, made in India. In fact, the Bharatiya Janata Party and Prime Minister Narendra Modi often have spoken about the fact that policies should be made to make sure that India becomes self-reliant when it comes to defence missiles. Images that you are seeing on your screens are coming in from Lucknow. Now, this is the manufacturing unit of BrahMos missiles. The first batch of BrahMos made in India will be delivered today. We've also seen how Defence Minister Rajnath Singh recently spoke about the fact that Operation Sindoor was a success because of the indigenous missiles that we have. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi also often has spoken about the fact that defense self-reliance is something that India needs to work towards rapidly. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh said that India's defense ecosystem has now demonstrated that there is a lot of growing confidence in indigenous platforms. Now, most of what we saw during Operation Sindhu, all of that happened because of India's self-reliance. Now, a first for Asia and a huge leap for open web. The India Today group has now launched Deeper Dive in collaboration with content discovery platform Tabola. Now, Deeper Dive is an AI-powered search and discovery experience. It promises to change how the audiences engage with trusted journalism. India Today Group Vice Chairperson Kali Puri, in fact, sat down with Tabola founder and CEO Adam Singolda. They had a candid conversation about technology, trust, music, and the future of news in the age of AI.
A strategic first for the Asia-Pacific region. The India Today Group and Tabola unveiled a joint vision with the launch of Deeper Dive, an AI-powered question engine that is redefining how audiences engage with trusted journalism. The group's vice chairperson Kali Puri and Tabola CEO Adam Singolda sat down to discuss a partnership built on a shared mission to ensure the open web can compete and thrive against the dominance of big tech walled gardens.
Best part about good partnerships is when both sides want the other to win. And in too many partnerships, that's not the case.
Adam Singolda made clear that this launch is part of a larger global commitment to ethical partnerships.
We actually announced yesterday that this year we expect to generate and pay to publishers more than $1.5 billion. A company I started in my parents' house.
The CEO was also direct about the companies that fail to honor the content ecosystem.
I'm not okay with not sending traffic to publishers. I'm not okay with not paying money to publishers. I'm not okay with stealing content from publishers. I don't think that's okay. So for me, I love the fight.
For the India Today Group, the core of the challenge and the opportunity is to quickly adapt to consumers, building new habits and giving them a search capability that's more intuitive. Adam Singolda praised the media group's pioneering culture.
With India Today and Tabola, we're so lucky because you love change.
Yeah, we love change.
You love innovation. You're not afraid of making a mistake, which is the most important ingredient of growth.
Yeah.
Why is the stock market down?
Well, there's the tariff news, but some people think it can also be weak earnings from tech stocks and rising bond yields.
Deeper Dive addresses a critical, unmet need. It's not just a tool for readers, but a feedback loop that informs newsroom strategy.
And that's a really great learning back as a full circle to our editors to say...
Yeah, the queries.
Hey, yeah, the queries. Like, what are people searching for that we're not getting right? Why is this not like on our homepage? Why didn't we upfront this on the headline, etc.? I think that'll be really good learning for us, right?
It's fascinating to get front seat to this raw data of consumers of what they actually want to know.
Yeah.
This new AI engine creates what the group calls an AI sandwich, where the machine provides the instant answer, but the human verified journalism provides the conviction. The consumer always returns to the content they trust.
The desire for a human verified, editorial-driven point of view is going to be like organic food. You know, we're going to need it like humans need healthy food.
Yeah.
The launch concluded on an unexpectedly high note, with the CEO dedicating a performance to the spirit of their partnership and shared innovation.
Oh, wow, I know this song.
You know it?
Yes. Tere jaisa yaar kahan.
Adam plays the piano, smiles, and accepts applause.
Wow. Friendships that are going to be written about for ages to come.
You see?
Our legacy. All other partners, please be warned. This
yeah.
is the standard.
We're setting
this is
the
the standard
very
that
high.
Tabula is setting.
Yeah. So thank you so much again for
Thank
deeper
you
dive,
so
for
much.
the friendship, for having us. You're the best.
Thank you very much.
On that note, it's a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. For more news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can even download the app. This is me, Aishwarya Paliwal, signing off.
You are watching India Today.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Bliss. It dances on your skin like first rain. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Fusion, the undisputed, most loved phone. Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Amit Shah attacks RJD, says our fight is against Lalu's Jungle Raj. 25 ministers inducted in Bhupendra cabinet. Harsh Sanghvi becomes deputy CM, setback for Naxal movement. 210 Naxals surrender in Chhattisgarh.
Every story finds a place. Every voice gets a platform. Every side has its say. Your channel for every headline. Prime Team on India Today, India's only democratic newsroom.
learned from the doctor that, having spirits has been part of our culture. Now you're being a rasgulla snob. we eat the rasgullas like that, not the canned ones.
It's supposed to be fresh, Chena, and you can understand that from the taste.
I'm going to call it time out. This is a battle of the sweets. When you have a table full of sweets, people all dressed up, then I don't need to tell you that it's time for Diwali. Every Diwali, we talk about indulgences, we also talk about meeting and sitting with our dear ones, and we also talk about health, because this is India Today group. By the way, just FYI, we just had a Diwali party yesterday. Where it started with everybody getting a health checkup and then going and eating chola bhatura. So that's the kind of balance that we're talking about. But what am I doing here? With all the faces you wake up to and go to bed with on India Today, we are trying to understand what is the right way to indulge this Diwali. We're not saying don't eat your favorite sweet, don't have your favorite traditional stuff that your mom makes with a lot of ghee and a lot of sugar, but what is the right way to approach it? Because the word is balance.
Yes, balance. Not deprivation, but balance.
Yes, and Dr. Shikha Sharma is here with us, and she will help us understand what is the best way to indulge. So first, before all of you came on, I spoke with everybody and I got everybody's favorite sweet. Sabko mil gaya apna apna yahan par? Yeah? Is it there? Can I go around spot? What are you spotting?
Jalebi and rasgulla. It's a little hidden from me, the jalebi, but I can see it from you.
I can help you with the bowl over there. So please go right away. Get into your jalebis. Akshita, what is it for you?
You've banned me from touching the cup. She's been saying it looks too pretty, it looks too pretty.
It does.
What's the point? It's meant to be eaten. So can I?
Okay, go for it. Yeah. The table is now open, as they say. Nikhil.
Broken the symmetry.
Yeah, Sneha, come on.
Though I have one complaint that it's the worst Diwali party ever, this one.
What?
She made us stand here for half hour, just look at sweets and not
I've been eating.
Exactly.
That's a good exercise, no?
Finally we get
Finally, please,
Happy
please.
Diwali, everyone.
Happy Diwali, yeah, please go for it. Sneha, come on.
You know about my love for Kaju Barfi?
Oh,
Sonal has a
yeah.
story. Sonal, you want to tell
Yes,
the story?
I do want to tell a story. So Sneha has gone on record to tell me that she can polish off half a kilo of Kaju Katli. Half a kilo. Sneha, let me underline who is Sneha. She's our health editor. Okay? And Sneha goes on record to talk about how sugar is sin. We have a WhatsApp group where she wrote, sugar is poison, what are you doing?
So
but the same Sneha has half a kilo of Kaju Ka Katli and she's polishing it off nicely right now as well.
I love it. Kaju Barfi is amazing. You know, I think you shouldn't deprive yourself.
Yeah.
You'll end up just overdoing it. So have a little and mindful eating. You know, my thing is that with stuff like this, what I like, but it necessarily is not good for health, I actually sit back and ask, do I actually feel like having a Kaju Barfi right now? I think if you ask yourself that question, you end up eating a lot more sensibly, isn't it?
Yeah. Sensibly, you mean half a kilo?
That's something I did years ago and just once. So sorry, everyone can talk. I'm busy.
Yeah, please do that. So you heard her right there, right?
Yes.
Like, how do I stop? I think a question on everybody's mind is that when I see, you know, there's this concept of broken window, right?
Yeah.
If you've faltered once, you feel like ab to sabhi kuch kha sakte hain. You know, you just don't know where to stop. Do you have a hack for that?
I think it's important to understand that, you know, one should not equate having something of your favorite food like a guilt or like a sin.
Yeah.
Many times we equate it in the wrong emotion. So first thing is, yes, if you have a guilty pleasure, please go ahead and like in moderation, ask yourself how much you want. But the second thing is that it's also important that during the Diwali season, the quality of the paneer, the petha, everything is the worst.
Yeah.
So I would say that if you want to eat, try to eat it before the season, before it gets worse. And during the season, try to have non-dairy mithai.
Okay.
So like you get a lot of, and for example, you get dry fruits ki mithai, which has no dairy, no khoya, nothing like that. That's much better. Or for example, if there is something which is made from coconut or from, khajur and stuff like that, like monk fruit. So, because during the Diwali, the dairy is a problem. and the white sugar is a problem.
Yeah.
So if you find alternatives, more so from dry fruits or monk fruit or cane jaggery, that's much better. And there's
Much better.
Okay, like my favorite is a coconut chia seed pudding.
Ma'am, who's making coconut chia seed pudding? I know.
Sorry, no. You need gulab jamun, you need rasgulla, you need kaju katli, you need your Indian sweets.
Even in my house where I have these arguments with, they said, "Arey, Diwali hai yaar."
Yeah, it's a festival.
Like this is the time of the year when you need to indulge.
Yeah, and the only takeaway that I get is, okay, if Jaggery says bad is sugar, I might as well then.
Yeah.
Right?
No, so there's a slight difference. So in terms of when you're looking only at fattening tendency, sugar is worse, jaggery is better. But the real problem is it's bad for the skin because white sugar is actually bleached. So it's a chemical. The chemical.
So jaggery is better off then?
Jaggery is better off. Anything which is more natural, less refined, less processed, is good for the skin. And you're all anchors.
We all need good skin. Except Nikhil, of course. Except Nikhil, of course, who is blessed with some great genes, great skin, and is very, very quietly having his. What were you having?
So first thing first, I wish she had told us earlier. She says that don't have anything related to milk just after I polished off one rasmalai. But in terms of genes, and this is going to be my question, does that make a difference? Because I'm not blessed with great genes. I have Punjabi genes, which means if I
Listen, Diwali time, you're meeting everybody. You can't say these things.
No, but
not blessed with good genes.
No,
You'll fall into trouble.
No, that's because one rasmalai has a tendency.
4x.
Yeah, exactly. For me, well, somebody else could eat like 5 of them and not.
But
put
is
on
that
weight.
true? Like some people they eat one and you can see it on your face.
It happens to me a lot.
Yeah.
And like the second I'm having some, so I really try my level best to keep my cravings to its minimum amounts. But the second I've had something sweet, my body automatically says
floodgates have opened.
Khalenge to kya hoga? It's fine. And then I'm hogging like one after the other, and then I've just eaten 5 rasgullas, and I'm like, oh no.
But
that's what people keep saying.
She's Bengali. If she doesn't eat 5 rasgullas, she'll be disowned. She'll be disowned from her community.
She doesn't even have a sweet tooth, I mean, all the time I'm saying sugar is poison, and then I go home and have kaju barfi.
Sweet taste is good for your health. It's part of your nature. It's part of your prakriti according to Ayurveda.
Yeah.
The only thing is what kind of sweet. So natural sweet, if you have.
No, so I think you shouldn't take out any one thing from your diet. I think a balance is very essential, right? Some people take out carb entirely, some people take out sugar entirely. But then there are people who are very good throughout the year, but during Diwali they just
go berserk.
Yeah, they go berserk.
Yeah.
What are you telling them?
Okay, so like for example, this is all very, very sweet. Now suppose there was some other protein kind of a thing, like a muesli or some other protein thing, no? Then it will balance.
You're saying layer it up?
Layer it up.
Yeah.
Like
make your own burger, but this time with fiber and fats and sweet.
I have a question on that.
Yeah.
Usually when you go for a Diwali party, sweets are served first thing.
Yes.
For any other time of the year, that's dessert.
Yes.
Does it make a difference if I have it a little later, if I snacked a bit, or can I start straight away with my sweets?
Yeah.
See, if you're starting straight away, it's very important because sweet is an appetizer. So it'll build your appetite up. So I think before you go to any Diwali party, make sure that you're eating something before you're going. It could be a handful of mungfali, or it could be, something like a makhana.
Yeah. Just don't go empty stomach is what you're saying.
Then what you're doing is you'll eat too fast. Because when you're empty stomach and suddenly there's food and you have said it's okay to eat tonight, you will just polish off before you retire.
You guys know why they serve you bread when you go to a restaurant, right?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, they serve you bread so that it's pure starch and carb. The minute you have it, it opens up your hunger and you will end up eating more than you should.
No, but see, that's
so then you order more.
Like my strategy, for example, is when I'm going out, on that day I consciously control the amount of calories that I've consumed. Because in my head, I'm like, these many calories in the night versus lunch, breakfast, I can, control that.
Yeah.
And so I make up for it in the day.
Does that work?
Okay, I'll give you a different alternative. The different alternative is the day you're going out, do not do that. In fact, eat proper meals. Do it the next day.
So the next day I go to the gym and I think that, I'm burning those calories. Does that work?
No, see, because how you're setting up your body is that the whole day you have been hungry and you're counting.
Yeah.
And at night, you would not even realize how you have crossed and you have done a spike.
Correct.
So, but if you eat properly the whole day, you'll end up eating less.
Because you're conscious.
Because you've already eaten your food, you're not craving, you're not starving. And somewhere you know you have eaten, so you will not go all out. The next day, go slow. So what you did on the day of the party, do the next day.
Also,
Would you like a detox?
because Akshita said she works out the next day, and that's been my tendency as well. I make up for all the meetha that I've had, but that does not do away with the metabolic damage that it's done, right? The excessive sugar and everything else. So even if you're working out, bad news, but you've done the metabolic damage too.
अच्छा कुछ good news ये दे देते हैं. Let's go around and try and understand what are on this table out of say 5. Which one would you say is the most damaging meetha versus the other? Let's understand that.
Number 1.
Okay, so
yeah,
little heartbreaking. Okay, now I'll have to do it in 3 ways.
Okay.
The first way is from the adulteration point of view.
Okay.
So the most damaging in adulteration point of view is this.
Oh no!
This.
All my UP meetha. Yeah.
Even this one. So actually everything is damaging.
Even peda.
So then you're saying the laddu is the safest.
The laddu is the safest because
and we've not touched even
nobody has touched a laddu. Just imagine.
Yeah.
Right? So dairy products during Diwali are the worst in terms of adulteration.
Gulab jamun?
It also has a little bit of khoya in it. It does.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I would say drink kombucha, but
we'll come to that. No. I'm so sad about Chena.
Yeah.
I'm so sad about Chena. You know why? Because I used to always think, Chena is such a Akshita has a question.
Form of paneer.
Yeah, do you want to explain what Chena is to us?
What is it? Paneer?
So basically, it is that it's paneer which is dried up, which has where it's mostly protein. And it still has its moisture.
Yeah.
So that way, chena is technically the healthiest, provided you have actual chena and not some.
So chena is basically lactose broken up. So if you put some lemon or vinegar in milk, it breaks up.
Yeah, we do that at home.
It's a great probiotic.
Yeah.
It's given to pregnant women and all of that, etc. Yes. So technically, if you compare the carb intake, chena is said to be better. But I'm so disappointed you're saying even keep away from that.
No, chena is the best if it is actual chena. But if it is that Diwali kind of chena, then it is actually palm oil or something else.
It's loaded in sugar and it's fried.
And deep fried.
In terms
of health.
That's the most important.
No, but you were saying
our body, over the years, it's developed an immunity to adulteration, our bodies, Indian bodies. But in terms of health, that's what I want to know.
Yes.
I get what you're saying because in Bengal, you won't see a single person ever go to a shop and have a rasgulla which is, either canned or even
of course.
It's been made in the morning or afternoon and they're being made to consume.
Now you're being a rasgulla snob. Bengal, we eat the rasgullas like that, not the canned ones.
It's supposed to be fresh chena and you can understand that from the taste itself.
So she's actually right. In Calcutta,
from a Bengali.
in Calcutta, if you're a guest at somebody's house, the first thing in the morning they serve on breakfast is actually chena. Like everybody has like a spoonful and then goes.
Yes.
Rasgulla is actually Odia. I mean, now they claim they're the ones who started.
Guys, no. I'm gonna call it time out. This is a battle of the sweets. This is not a battle of the states. For that, you can also log into India Today. We do it very, very well. But that's not happening this Diwali.
Next time.
All the good things that you do with your health, you do IF, you do other stuff,
yes.
You end up becoming a real anti-social person.
Yes.
Because you can't go and eat at somebody's house. You're not even going to have sweets. कुछ लोग तो बुरा मान जाते हैं क्योंकि आपने उनका घर का खाना, मीठा नहीं खाया है.
Yes.
So how do you deal with that?
See, I think, firstly, it's important that when you are going out and if there's a lot of temptation, do eat and go. Because sometimes in Diwali, people just don't serve food on time and you're hungry, you're starving, and the food is not arriving, So I think do eat something before you go. Second thing is, have little of everything. I mean, so that you don't feel like a deprived baby that, oh my God, I can't have anything. But at the same time, you have eaten well and gone. And I also think that, like I said, that having some of your favorite things, even at home, helps, because otherwise you feel कि अच्छा आज नहीं खाया तो फिर मिलेगा कैसे?
That's true. That's true. That sense of deprivation is what I feel drives us up the wall, and then you feel left out. I mean, I get a lot of FOMO. Everybody is having so much, and I'm like not getting an opportunity. Might as well just talk up on some stuff like this.
But talking about nicer things, let's address the elephant in the room. When it comes to Diwali, the biggest sin is not just sugar, it's actually alcohol.
Yes.
And none of us stop at one drink. Right? Nikhil, you have some questions on that one?
Speak for yourself.
Why don't you hold on? And I got some Diwali replacements for everybody. So this is some nice kombucha fermented tea. Can I hand that around? This is apple flavor, orange flavor, cranberry. Orange. Apple.
So this is great probiotic.
Yes, it's just fermented tea. Which one do you want, Sneha? Go ahead.
I had a question about for people who are diabetic, what is the best? I know they can't, but in Diwali you'd want to. So insulin spiking, how do you look after all of that? How do you ensure that you can, artificial sweeteners, do they work? What should be?
Excellent question. In fact, I would tell all diabetics, please do not have artificial sweeteners. They are chemicals. They will damage your
So important for you to say that. I'm so done telling people that मन कर रहा है तो एक मिठाई खा लो. वो सब मत खाना, sugar free ice cream.
Let me open it for you.
It's have like 3 bowls of ice, 3 scoops of ice cream. It's sugar free.
Yeah, exactly.
So मन कर रहा है तो एक चम्मच चीनी डाल दो अपने चाय में. But
see, chemicals are what damages your body much more than actually the sweet. The sweet is, yes, it'll spike, but it'll not damage your body. Most of the inflammation happening in diabetics, whether it's in the liver or pancreas or anything, it's because of the chemicals. So I think I would tell the diabetics 3-4 things. First is stock up on, have a lot of fiber, whether it's isabgol or whether it is something like fiber roti or mixed roti or something. Second thing is have protein, veg. You can have mungfali, you can have chana, you can have anything else, and make sure you hydrate yourself.
Yes.
But no chemical sugar, no artificial sugar. No kheer made with artificial
also,
sugar.
It's important to tell the diabetics, and particularly those who have very high sugar levels, that even if they crave for something, they should also be in a position to enjoy it. So how do they go about doing that?
See, I think there are a lot of good sweets made with gur or made with other like dry fruits like dates sugar.
Yes.
So have something with that. I mean, because it's important. I think we have to learn how to also make new recipes.
Yeah.
So if you learn new recipes and if you have at least 1 thing or 2 things on the table, people.
I think for me the hack is as long as it's made at home.
Yeah.
As long as it's made at home, I feel like I'm still doing lesser sin. But talking about new things, how did everybody enjoy their kombucha?
Lovely. This is
lovely.
Fine, right? So
Really good.
Yeah, that is.
It's become part of my regular diet now because I believe it's a great probiotic.
Yes.
It's very nice.
So
really helps.
kombucha, technically, for anybody who doesn't know, it's just fermented tea. It's just that you crave something fizzy, but instead of reaching out to say a cola or anything else.
That's my problem. Like I love a Diet Coke.
Yes.
And I think this is a great alternative to a Diet Coke. Alcohol not so much a problem for me, but Diet Coke, yes. And I'd love for you to tell me that Diet Coke is fine.
No, it isn't.
It isn't. She just said that.
And I've told you that so many times.
She's finding it very hard to tell you the truth.
It's a myth.
Also, she hasn't answered
No,
the
it
alcohol
isn't.
question.
yes. So okay. So
but you said you like this.
Okay, alcohol. Okay, first on alcohol. Let her answer on alcohol. This is now truly a Diwali party. I'm opening drinks. People are talking over each other. So now this is truly. This needs some cards. We had one. Where's that? See?
Ace of Spade.
Yeah, this is clearly our producers also acing the game with this. So first on alcohol. How much do you, like all of that?
Okay, firstly, we have to understand that in Ayurvedic recipes, alcohol is mentioned. So it's not that Ayurveda or our traditional people or our ancient people, somras. And there are huge number of recipes on alcohol from different grains and fruits and other things and spices. So first thing is, traditionally Indians were not teetotalers. They had their alcohol. So two things. One is try to moderate alcohol because dehydration is a problem. So make sure you hydrate. Look at the smile on your face.
Yes, actually, like getting ready for some
what
party
I'm waiting
in
for after you're done with that? What I'm waiting for you to tell us which alcohol can be paired with which mithai. Which wine with which
Wine
food.
pairing, mithai pairing.
That is the clip that will go wild.
This is not that kind of show, Nikhil. Okay.
Okay. So,
but okay, I think what he wants to know is the categories. Like I asked you categories on meetha, on sweets. Is there a category of alcohol going from most damaging to least
to most calories?
Yeah, most damaging to least damaging.
So first and foremost, since everybody, all the audience would be having different alcohols, please don't have local alcohol. That's the most damaging. Have branded ones because otherwise you'll be drinking
local
ethanol.
is fine.
No tarra. No tarra.
Yes, nothing of that sort because that will really hurt your liver. So wine has low alcohol content.
Beer does have low.
Beer has
low alcohol content.
Alcohol
4%.
I think Nikhil's the doctor on this.
Nikhil loves beer, so he's like beer.
4%. Yeah, that could be the case. I think.
No, 4%. Nikhil really knows what he's talking about.
4% for a light beer, about 7-8% for a strong.
Okay, so I would say that hydration is most important because that's what gives headaches and migraines and everything else. Second thing is that pace yourself. Don't drink very fast. Just pace yourself.
One drink an hour, I think, is usually what is recommended.
Yes.
Drink an hour
and try to stick to 30 ml per hour because a lot of people do
30 ml per hour.
Yeah, not like 60 and all that because then it really goes.
Yeah, if you tell them one drink an hour, they'll make a 90 ml pack.
Yeah,
exactly.
So 90 ml.
Quantity is very important. Yeah. And I would also say that having fruits or some fruits before and having some fatty thing before you start drinking is very important. You for
basically line your stomach.
Line your stomach.
Cheese.
You could have cheese. You could have curd. You could have something.
Does fruit help? Like the acidic component of fruit doesn't mess up with alcohol?
No, fruit has a lot of antioxidants. So when you're digesting in the liver, when liver handles alcohol, it needs a lot of antioxidants. So it's more for the liver detox, and of course try to detox once a week. Because
detox is a very abused word these days. Detox, cleanse, fast, all of that. Okay, so we've spoken about different categories of sweets. We've spoken about drinks as well.
What about namkeen is also quite
Yes.
I love my kachori.
Deep frying it in oil like anything, and we enjoy it quite a bit, and it goes on till quite late at night.
Also with drinks, you have a lot of
drinks. Exactly. So any alternatives you would suggest for those?
Yeah, definitely. I would say that these deep fried namkeen items are as bad. I would say they're pretty bad because you don't even feel that you're
eating anything.
So you can have like baked things. Like these days you get a lot of baked snacks.
And they actually taste very good.
But do they make a difference?
100%. Actually baked is my question. I don't know if I believe them.
And you have to bake them yourself.
See, the answer to all of this is cook it at home. The answer to all of this is khud banao. But talking about answers, we've come towards the end. I want to go around the table now and get some quick takeaways. What is it that you learned today with our Diwali fest? We had a lot of food, we had some balance, and we had some great conversation. So I'm going to start with Sneha. Okay? Okay.
What did I learn is that I think maybe I should stop doing the apple after lunch.
Okay.
And this is something that it's I think a constant process of learning that eat mindfully. I mean, many of us are compulsive eaters. We just, if something is offered to us, we just pop it in our mouth. I mean, the thing that you actually want it is something if we do regularly, then I think a lot of our binging problems would be solved.
Great. Nikhil, are you being a party pooper this Diwali, or have you picked up some tricks?
I'm going to call him Dr. Nikhil now.
I'm going to be the party starter.
What are you starting it with then?
What I've picked up, one, don't have any sort of guilt when you're eating sweets. That has an adverse effect on your body. And two, that I learned from the doctor that having spirits has been part of our culture. So no guilt.
Zakshita, are you also getting confirmation bias here? Or
Not really, because doctor refused to
Akshita is going to
endorse
go
Diet
and
Coke.
drink. Akshita is going to go and drink a zero Coke right now.
I got a kombucha to replace it.
so that's your takeaway.
I
That was a
love
good
kombucha,
one.
which
Yeah.
is good. And also that I shouldn't be kind of holding back through the day and then go all out in the evening, because that was my strategy so far.
Yes.
I'll change that to the next day.
Yes,
So
the next
that's
day.
my biggest tip.
That's a good one.
I think, firstly, what you said was very important, that you don't end up depriving yourself, because I think controlling myself too much from not eating something, or a definite sweet or a namkeen for that matter, I think that really affects the body and it makes you crave it more. So that I think I'm going to keep in mind. And more importantly, one thing you pointed out was with regards to not using artificial sweeteners for what I think. I have people in my family, so which is why I think that's a big takeaway, because I personally sometimes fail at understanding what is it, because they also crave sweets. Like I said, I'm from a place where people love sweets. But even during festivals, it feels a little sad that they feel a little left out. So then they end up choosing for those alternatives which are artificially provided to you. So but that's a very important point, that again, don't deprive yourself. Maybe have one, indulge in one, and then next day go back to the routine that you have started.
Know your quota.
Know
your sweet quota, right? And with that, Dr. Shikha, what have you learned about the newsroom and all our lovely anchors after having met them? No, but I must say, you must see how informed everybody is about health.
Yes.
From Nikhil knowing his alcohol content, to everybody else knowing, not just that, but to everybody else talking about, stuff. You see how informed India has become about health, and I think that's such a beautiful thing, no?
Absolutely. I mean, I might just be out of job very soon, but it doesn't matter. I thought ChatGPT will put me out of job. I think I'm already out of a job. So, but yes, I think being mindful about what you're eating and choosing clean food. I mean, what I'm saying is non-adulterated, pure source. That's fine. In fact, I would say a biryani at home is much better than any chemical alternative sugar which you have outside.
Like how we've ended
on that lovely biryani note and all the lovely sweets in front of us. I think the message was very simple. The message was to say that don't just eliminate something out of your diet or don't feel guilty about it. It's about understanding how to approach it right, because balance, like I said, is the name of the game. Thank you so very much, and a very happy Diwali to all of you.
Happy Diwali.
Happy Diwali.
You are watching India Today.
यहाँ पे एनडीए की सरकार आएगी और जिस तरह से बिहार का विकास हो रहा है वो सिर्फ एनडीए ने किया है, तो यहाँ पे फिर एक बार यानी एनडीए की सरकार आ जाएगी। एनडीए में कार्यकर्ता, युवा और लोगों को टिकट मिलती है, वैसे कि महागठबंधन में उनके जो पहले से ठेकेदार हैं उनको ही टिकट दी जाती है।
देखिए, बिहार में एनडीए मोदी जी पर सबका भरोसा है। लोग एक बहुत बड़ा मैंडेट देने जा रहे हैं और बिहार फिर एनडीए के साथ चलेगा और बिहार में एक ही राज करना है। बिहार में पकड़िए रखना एनडीए सरकार फिर एक बार।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
It's that time of the year again. The winter seems to be creeping in. Delhi's air quality has once again plunged into the danger zone, with pollution levels across key areas reaching poor to very poor categories. At Anand Vihar, for example, let's pull up those graphics for you. AQI hit a hazardous 366, while Dwarka Sector 8 actually recorded 326, both marked very poor, posing serious health risks as well to people. Central parts of the city, which we think are greener, no better. Major Dhyan Chand Stadium and Chandni Chowk saw AQI reading of 286, 276 respectively over there. Again, poor category there. The air quality in RK Puram and ITO, well, that's said to be the hub. A lot of traffic there as well. No better, remain to be in the poor category. And what's the story here? The story is that this is the state of affairs even before we have hit Diwali, even before we have started taking into account stubble burning from neighboring states. Imagine none of that has started and we are already in the poor to very poor category. And it's set to get worse. Why? Because remember, on Wednesday, the Supreme Court gave a green signal to green crackers. Experts have warned that after Diwali, the AQI is going to worsen and sustained exposure to such toxic air can lead to breathing and health issues. So, what are we doing on the program today? We are discussing Delhi's perennial pollution problem. Is there a pollution ka solution available? And what is it that you and I can do as citizens to bring in some level of impact? Here on India Today on 5 Live, we are doing a doctor's roundtable to make sure that you are aware, to help you understand the problem of pollution, and also to understand, if you're not convinced so far, why you should care about pollution. I'm very happy to have an expert panel joining me now, and it is spread across categories to really give us a full 360 view. We have with us Dr. Nihar Parikh. He's a pediatrician, director of Cheers Child Care. So it'll be very lovely to understand what pollution is doing to kids. Then we have Dr. Vivek Nangia. He's a pulmonologist. What is pollution doing to our hearts? We have Dr. Bimlesh Dharpande. He's the director at rheumatology at Fortis Hospital in Noida. There is a recent study that has said that pollution is actually linked to arthritis as well, which is what I want to really get into and understand from him. And then we have Dr. Balbir Singh. He is the chair and head of cardiology, Max Healthcare. He's a Padma Shri awardee as well, to tell you how pollution impacts your heart. Let me give the first word to Dr. Balbir Singh. Dr. Balbir Singh, we've been tracking air pollution year after year. For me, the change that has come in has been the fact that though we are more aware, we don't seem to be seeing more sort of solutions. There is no pollution ka solution on the ground just yet. The baseline pollution level is what I'm talking about. Because overall, we see farm fires go down. We see farmers finally being aided with the right solutions. But how exactly is it that even this very poor category of pollution level and this AQI is doing to us? Let me take that question to Dr. Vivek Nangia first then. Dr. Nangia, we've seen you write report after report. We've seen doctors talk about how lungs of even young kids are turning black. But there are still some who feel that air pollution is not the problem, that our body will adapt in some way, some weird explanation that I keep hearing from people. what is the clinical advice that you are giving your patients?
So, Sonal, basically, first we need to understand that what all harms can air pollution do to our lungs, and not just the lungs, but the entire health of the entire human body. The effect is not just restricted to the lungs. When you have a larger particulate matter, like 10 microns and all, 10 microns and above, that usually gets filtered at the nasal level itself, and all it can cause is some kind of an burning in the eyes, irritation, nasal congestion. A particle size between 5 to 10 would get stopped in the upper airways. So there it would usually cause cough, irritation. But a particle size less than 2.5 microns goes right into the lungs, triggers off an inflammatory cascade, which then impacts the entire body. That includes the brain, the heart, kidneys, liver, all organs of the body. And in fact, even predisposed to certain hematological cancers as well. So if we enumerate the various systems and the various diseases it can cause, starting from the brain, it can cause brain strokes, brain attacks, heart strokes, heart attacks. Similarly, asthma, chronic obstructive pulmonary diseases, hypersensitivity pneumonitis, lung cancer. Lung cancer is becoming increasingly common in the younger non-smokers. Conventionally it was considered to be a cancer of the smokers, but now as we see in non-smokers, it is more common, probably because of the air pollution around us only. And this impact is also in pregnant ladies, especially when they're carrying a child in the womb. The child itself, even before being born, can be impacted with a slow development of the lungs, poor immune system, intrauterine growth retardation, and so many other complications. And as the child starts to grow, they start developing allergies, more frequent respiratory tract infections, and in fact, some pollutants can even result in mental retardation in the children. So the impact of air pollution is far and wide. If you see, there are studies which have actually shown that our lifespans have gone down by anything between 2 to 12 years. The average expected lifespans in people who are being exposed to this kind of an air pollution. So,
Dr. Nangia, you talked about kids, which brings me to Dr. Nihar Parikh there, and I want to understand this. Dr. Parikh, we've spoken, like I said, year after year about how many kids are actually coming in with faults, or how many of them are coming in with, their body parts not functioning properly, and everything in some form or the other related to environment, related to pollution. I want a very specific answer to how much level of pollution starts impacting you immediately. Because, while we are showing the Delhi numbers right now, Bombay is no better. Mumbai, Bangalore, any metro is not better. In fact, I would go ahead to say that even Tier 2 cities now, places like Kanpur and Lucknow are also getting worse because there seems to be no understanding of this problem in the first place. So at what level of AQI would you say, now it's dangerous, pack your bags and probably take a pollucation?
I mean, it's a round the year phenomena, especially, but during the winters, you will have to have a vacation for more than 3 to 6 months because this is not going to get better. It gets worse year after year, year after year. The minute there is smog in the air, above AQI going above 140, 150, it is directly proportional to the kids walking into our clinic. The number of nebulizers prescribed, the number of inhalers started, the number of antibiotics for an infective cough, secondary to an allergic cough, is just exponentially going. And we see it the next day. The minute we see the clear skies turning into gray skies, the minute we look out of our work windows and we can't see buildings down the road, we know next day is going to be loaded with it. And this doesn't get better. As the winter sets in, as the firecrackers are, they set ablaze, and those in the north you have the crops being burnt, is just going to get worse. I have not seen clear blue skies for winter, at least in the last 3 to 4 years. COVID was probably the last time we had brilliant AQI.
I was just going to point out.
After that, I don't think it's going to get better. So,
Dr. Balbir Singh.
100 plus.
Yeah, let me bring in Dr. Balbir Singh. Dr. Singh, there are still those who are not convinced. There are still those who are going to the Supreme Court to say, allow crackers, make it green. There are still those who are saying, "Ab to ye har saal hi hota hai." They've given up. They're saying we can't sanitize every place. How long will we keep our kids inside the houses, not send them to school? To those people, do you have an argument? Do you have a way to explain why we should care about pollution? Why should we be very, very worried?
So I'm a cardiologist, so I can tell you that we always think pollution affecting the lungs. What we forget is that the commonest cause of death due to pollution is heart, not the lung. And why does pollution cause death? Because sets up an inflammatory reaction by those small particles that come in into the lungs. They set up an inflammation. Body says, I'm struggling to fight against a small particle which is not mine. So it has a cascade. It attacks that with inflammation. That inflammation hits the vessels which supply blood to the heart. This leads to heart attacks. So this is something very silent, and people won't understand how pollution is causing a heart attack, because it is very simple to understand that it goes to the lung, so you need bronchospasm, so they think nebulizer is a solution. But what they don't understand is that it is reducing their lifespan. It is reducing mortality. And heart is a silent killer. It can cause a severe heart attack. And we know the London pollution, the first one happened, the heart attacks rose tremendously, and there were more deaths due to heart attacks than to lung problems. So we have to understand that this heart problem is a silent problem, and pollutants add to the fire. So it is like smoking. So if we say that please don't smoke, we also say that there'll be less pollution. So how do we compare? So people have to understand that it is not just cough, it is just not nebulizer which is going to help you. It is an increased risk of heart attacks and brain strokes both.
Got it. Got it. You know, I'm not surprised that you're saying it. We all know internally the story and how it is connected to air pollution. What really baffles me is that there are so many who are still not convinced. Which brings me to Dr. Viplesh Dhar now. Dr. Dhar, you know, year after year, as the air pollution problem is escalating, we are truly now understanding the extent to which it can go and the extent to which it can cause a problem as well. So you did a study very recently that linked air pollution to arthritis. Please take a moment to explain to our viewers how exactly is air pollution linked to arthritis?
Thank you for having me here at India Today. So at outset, I'll put few facts which are known to us about arthritis. It affects young population, mostly women, and in the best age group, that is between 20 to 40. So there is a genetic and a hormonal link known to us. There was already a study available to us which says that smoking increases arthritis. So Western population where ladies did have much more smoking, there was a higher incidence of rheumatoid arthritis. So what was in India which was not linked to smoking? So that was a study which highlighted the particulate matter of 2.5. PM 2.5 was the component which was linked to our study, which highlights that pollution aggravates your arthritis. So we know we have a gene and a hormonal stress factor which contributes to arthritis. But what was a catalyst or what was triggering it was the particulate matter in our society, in our population, in our country. Now, what happens when you take this study and go to the rural area? You will find a stark difference. People who were in and around the main arterial roads of our larger cities had the worst type of arthritis compared to the rural areas. So even if I have a gene and I'm in the same vulnerable population, but I'm away from pollution, I have a lesser amount of arthritis. Let us do the other way around. If I say that there is a power plant, say Dadri, so what is the incidence of arthritis in and around Dadri versus if I go to a hinterland where the same population is supposedly there, surviving there or living there. They actually have a lesser. So that exactly means that what we knew, how smoking affects us in terms of autoimmune disease, is similar how the pollution affects us, our immune system. It creates a havoc in our immune system, leading to increased incidence of arthritis. And that requires a course correction. And that requires awareness about pollution and link to arthritis.
All right, you've heard opening comments, viewers, from all the doctors, and all of them agree and tell you that it's a problem. All of them are saying the same thing, that we are not even understanding how not just bringing down your quality of life, it's actually leading to disasters in some place. So the question is really simple then. Dr. Nangia, then how are we to deal with this? What was your reaction to green crackers, for example, being allowed by the Supreme Court?
Okay, so green crackers have been shown to reduce the emission by about 25 to 30%. But we still need to remember that there is still some emission that is happening, especially firecrackers like Phuljhadi, Anar, Ladi, Samp, they all, and the Charkhi, they all emit almost 200 to 2000 times higher particulate matter that has ever been allowed by the WHO limits. So that is the limit, and then if it is a reduction by 25-30%, how much are we really going to benefit from it? And let's not forget that it is not just the higher concentration, but just an exposure to the air pollution for somebody who's vulnerable. And when I say vulnerable, it actually means that children less than 5 years of age, elderly more than 60 years of age, and those who have any kind of comorbidity like a heart disease, lung disease, kidney disease, any kind of immunocompromised state, they would all be prone to developing complications because of the air pollution, even if there's a 25-30% reduction. But yeah, again, you feel that, okay, something is better than nothing. At least we still have some degree of reduction in the air pollution levels with the use of green crackers. But not that they would be 100% and 100% not being effective on our lungs.
Yeah. Dr. Balbir Singh, I mean, all of you in this question, please take it up, whoever wants to as well. Dr. Balbir Singh, you have such high-profile patients. You have politicians and celebrities come to you. This is one problem which is an equalizer. It impacts everybody. The beggar on the road to the one who is driving an Audi or a Porsche, right? It impacts everyone. Why is it that we have failed to take it up as a campaign? Why is it that our politicians are just not realizing the issue just yet? They are going to the court to say, allow it, it's tradition.
So I would think that they have not understood the problem well enough. They think pollution causes some cough or some visibility problems, nothing beyond that. They have not understood that it can lead to serious impacts on the vascular system and decrease the longevity. Over a period of time, pollution every year is going to reduce the number of years that we live in. It is going to increase the number of heart attacks. Now, this has not been understood well by these politicians or these high people. And they feel pollution is just cough and a nebulizer may help or putting a mask may help, which it doesn't. And that is the major concern that this has not impacted. So problem like stub burning should have been tackled much well in time. It's not that they cannot be tackled. They should be tackled with a tough hand. Only then they will happen. As a doctor sitting here, I can just reiterate that the problems of pollution are many. I can just suggest to them that it is time that we all work together and get this problem or a solution to this problem, where there are many solutions which they are best at finding.
Well, talking about it, I think there has been some substantial work. There has been some work done in Punjab and Haryana on stubble burning. This year, anyways, because of the floods, we will not see perhaps so many farm fires happen as well. But what we are looking at is a baseline pollution in the metros, which seems to be up all year round, only to be getting to an unlivable condition during the winters. But Dr. Parekh, Dr. Balbir Singh mentioned a very interesting bit about wearing a mask, etc. When it comes to kids, you can't even do that. Kids below 3, correct me if I'm wrong, can't even wear a mask. So what are we to do? When I go to my pediatrician, he'll tell me, Delhi is no place to live, pack your bags, go to the hills. When I was dressing up for this show, my makeup person just told me कि मैम अगले हफ्ते से मैं नहीं रहूँगा, मुझे asthma है, मुझे डॉक्टर ने बोला है, city छोड़ के जाना है. That's the reality of our times.
Yeah, so the thing is, it's so true and it's so unfortunate that we see our children grow up like this. We see kids right from the day they're born right in front of us go through this entire rigmarole of getting coughs, nebulizer, irrespective of the father being an asthmatic, yes or no. Initially, genetics used to play a role. that if father and mother are asthmatic, chances of the child requiring nebulizers, frequent line inhalers later were higher, but that's not the case anymore. It's the air quality that determines their respiratory growth, frequent medications, nebulizers, like you rightly said, no masks under 2 and 3 years of age. So they just have to go. So the only thing you can do, and the take-home message for the parents is try and at least improve the air quality at home. I have a lot of parents who say, "Arey, what is the advantage?" even when they step out. But even at least some part of the day, 40 to 50% of the child's day is spent at home, maybe more, but definitely not less. So trying to improve the quality of air at home itself is a start. Getting a good air purifier, maybe getting rid of dust collectors, especially in the room they're sleeping in, like for example, rolling up the carpets, locking up the soft toys, getting rid of bird feeders in and around the house, which are known to contribute, sunning the mattress, getting dust mite resistant mattress covers, duvet covers. So these are things that you can do as a parent to at least try and help a little, as long as the child is inside the house.
But how long can you keep your kid inside the house? And it's not just the kids, your own health as well. Dr. Dhar is just smiling at that one as we continue to bring out pictures and the statistics of how Delhi's air goes immediately poor after Diwali. And as one of you also pointed out, except for COVID, when there was no vehicular pollution because everybody was home, working from home, our roads were actually freer, that was the only time we could breathe.
I have a few words and a comment. It is you who is most responsible to take up the cause, champion the cause, and spread the awareness. The citizens also require their voice, and the voice should be a collective voice. The politicians also form the part of the society. The high profile are also the part of the society. They can afford air filters, they can have air purifiers, they can have the best living conditions, not the poor persons. So let's have a resolve where we put up or highlight this point. It is not only health disaster. When we say that we live 5 or 10 years less than comparable with the same genetic makeup in other part of India, it shows a poor, a quality of life when we have to live in a very stressful condition, health-wise and environment-wise. So it is not a good place to be in metropolitan anymore. People have come from distant places to make a living, but they will slowly leave this place if they continue to have a poor quality. I don't want to see my son suffering because of a poor quality of air or pollution. So I may go back to my smaller towns from where we came. So this is something where the reverse brain drain sort of a thing will happen for the metropolitans. So resolve not only at the time of Deepavali, it should be around the year resolve about
absolutely.
Our pollution.
Yeah,
that's the only way.
You're right. You're right that citizens should take up the cause. You're right about everything else as well. But this is not a problem which can have a private solution. Dr. Balbir Singh, please correct me if I'm wrong. This is not a problem which can be solved by putting air purifiers or wearing a mask or staying in a sanitized area and saying that, okay, I am protected. I will live in a bubble and that is about it. This is a problem that needs a public solution. And we've been asking for it year after year. The point is, it's only this time of the year when it gets out of hand that we really get to question it. But frankly, if I were to look at AQI levels and I track it throughout the year, even around March, even about a month ago, it was still about 150, 200. The haze hasn't left us. It's just that we are so used to seeing absolutely bad that we've become okay with something which should not be there as well. Dr. Singh.
Yeah, so I fully agree with you. As a citizen, what do? I can't be putting the mask the whole day. I can't be sitting in my room with the air purifier the whole day. I have to go out. I have to go on the roads. These are no solutions. Solution has to come as a big campaign which has to involve the politicians and other people who can build a program to reduce the pollution rates. And there are many solutions. There's not one solution. There are many solutions. Many cities in the world around have done those solutions effectively. Many cities in China, Japan have done it effectively. And so can we. But we need to understand that it is just not cough which is the problem with pollution. Because if people think it's a small problem, it is not like COVID that we have to strike hard. then they are wrong. So that has to be understood by them that this is not a small problem. This is a big problem, and we have to tackle it with a strong hand.
You know, pollution is a slow killer. I think people don't understand that. It's not like you're going to have a stroke today because of pollution, but your stroke could be linked to pollution. I was interacting with a bunch of doctors who treat in cancer, and she said that I have 5 categories of high risk. Number 1 is genes, number 2 is air pollution. I was shocked. She said people who stay in most polluted areas all year round, not just this time of the year where you can possibly escape if you're privileged enough to do that, are showing higher risk of cancer as well. So this is a very serious problem. But Dr. Nangia, as you and I have been speaking for years now on this issue, we have put out billboards of lungs turning from pink to black. We have shown pictures on Instagram saying this is what your lungs look like. We have spoken about it at every forum possible, but yet we are here. So I ask you, do you think what is it that we are not doing? What is lacking that there is still no solution for pollution? What is it that we are still doing that nobody seems to be waking up, when I can tell you all our politicians are as impacted by it as anybody else, as that traffic cop on the street or the street vendor who's trying to earn his daily wage. Everybody it impacts equally.
See, I think the solution to this is much more complex than we actually think. One, of course, is the political will, and the other also is that something that we ourselves can do. What we completely forget at times is that there are certain measures that we can take, like avoid moving outside when it is not necessary, especially when the AQI levels are so high. I think time has come where we need to decide our outdoor activities based on the AQI levels. So when AQI is more than 400, then nobody should be actually moving out only for essential work and not more than that. When the AQI level is more than 300, then one should be avoiding any kind of strenuous physical activities like exercising outdoors, or all these the marathons and the games, sports activities. So all that should be avoided outdoors. And when AQI is more than 200, then for all those who are vulnerable, those who fall into the vulnerable category, as I mentioned earlier, they should be avoiding any kind of strenuous physical activity outdoors. So those are certain measures that we need to be taking. I think we need to be relying more on carpools now, because a lot of smoke and a lot of smog that is created is also because of the traffic congestion, vehicular congestion outside. So I think that is something that we need to be taking. Planting more green trees around us is very, very important. We should be making use of public transports, especially metros. In Delhi, you have such a good metro network. I think we should be using more of that. Avoid smoking ourselves. There are still people who are continuing to smoke, and they consider it a joke. That how does it matter that, if I'm smoking, because in any case, I'm exposed to the poor air quality outside. So that is something that we need to understand, that we're doubly harming ourselves. It's like a double whammy kind of a situation where already you're exposed to the air pollution. On top of that, you're smoking as well. In 2019, almost 1.6 or 1.7 million deaths in India alone were attributable to air pollution. Every year when the AQI levels increase, there's a definite increase in the number of patients getting admitted to the hospital with not just asthma, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease attacks, but also with acute heart attacks. So that is the situation that we're facing. And I think it's important that we realize ourselves, and not just the outdoor air pollution, but there's a lot one can do for the indoor air pollution also, because 80% of our time is spent indoors. If you actually see you're in the office, in the malls, in schools, hospitals, wherever you are, they're all indoor situations where the air quality is still in your control. But we tend to forget all that. Indoor air quality.
But let's talk about what we can do, because we can keep debating till the cows come home on what is a solution and keep waiting for the government to bring it in. But I want to open it up to all our doctors on this roundtable today. We'll start with you, Dr. Nangia. What is it that you do to ensure that you and your family are better off as compared to, when the pollution gets really bad? What is it that you are doing?
So, of course, we reduce our outdoor activity to as minimum as possible. We would probably combine 2 or 3 of us would go together in the car if we're going in the same direction, and try and avoid going in separate cars, even if it is a gap of say half an hour, 30 minutes, 45 minutes gap. you try and club together so that the vehicular load on the roads is also down. Wear a mask. N95 mask is something that can provide you protection to the PM 2.5 particle in less, but unfortunately, it doesn't provide you protection against the toxic gases. And another word that I want to give off to all the audience here is that people who are already suffering with their diseases like diabetes, hypertension, asthma, COPD, they must keep it under check with regular maintenance therapies. Whether the asthma patient, they should be on regular inhalers, nebulizers, or whatever they're taking, but they should be in touch with their doctors, keeping their illnesses under complete maintenance.
Right. Dr. Balbir Singh, since you are the only one here with the mask on you, let me ask you, what is it that you are doing to ensure that you and your family do the right thing this pollution season?
So what I can suggest is exercise at home, because exercise is an important part of life. So the very fact that you can't go out shouldn't stop you from exercising at home.
Yep.
Drink a lot of water. The water reduces inflammation. Treat your diabetes and cholesterol levels very well, because cholesterol adds fire to this inflammation. So a high cholesterol is the worst enemy with this. And smoking and alcohol both have to be avoided at all costs. So simple things. And if you see somebody burning leaves on the road or in your colony, take strict actions to show that.
Right. Right. Well, in Diwali season, you're asking people to keep control, you're asking people to not eat and indulge, and you're asking people to ensure that they exercise at home. I don't know how much of that is actually going to go down. Dr. Dhar is with us. Dr. Dhar, your recommendation, and what is it that you do personally?
I have a very simple solution for everyone. Let us talk about pollution for around 365 days in this country. We cannot have a solution just for a purpose. Why do we allow the AQI to go bad? There are enough and more cars in, say, anywhere in America per head. So one person has 1 or 2 cars, but their quality is never so poor. So why have we allowed this to happen? Why our roads are not paved the way it should be paved? So it's just not vehicular pollution. We have allowed ourselves to degenerate to a level where we have to, call a meeting, for a few days to, sensitize people about pollution. Pollution is a 365-day issue rather than a few weeks or few months. We are going to have a very terrible winters, we all know. But we did not make any changes in our day-to-day lifestyle. We have never asked our government and governance to deliver what is deliverable. It is not asking, we are asking basic things. And how, as an educated person in society, we have not put our point across. So meek in out. This is our genuine, it affects each one of us. And it does affect in the worst possible manner. It increases the cost of living. If I get an MI, 5 lakh rupees is lost. So it is cost burden. So as an economist, if I think just not like a doctor, I would see it's a huge loss to this country. And the effects are very simple and are all doable, which we do not want to do. And we just want to shun off by not asking what is doable from the government, from the governance as well.
No, I think since I asked all of you, let me tell you what is my sort of pollution toolkit in a way. My first thing is to get the air purifiers up the minute we hit September. Air purifiers up in my kids' room, in my house, in my bedroom, and especially at night, because that's when your breathing thing is up. To ensure that you're wearing your N95 mask. The takeaway that I'm taking from Dr. Singh is that also hydrate, ensure that you're having enough water. But since I have all of you, a lot of, on Instagram, since everybody's a doctor, it seems, I want to understand, do these drinks that trend sometimes, that this will bring down pollution in your lungs and this will cleanse your lungs, it will clean away your lungs, does that work, Dr. Nangia? Is there a magical way in which the lungs can be cleansed out of air pollution? Do any of these drinks work?
Truly, if you ask me, in one word, none. None of the drinks, none of the methods, whether it's inhaling pure oxygen or whether it's some kind of a salt therapy that came up a few years back, none of these therapies can actually work in improving your lung functions other than good exercise, whether it's yoga, pranayam, deep breathing exercises, using what is called incentive spirometry, You could do that. Certain kind of yoga exercises like Alom Vilom, Kapal Bharti, they all improve lung functions. Yet they won't protect you from the harms of air pollution. They would only improve your lung capacity and your breathing pattern. Yes.
Got it. And Dr. Singh, then, if I can ask you, this is also the season where a lot of people are eating a lot of dry fruits. Our calorie intake is generally higher. We don't want to dampen everybody's spirit and say that don't have anything. This is the worst time. Stay indoors. Don't meet people. Don't eat food. Don't follow any traditions. We are just saying no to everyone. Is there a way in which we can tell them to indulge in the right form?
Right. So the food doesn't mean that one has to eat unhealthy food to say that this is the taste developed can be for good quality food, which can provide the same kind of structure, same kind of happiness. So, but indulging in smoking at this time, whether it is Diwali or no Diwali, should never be the aim. One should forget that and never aim at smoking or drinking. WHO has made drinking as zero to prevent the cancer, and we should stick to these norms, whether it is Diwali or not. There are many methods to celebrate Diwali, not by just smoking and drinking.
All right, so there you go. You have heard it from the doctors, not from Instagram fake profiles or anonymous AI videos. You've heard it from country's best doctors today on this round table on what pollution is doing to your lungs, to your heart, to your knees. It's basically not just choking your throat and your nose or your lungs even, it's choking away your entire lifespan. And that's what you need to look at. That is why it is important to find a solution for pollution. We don't have it yet, but we only hope that the tips that we've shared will help you at least take care and ensure there are no emergencies that emerge just yet. And of course, the big takeaway here is the fact that we need to be tracking this problem all year round. But if those doctors weren't enough to convince you why you should care about pollution, our next guest just might. Let me bring on Adit Kumar. He's a 12th grade student. The project that he's working on is called Exposing Flaws in Delhi's AQI Monitoring. And he's done several RTI appeals for this as well. Adit, before I go into your RTI appeals and understand what is it that you found, first tell me what got you so passionate about air pollution to chase it down. You're still in school.
Yes, I am. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes. All right. So just like the doctors earlier had said, air quality is a really important issue that we all face in our daily lives here in Delhi. And one of these key things that actually got me interested in this matter, specifically by AQI monitoring, was the fact that I looked at the AQI app on my phone and I realized that the closest AQI monitoring station was saying that the air quality was around 150, 180, a pretty normal amount in the peak winter season in Delhi. However, when I looked just a few kilometers away, the next AQI sensor was abnormally high. So particularly, this sensor was located in Gwalpadi, which when I tried to track on a map, was turning out to be a forested area in a very sparsely populated area, which was nothing in comparison to the city or the part of Gurgaon that I live in. And I started noticing these trends further. And that's what actually got me interested into monitoring or mapping the monitoring systems which are in place right now.
Oh, that's interesting. Actually, that's been a question on all our minds as well. So what did you find? You filed a couple of RTIs. What does it tell you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so before I started filing the RTIs, actually, my first step was trying to understand how I could figure out on my own these trends. So there are approximately 70 plus CAAQMS sensors, which is the current ambient air quality monitoring systems, which are administered by the CPCB and the state pollution control boards in the respective regions. And these 77 of them, or 77 plus, are located across the region. However, like the location specifically can alter the way that they monitor the AQI. Like certain AQI sensors have a predominantly lesser AQI reading compared to others. And this is because of the natural obstructions which are around them, maybe forested regions, proximity to trees.
Bad
and
placement,
a multitude.
basically.
Exactly, bad placement. And this skews the data that is available to us to make informed decisions.
Oh, you're
This is
saying not
what-
just bad
yeah.
placement, it's actually strategic placement to keep
Possibly.
AQI figures down. Ah, I see.
Possibly.
Go ahead.
It could be. So this is what got me started onto filing these RTI applications. They were started off with a more generalistic outlook, stuff like how much is the funding in the CAQMS program, which is quite a lot actually, close to 3 crores last I checked for a financial year, and more nitty-gritties into like how each location is actually picked. I came across a guideline by the CPCB themselves a few years earlier, which stated that they could not be placed near trees, near direct obstructions over three boundaries.
But they were.
But they were, exactly. So there was another news report that I read, which also reconfirmed this, as well as the Comptroller Auditor General's report from 2024. However, when I asked the CPCB for a response, they said that it had not been approved, like the report had not been approved by the PAG yet, and hence action had not been taken, despite it being over almost a year since it has been published. So I'm still pursuing it, and yeah.
Adit, when you look at such absolute apathy, in certain cases, flouting of norms, in certain ways, sort of wiggling through technicalities, your generation, I believe, is the one that cares about environment. Your generation, I truly believe, is the one who takes pride in saying, let's not burst crackers. Even when the elders might be saying whatever, you guys go on, because the entire Breathe Easy campaign or Right to Breathe was started by kids in the country. You guys petitioned to the Supreme Court first to say that we need a GRAP system, and there's so much that has happened, to be honest, in the past couple of years. Just not enough, but it has happened.
Right.
What message do you want to give out to the governments who are perhaps still sleeping on the matter?
I believe that, honestly speaking, this issue is not something that can be avoided directly. It has a day-to-day impact on all of our lives. And it's not just during the winter season, as the Dr. Table said, it's 365 days. And at the trend that we're going on right now, it does not look like a very sustainable outlook for the future. And hence, I do believe action must be taken. It's not in regards only to the monitoring system to get better data, but also the actions to actually reduce it. The GRAP systems, for example, were an excellent take by the government, I would say, in my opinion, to try to limit the exposure. However, it being just in certain time durations when AQI is already high kind of limits it. It's a bit more of a reactionary step than something preventative. And I do believe more preventative measures should be taken place.
All right, Adit, very good to hear from you. Always a delight to see that perhaps, if not the current generation, then clearly the future, hopefully. Is this something that you would vote on very quickly? Once you become 18, would that be a driver?
I do believe so, yeah. I feel like the environmental policies of a government is also an important part that they must take attention or pay attention to. And I feel this can affect the voting decisions in the future.
All right, there you go. You've heard it from Gen Z there, really. They are the future. They are the ones controlling. They are making governments, breaking governments. And here they are asking, in this case, exposing the flaws of Delhi's AQI monitoring system. So thank you, Adit, for all that you've done. We really hope that the experts are able to see this broadcast and do something about this broken system of even monitoring. If you're not even monitoring it right, what are we going to do in tackling this solution altogether? Thank you so much, Adit, and happy, safe Diwali to you.
You are watching India Today.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
अरे बेटा ड्यूलक्स है और उसकी वारंटी तो और भी शानदार। पेंट से भी शानदार वारंटी से शानदार पेंट से शानदार वारंटी से शानदार पेंट वारंटी।
ड्यूलक्स, डिसाइड करना मुश्किल हो जाएगा कि पेंट ज्यादा शानदार है या उसकी वारंटी।
Bliss weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindwear. Hindwear, designed for bliss.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Fusion, the undisputed, most loved phone. Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Amit Shah attacks RJD, says our fight is against Lalu's jungle Raj. 25 ministers inducted in Bhupendra cabinet. Harsh Sanghvi becomes deputy CM, setback for Naxal movement. 210 Naxals surrender in Chhattisgarh.
India Today, Making Sense of India, now available for speed delivery on Amazon and Blinkit.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Now this Diwali, the city of Ayodhya is not just lighting up lamps, it's lighting up faith. The holy city of Lord Ram is glowing with 26 lakh diyas, 22 grand taboos and close to 2100 priests, all of them performing the Saryu Aarti. Now from digital Ramayan displays to stunning rangolis on the ghats, Ayodhya's Deepotsav 2025 is where devotion is meeting design. India Today, Samarth Srivastav is getting you this report.
This Diwali, Ayodhya will be lighting up the night sky not just with diyas but with devotion too. The temple town of Lord Ram is all set to once again script history as preparations peak for Deepotsav 2025.
और आप देखते होंगे अब अयोध्या का दीपोत्सव का कार्यक्रम एक आयोजन बन गया है। लाखों की संख्या में दीप जलते हैं। उस समय लोग मुझसे पूछते थे इससे क्या होगा, ये दीप से क्या हो जाएगा। हमने कहा ये दीप सनातन धर्म का संकल्प है।
From 3D holographic shows to a mass aarti by 2100 priests, Ayodhya is eyeing 2 Guinness World Records, one for the diyas and the other one for the largest ever Saryu Aarti.
अयोध्या का दीपोत्सव अब इसकी एक अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर पहचान बन चुकी है। अयोध्या के दीपोत्सव के प्रति पूरी दुनिया में उत्सुकता रहती है। अयोध्या में फिर दिए जलेंगे, विश्व रिकॉर्ड संख्या में जलेंगे, लोग सरयू आरती बहुत उत्साह के साथ करेंगे। और इन सब के साथ अयोध्या वह धरती है जहाँ पर असत्य पे सत्य की विजय की मान्यता पूरी दुनिया में जाती है। अयोध्या वह धरती है जहाँ पर न्याय पर न्याय की विजय की मान्यता पूरी दुनिया में जानती है।
Over 26 lakh diyas will light up 56 ghats, each lamp placed with devotion and precision. From Ram Ki Pedi's 16 lakh lamps to Lakshman Kila and Bhajan Sandhya Ghat, every flicker will tell a story of faith.
पूर्व वर्षों की भांति इस वर्ष भी महादीपोत्सव और महाआरती का कार्यक्रम यहाँ संपन्न होना है, जिसके लिए आज हम लोग 2100 से अधिक लोगों को यहाँ पर महाआरती के लिए बुलाए हुए हैं और वो महाआरती की आज प्रैक्टिस करेंगे। उसके बाद फिर गिनीज बुक रिकॉर्ड दर्ज किया जाएगा।
33,000 volunteers working round the clock shows the spirit of Ayodhya is glowing brighter than ever.
कितनी खूबसूरती से आपने इस दिए को सजाया है, कितना उत्साहित है इस दीपदान के लिए?
अच्छा, दीपदान के लिए अच्छा है, उत्साहित तो रहना भी चाहिए ना हम लोगों को।
अच्छा लग रहा है?
हाँ, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है।
और वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड आप लोग भी बनाएंगे?
हाँ, बना लेंगे।
बच्चों को बताया वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड बनाने जा रहे हैं?
बच्चे भी आए हैं।
अच्छा, बच्चे पूरा परिवार आया है?
जी।
बच्चे दिए जला रहे हैं?
हाँ, जला रहे हैं।
तो कितना आप लोगों को सिखाया गया, क्या क्या करना है इसमें आप लोगों को?
बस यही करना है, जैसे करेंगे लोग हम भी करेंगे वैसे।
The diyas have been placed out here at the Ram Ki Pedi. A total of 28 lakh diyas will be placed right over there to ensure a 26 lakh world record in the Guinness book. And that's why the students out here, the volunteers of our university have gathered here in the large numbers. And if you see these particular diyas, they have been given one specific or different design.
At Ayodhya's ghats, devotion meets design. Lakhs of diyas crafted by women's self-help groups and potter families now glow alongside stunning rangolis. Volunteers are creating permanent patterns on the Saryu's banks, ensuring that colors and light together illuminate Lord Ram's holy city.
हम चौक पूर्णा तब करते हैं जब हम ईश्वर को आमंत्रित करते हैं। तो चूंकि भगवान श्री राम आ रहे हैं दीपोत्सव पे, हम लोग भव्य दिव्य से उनका स्वागत कर रहे हैं, तो इस उपलक्ष्य में हम लोगों ने यहाँ की लोक कला को उतारना ज्यादा।
लोक कला का हिस्सा ही किस तरीके का डिजाइन?
ये स्वास्तिक है, स्वास्तिक
बनाया गया
जी। स्वास्तिक को ही हम लोगों ने एक नए, चूंकि फाइन आर्ट्स के स्टूडेंट हैं तो कुछ नए तरीके से उतारना।
पेंट का सहारा आप लोग ले रहे हैं इस तरह से?
जी सर, क्योंकि ये अच्छा लगता है और क्रिएटिव भी है।
पहला साल आपका कॉलेज का?
सेकेंड ईयर।
पिछली बार दीपोत्सव में थी?
जी सर।
कितना बदलाव है इस बार पिछले बार?
काफी ज्यादा बदला।
जैसे क्या क्या?
अगली बार हम लोग ये व्हाइट कलर थोड़ा उस तरह नहीं मारे थे,
काउंटर वाले से किया था।
हाँ, और इस बार सही से कर रहे हैं।
सही से कर रहे हैं। उत्साहित हैं दीपोत्सव को लेकर?
मजा आ रहा है।
Not just diyas but also rangoli is being made by the volunteers of the college. As you see, the Uttar Pradesh lok kala is being showed out here. The swastik in the middle, a swastik another right over here, a kalash out here, and a diya placed right over here. They have been using such regular paints out here despite the regular rangoli powders of Holi and Diwali.
The Deepotsav will dazzle with 22 grand tableaus, 15 showcasing Uttar Pradesh's progress and 7 inspired by the Ramayan's epic chapters.
The preparations for Deepotsav is in full swing. In Ayodhya, we are reporting from Saket College, where the preparations for the 22 tableaus have started. As you see in the visuals, the Shanan, the Ravan, the 10-headed Ravan is in the preparatory mode, while other tableaus also in full swing with preparations happening, be it the Ayodhya Kand, be it the Bal Kand, every tableau having significance out here.
And this year, the Deepotsav gets digital. 30 18-foot digital pillars will beam scenes from the Ramayan along Dharmpath, while a 32-foot Pushpak Viman steals the show at Ram Ki Pedi, recreating Lord Ram's homecoming in Treta Yug style.
This is the Dharmapath, Dharm Kshetra of Ramchandra was Ayodhya, and that's why this Dharmapath makes more significance in the temple town. You see the beautification of this particular city, the architecture of this area, and the entire Ramayana sculptures out here with these LED lights just making things wonderful in the temple town ahead of Deepotsav.
Ayodhya's Deepotsav is no longer a local celebration. It's a global statement. With Samar Srivastav in Ayodhya, Bureau Report, India Today.
On that note, it's a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. For more news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can even download the app. This is me, Aishwarya Paliwal, signing off.
You are watching India Today.
Bliss weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Three union ministers, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, Piyush Goyal and Ashwini Vaishnav, they are addressing the media. Let's listen.
लाख करोड़ रुपए की राहत देना मैं समझता हूं हम सबकी कल्पना के भी बाहर था और इसका जो मल्टीप्लायर इफेक्ट निवेश में, व्यापार में, उद्योग में जो भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था को उछाल मिला है, इसके कारण कंज्यूमर स्पेंडिंग और ऑलरेडी इन्वेस्टमेंट्स इन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो आधारभूत सुविधाओं में निवेश हो रहा है वो तो हम सब ने उसका लाभ महसूस किया ही है गत वर्षों में। लेकिन आधारभूत सुविधाएं और हर एक रोजमर्रा की वस्तु को सस्ता करना, जब दोनों पायदान पे अर्थव्यवस्था आगे बढ़ती है तो उसका जो मल्टीप्लायर इम्पैक्ट का लाभ देश को मिलता है व्यवस्थित रूप से, इसके कारण अर्थव्यवस्था विश्व की सबसे तेज गति से बढ़ने वाली अर्थव्यवस्था बनी है। स्वाभाविक है, तेज गति से अंतर्राष्ट्रीय तकलीफों के बावजूद एक बड़ा वोलेटाइल, बड़ा अनसर्टन, बहुत ही उथल पुथल वाला अंतर्राष्ट्रीय माहौल में भारत इतनी तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है कि आईएमएफ तक को अपना फोरकास्ट अपवर्ड रिवाइज करना पड़ा 6.6% इस वर्ष की वृद्धि का। पहला तिमाही में, फर्स्ट क्वार्टर में हमने 7.8% का ऐतिहासिक वृद्धि इस वर्ष देखी। और जिस प्रकार से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में गत 11 वर्षों में लगातार देश की अर्थव्यवस्था को मजबूत बनाना, एक बड़े मजबूत पायदान पे खड़ा करना, हर प्रकार से ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस, व्यापार और उद्योग जगत को सहूलियतें देके उनको आगे बढ़ाना, निवेश तेजी से बड़े भारत में उसके लिए चिंता करना और निवेश को प्रोत्साहन देना, और हर सामान्य मानवी के जीवन में ईज ऑफ लिविंग के अमूलचूल परिवर्तन के कदम उठाकर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने देश में एक ऐसा वातावरण खड़ा किया है कि युवा युवती हो, देश के गरीब हो, निम्न मध्यम वर्गीय हो, हर वर्ग एक उज्जवल भविष्य, विकसित भारत 2047 तक बनाने के संकल्प के साथ आज तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है। आपने देखा, महंगाई पे भी काबू लाना वित्त मंत्रालय और रिजर्व बैंक, मॉनेटरी फिस्कल पॉलिसी दोनों मिलकर भारत में महंगाई की चोट ना पहुंचे उसके लिए लगातार कदम उठाते हैं। 8 वर्षों में सबसे कम महंगाई 1.5% पिछले महीने देखी गई। हम सब ने देखा कि 17-18 वर्षों के बाद S&P ने भारत की रेटिंग रिवाइज करी और स्टेबल आउटलुक रखते हुए भारत को एक नॉच ऊपर किया। इसी प्रकार से जो साधारण मार्केट में देखने को मिला, अब एक छोटा उदाहरण लें तो गाड़ियों की सेल, सुजुकी ने बताया, मारुति सुजुकी 1,65,000 गाड़ियां मात्र 8 दिन में बिकी हैं, पहले 8 नवरात्रि के 8 दिनों। महिंद्रा की सेल 60% बढ़ी नवरात्रि के दिनों में। टाटा ने भी लगभग 50,000 से अधिक गाड़ियां मात्र नवरात्रि के दिनों में बेची। इलेक्ट्रॉनिक क्षेत्र में तो रिकॉर्ड ब्रेक हो गया। माननीय अश्विनी जी इसके बारे में विशेषता ज्यादा बताएंगे। जो स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी और निर्मला जी ने परिवर्तन किया, चाहे वो हेल्थ और लाइफ इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी पे सीधा 18% से शून्य करना, लाइफ सेविंग ड्रग्स को सस्ता करना, अलग अलग प्रकार से, चाहे वो वस्त्र का क्षेत्र हो, टेक्सटाइल्स, फुटवेयर का क्षेत्र हो, रोजमर्रा की हर एक चीज, कॉस्मेटिक्स, ब्यूटी, घड़ियां, पेन, पेपर, ऐसी कोई चीज नहीं रखी जिससे एक देश में उत्साह और उमंग बढ़े, लोगों को खरीदने में और ताकत मिले। और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है ये जो नवरात्रि से लेके नया देश में वातावरण पैदा हुआ है, ये हर घर पहुंचा है। हर घर, हर व्यक्ति में आज स्वदेशी की भावना और तीव्र हुई है। जिस प्रकार से प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 11 वर्षों में पहला जन धन का कार्यक्रम जो 2014 में शुरू किया था, वहां से शुरू करते करते चाहे स्वच्छ भारत हो, डिजिटल इंडिया मिशन हो, स्टार्टअप स्टैंड अप इंडिया हो, मुद्रा योजना हो, स्वदेशी स्वनिधि योजना हो, भारत में हर घर तक शौचालय पहुंचे, हर घर तक पानी पहुंचे, बिजली पहुंचे। ये जो एक पूरे देश में समुचित विकास, समावेशी विकास प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में 11 वर्षों में देखने को मिला है, ये भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था की एक रीढ़ की हड्डी बनकर आगे भारत को नई ऊंचाइयों तक पहुंचाएगा। इस विश्वास के साथ हम सब मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में काम कर रहे हैं और मुझे विश्वास है कि आप सबके माध्यम से ये संदेश देश में पहुंचेगा कि आज भारत एक नए आत्मविश्वास के साथ, स्वदेशी भावना के साथ, नए उत्साह के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है और आपके माध्यम से देशवासियों का भी उत्साहवर्धन होगा। ये विश्वास के साथ हम आप सबको पुनः एक बार दीपावली की और सभी त्योहारों की बहुत बहुत बधाई और शुभकामनाएं 140 करोड़ देशवासियों तक आपके माध्यम से पहुंचाना चाहते हैं। धन्यवाद।
आप सबको धनतेरस की बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। मैं ब्रीफ 5 पॉइंट्स रखूंगा आपके सामने। सबसे पहला, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स की सेल्स। इस नवरात्रि में इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स की रिकॉर्ड सेल्स हुई है। जितनी भी रिटेल चेन्स हैं उन सबसे जो डेटा आया है उस डेटा के हिसाब से करीब पिछले नवरात्रि के कंपैरिजन में 20 से 25% अधिक सेल्स हुई है। 20 से 25% अधिक सेल्स हुई है। बहुत सारी ऐसी कैटेगरीज है, जैसे 85 इंच टीवी है, उसका तो कंप्लीट स्टॉक आउट हो गया, कंप्लीट स्टॉक सेल हो गया। बहुत सारे परिवारों ने अपने पुराने टीवी को अपग्रेड किया नए टेलीविजन्स में। बहुत सारे परिवारों ने और बहुत सारे यंग नौजवानों ने अपने पुराने स्मार्टफोन को अपग्रेड किया नए स्मार्टफोन से। तो चाहे टेलीविजन्स हो, चाहे वॉशिंग मशीन्स हो, चाहे एयर कंडीशनर्स हो, चाहे मोबाइल फोन्स हो, सेट टॉप बॉक्सेस हो, इन सब की इस धनतेरस इस नवरात्रि में एक रिकॉर्ड सेल्स हुई है। 20 से 25% अधिक सेल्स हुई है। सेकेंड पॉइंट मैं रखूंगा, जीएसटी में जो रिफॉर्म्स हुए उन रिफॉर्म्स के कारण फूड इन्फ्लेशन, जो एक बड़ा मिडिल क्लास परिवारों के लिए इम्पोर्टेंट मैटर रहता था, 4 महीने हो गए लगातार फूड का डिफ्लेशन चल रहा है। फूड प्राइसेस कम हो रहे हैं बिकॉज ऑफ दी रिफॉर्म्स इन जीएसटी। करीब -2% कम हो रहे हैं फूड के प्राइसेस। थर्ड पॉइंट रखना चाहूंगा, इस जो डिमांड बढ़ रही है इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स के गुड्स की, उसका सीधा इम्पैक्ट पड़ रहा है इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पे। इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इज नाउ ग्रोइंग एट अ double-digit CAGR. Very rapidly it is expanding, and today electronics manufacturing is giving employment to about 25 lakh persons directly. 25 lakh persons को directly रोजगार इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में मिल रहा है। और इस साल यूएस, जो कि बहुत बड़ा एक कंज्यूमर मार्केट है, यूएस को जो स्मार्टफोन्स जाते थे उसमें इंडिया हैज सरपास्ड आवर नेबर इन सप्लाइंग इन एक्सपोर्टिंग स्मार्टफोन्स टू यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स। ये बहुत बड़ा एक अचीवमेंट है अपने कंट्री के लिए। कंपनीज लाइक सम ऑफ द बिगेस्ट कंपनीज, उनका करीब 20% ऑफ द मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इज नाउ हैपनिंग इन इंडिया। तो एक अच्छा सिग्निफिकेंट पॉजिटिव रीइंफोर्समेंट, डिमांड बढ़ती है उससे प्रोडक्शन इन्वेस्टमेंट बढ़ता है, डिमांड बढ़ती है, फिर एक ये पॉजिटिव रीइंफोर्समेंट है। फोर्थ, जो कि स्लाइटली जीएसटी से डिफरेंट है लेकिन बहुत अच्छी खुशखबरी है, इसलिए आपको देना चाहूंगा। सेकेंड सेमीकंडक्टर प्लांट हैज स्टार्टेड प्रोडक्शन लास्ट वीक। फर्स्ट वॉज सीजी सेमाई एंड सेकेंड इज केन्स विच हैज स्टार्टेड प्रोडक्शन। फिफ्थ लास्ट पॉइंट में रखना चाहूंगा, जब जीएसटी का बहुत बड़ा ये रिफॉर्म माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने और माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी ने किया था, इस रिफॉर्म के टाइम में कई एस्टिमेट्स आए थे कि कंजम्पशन किस तरह से बढ़ेगा देश में, डिमांड किस तरह से बढ़ेगी। अपनी लास्ट ईयर का जीडीपी का अगर नंबर हम देखें तो 335 लाख करोड़ की जीडीपी है, उसमें से 202 लाख करोड़ हमारा कंजम्पशन है और 98 लाख करोड़ का इन्वेस्टमेंट है। नेचुरल वे में कंजम्पशन हर साल बढ़ता है एज इनकम ग्रोज, एज कंट्री ग्रोज, लेकिन बिकॉज ऑफ द जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स कंजम्पशन विल बी सिग्निफिकेंटली इंक्रीजिंग एंड क्वाइट लाइकली it's very likely that the consumption will increase more than 10% this year, which means करीब 20 लाख करोड़ रुपए का एक्स्ट्रा कंजम्पशन होने की पूरी संभावना है कंपेयर टू द लास्ट ईयर. इसमें जीएसटी का भी कंट्रीब्यूशन है, नेचुरल ग्रोथ का भी कंट्रीब्यूशन है. इन्वेस्टमेंट जो 98 लाख करोड़ लास्ट ईयर था, that also is likely to increase significantly. Definitely private investment is coming up in a big way because of the growth in demand. So these are the 5 brief points I had to share with you, friends. Once again, very happy Dhanteras. I'll request Honorable Finance Minister.
There are one or two things which I specifically want the media's attention to be drawn. Since 22nd September, we have been getting in the Finance Ministry, Department of Revenue, getting information from the zonal levels on all items, but we've been closely monitoring 54 such items where we wanted to be sure that the prices are reduced, meaning the tax benefit is reaching the end consumer. 54 items. I'm not going to read each one of them out. And even as we say 54 items, you know, from 12 to 5, the rate reduction has happened. And from 28 to 18, rate reduction has happened on largely most of the goods. But in some cases, 1 or 2 went this way or that way. But 54 such daily use items we've been closely monitoring. Not in one has the tax not been, the benefit has not been passed. Not even in one item, the input that we've received from all the zones has the tax benefit not been passed to the consumer. There are, of course, 1 or 2 items like high-end cement, the Portland variety, on which there is an expected rate of passing on should happen, but it is less than that rate. It is that Portland variety of cement, which is called the Portland Pozzolana cement. It's called PPC. It is probably that one category which is far lesser than what should have been expected to be passed on. Now, when I say expected, in some few items where the input tax is more than the output, now that we've reduced the output, there will be some adjustment that the product will do before it reaches the consumer. So where it is expected to have 10 percentage points going as a benefit, it might end up having 8.25% being passed on actually because of the disparity which still continues to be in a very few set of items between the output tax and the input tax. So that expected rate is closer to what it should actually be passed on, but there will be 1 or 2 percentage differences. So except for that Portland variety of cement of 1 or 2 brands, all cement companies have reduced. So are milk and milk related items. So on these 54 particular items in which we have been getting inputs from the zonal areas, from the various zones of a field formation, we are convinced that on every such item, the benefits are being passed on to the consumer. In fact, I have the item-wise, what is the tax reduction, how much has gone to the consumer, by zone, which I have compiled for our benefit's sake, for all items, overall for all the zones. So we are convinced that the rate reduction is actually reaching the common people. And that is why I think a lot of people who belong to the sectors are commenting openly. And there is a compilation. You had Minister Ashwini Vaishnav talking about how some FDIs, how some investors have made remarks which are speaking about what is happening in these sectors. Particularly the automobile sector has been very vocal about transferring the rate cut and about how that has improved their sales. So actually I can go on reciting as to how many items have been dispatched. Just 1 or 2 instances. 3-wheeler dispatches grew by 5.5% year on year to 84,077 units which is up from 79,683 units the previous year. Two-wheeler sales increased 21.60 lakh units. Hero Motors apparently saw the highest ever sales, monthly sales. And so is the passenger vehicle dispatch, which is 3.72 lakhs in September alone. Mind you, we are talking about only between September 22nd and 30th of September, although some of them had started giving it earlier onwards, but 3.72 lakh units have been dispatched in September. And overall, therefore, just in those 9 days, there's been a flurry of buying and selling, so every sector has come out. Similarly, tractors, after the cuts to 1.46 lakh units have been dispatched in September 2025. Month on month, it's about 64,332 units. Sales more than doubled in September for tractors. So you can item by item take about how the rate reduction has actually resulted in consumers increasing their purchase. Dealers in consumer durables have reported a doubling of sales in ACs on the very first day, which is 22nd September. So manufacturers indicated that pre-bookings had begun before the actual rollout itself, and inquiries surged. A major TV manufacturer reported 30 to 35% increase in TV sales on day one of GST 2.0, particularly with 43-inch and 55-inch models showing the highest jump. Electronics retail chain Vijay Sales, that company, saw more than 20% sale in their growth in that 1 month, which is effectively only 8 days. LG Electronics India also noted exponential growth in sales during the Navaratri season. So with the fast-moving consumer goods, particularly when food, personal care items, oils, and nutrition items have all gone up. There's just one data, there are few that I can quote from that 55 zones from where we are collecting data. Very interesting. While 5% reduction happened, there are items which have actually benefited by receiving more than what has been given in the tax benefit. From 18, shampoo came down to 5. Actual decrease in shampoos, for instance, in the price based on average price reported by the various CGST zones is 12.36%. I'm taking that one example to show the intended benefit was 18 down to 5, which means about 11.02%. If they have given whatever was expected to give. But it has actually touched 12.36%. That's a shampoo example. Similar example I will give you of talcum powders, where it has touched 11.77. Face powders, 12.22. There was one other very interesting item which I thought I should share because it has clinical diapers. Clinical diapers were reduced from 12 to 5%. And actually what people have found as decrease while buying it is 10.38%. We were expecting to have only about 6.25 worked out average, weighted average, but people have received in clinical diapers 10.38%. So is the change in many other items like table, kitchen and other household articles of iron, steel and copper, even household utensils. The expected weighted average, it was brought down from 12 to 5. Expected weighted average reduction, if passed on to the consumer, would have been absolutely justified, was 6.25. Now, actually what has been passed on is 10.24%. And that item is what? Table, kitchen and other household articles of iron, steel and copper, utensils also. All these, where you could have just passed on 6.25%, they have actually passed on 10.24%. So more than expected reduction in tax has happened, and at the consumer's hand, he is ending up paying what has been expected and some more too. So on those 54 items, another very interesting set of items I'd like to draw your attention. Toys like tricycles, scooters, pedals, cars, etc., including parts and accessories thereof, were reduced from 12 to 5. If they had passed on 6.25 as a weighted average itself, they would have done the justice. But 8.93% is what has actually been passed on all these items. Similar is the passing on of solar cookers, where 12 to 5 was the reduction, 6.25 would have been justified, but they have passed on 6.96. Another item which is very substantial, 12 to 5 was the reduction, but if they had given 6.25 would have been justified. They have actually passed on 9.19% of benefit to the consumer. And what is this one particular item? Umbrellas, sun umbrellas, including walking stick umbrellas, garden umbrellas, and similar such umbrellas. So item by item, I'm here to tell you that that which is weighted average of the reduction which should have gone to the consumer is going, and more is also being passed on. So there is a remarkable impact of this set of new GST rate reductions that have happened, and every item that I've monitored which is of relevance for day-to-day life of common citizens, 54, and we still continue to monitor them, the benefit has been passed on to the consumers. Thank you.
थैंक यू मैम। अब हम आप लोगों से प्रश्न लेंगे, लेकिन उसके पहले आपसे एक अनुरोध है कि आप अपना एक प्रश्न पूछें जिससे ज्यादा से ज्यादा साथियों को मौका मिले। दूसरा, आप अपना नाम और अपने संस्थान का परिचय अवश्य दें। और मैं, जैसा कि प्रोटोकॉल है, फर्स्ट रो से शुरू करूंगा। फर्स्ट रो में कोई प्रश्न नहीं है, सेकेंड रो में 22 नंबर।
मैम दिस साइड ब्रह्म प्रकाश दुबे, जी न्यूज से। मेरा सवाल है मैम, जो आपने 54 आइटम्स की बात की जो निगरानी भी कर रही हैं, इसमें क्या डेयरी आइटम्स भी हैं? क्योंकि कई डेयरी आइटम्स हैं जिसपे देखा गया है कि रेट, चूंकि मैं खरीदने भी जाता हूं रेगुलरली, तो उसमें रेट कम नहीं हुए हैं। बटर की बात कर लीजिए, ब्रेड की बात कर लीजिए, या जैसे मिल्क तो उसमें नहीं था जीएसटी में, लिहाजा मिल्क की दरें कम नहीं हुई। तो बाकी जो डेयरी आइटम्स हैं उस पर भी क्या आपकी निगरानी है? और दूसरा सवाल अश्विनी वैष्णव जी से है कि जो कहा है इन्होंने स्मार्टफोन का एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ा है यूएस को लेकर, तो क्या 50% टैरिफ लगने की
नमस्कार, मेरा नाम कृष्ण मोहन शर्मा है, भारत एक्सप्रेस से मैं बोल रहा हूं। मैं फार्मास्यूटिकल एंड केमिकल एक ग्रे एरिया पहले था, आज भी है। हर व्यक्ति को दवाई की जरूरत होती है, चाहे वो बच्चे हो, बूढ़े हो, जवान हो, लेकिन दवाई की कीमतों में कहीं पे भी रिडक्शन नहीं हुआ है, बल्कि दवाई की कीमतें जो है वो लगातार बढ़ती जा रही
हैं। Hi, this is Pushpita from the New Indian Express. So their e-commerce sites were under scrutiny because they did not pass on the rates on certain items for TVs and all. And they were also, will there be any actions against those e-commerce platforms? Because they called it a technical glitch for that day, but the prices were high for a few days. So.
11, आप भी पूछें।
हाँ, मैं तरुण शर्मा हूँ, जी बिजनेस से। मेरा सवाल वित्त मंत्री और पीयूष गोयल सर से। मैम, जो जीएसटी का जो बेनिफिट है, क्या हम ये माने कि जो एक टैरिफ वॉर की वजह से जो इम्पैक्ट आ रहा था, वो जीएसटी की वजह से कहीं ना कहीं हम उसको कंपनसेट कर पाएंगे? क्योंकि कंजम्पशन जिस हिसाब से हम कह रहे हैं कि 30 लाख करोड़ से ज्यादा इस साल होगा। थैंक यू।
234।
I'm Nikunj Ori from Reuters. Ma'am, you spoke about, and we are seeing car sales and several. I'm Nikunj from Reuters. We are seeing, like you said, we are seeing a lot of car sales happening and also consumer electronics. Do you see this as having an impact, even India's growth being higher than what was government's expectation for this year, which is 6.3 to 6.8%. So with these higher sales and pickup in consumption, is that going to, are we going to see even higher growth rate this year? Pickup in consumption, is that going to, are we going to see even higher growth rate this year?
Question on dairy items are part of the 54 that we are monitoring. For example, butter, cheese, ghee. I can give these three. Condensed milk, of course, was the one which was taxed earlier. Regular fresh milk was not. So for the condensed milk, the rate has come down. But I'll tell you what the actual, even here it has come down, it is passed on to the consumer. Butter was anywhere between 12 and 18%. It was brought down to 5%. The weighted average with which we expect the decrease to be passed on lies somewhere between 6.25 to 11.02. Actual decrease in the ground is 6.47. So if the rate has come down, it has come down because of rate tax cut. And because of the tax cut, the passing on also has happened. Where they were collecting 12 to 18, they're collecting 6.47. Ideally, it can even be brought down till 6.25. That is something on which we are engaging with them. But they have brought down the rate. It was 12 to 18% depending on the type. But it is today at 6.47. That is for butter. Now, ghee. Ghee was at 12, it was brought down to 5%. The weighted average and the expected rate which had to be passed on was 6.25. Actually, what is being passed on is about 5.97. We are again engaging with them. Where they were taxing 12%, they are now taxing only 5.97. But it is still slightly short of the 6.25 which they should have charged, but 5.97 in the place of 12 is the reduction which I will certainly put it before you. It might have to be brought down a bit more, on which we will work with them, but the information I'm getting from the zones is that when they were charging 12, they are now charging 5.97. So whether it is butter or ghee. Similar is the item cheese. It was at 12%. They should have. It was brought down to 5. Ideally, weighted average is 6.25. They're still at 7.92. Where they were charging 12, they're charging 7.92. There is a reduction, but to get it closer to the weighted average 6.25, there's some work to be done. So that is on the dairy question. Similar is the question of medicines. I've named an item, clinical diapers, gauzes, bandages are all being monitored. They're also drugs and medicines are also being monitored. I'll take the example of drugs and medicines, which were all at 12. We brought it down to 5%. Actually, today they are being charged at 6.93. The weighted average should have been 6.25. If they brought down to 6.25, it would have been justifiable. They brought it down to 6.93. Again, it is far lower than 12% at which they were being taxed earlier. So that's the ground data that I have received. On drugs and medicines, I've already told you about clinical diapers, gauzes and bandages. So we are monitoring medical equipment, medicines, and also equipments which are used by patients. You asked me about the tariff war. Is it a response to the tariff war? I think even on the day of the GST Council, when we came to the press, we very clearly said This has been in the works for 1.5 years. Whoever thought of any tariff war at that time? And several group of ministers were working in these 1.5 years. And several group of these GOMs met again post the Government of India's package, which was sent to the GST Council, which was sent to the group of ministers. So these are discussed at various levels at various times. So nowhere close to the tariff war. This had to happen. This was waiting to happen for quite some time. It has happened now. And there was this one question saying, will it have an impact on growth? Am I right? Bloomberg, was it? Reuters. No, I won't speculate on what I'm expecting it to be. That is the job of the data collecting and also the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. But the environment after the launch of GST, next gen GST, you find in the markets, you find in the shops, you find the consumption. And consumption is one of the key engines for growth. So I'm sure you will be able to better calculate than I would do.
4.
On the other... No, wait a minute.
Sorry,
there are questions for the other ministers.
One question was about smartphone exports. Yes, smartphone exports are increasing despite the geopolitical turbulence, and it will continue to grow.
E-commerce.
मित्रों, ई-कॉमर्स के बारे में बताया गया कि शायद कुछ दिनों के लिए कुछ आइटम्स पे आपने कहा कि प्राइस घटे नहीं थे. वैसे साधारणतः जो हम मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं, हमारा तो अनुभव ये रहा है कि नवरात्रि के कारण और त्योहारों के वातावरण में लगभग सभी ई कॉमर्स कंपनीज ने जीएसटी भी पास ऑन किया, उसके ऊपर कैश बोनसेस और डिस्काउंट्स भी साथ में दिए. लेकिन अगर कोई विशेष आपको जानकारी है, कोई साइट ने, कोई पर्टिकुलर ई कॉमर्स प्लेटफॉर्म ने पूरी बेनिफिट नहीं पास ऑन की हो कोई आइटम पे, तो अवश्य देना. उसके ऊपर कंज्यूमर विभाग कार्रवाई भी कर सकता है, क्योंकि ये लगभग सभी ने, पूरे उद्योग जगत, पूरे व्यापार जगत ने हमको आश्वस्त किया था कि हम पूरा लाभ जीएसटी का पास ऑन करेंगे. और माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी के आंकड़ों से तो दिखता है कि उन्होंने जीएसटी बेनिफिट प्लस पास ऑन किया है. तो स्वाभाविक है कि इसका लाभ जनता तक पहुंचा है, जनता में उत्साह है. कभी कभार एक आध कोई आइटम में, क्योंकि ई कॉमर्स तो प्लेटफॉर्म होता है, वो स्वयं नहीं बेचता है कुछ, कोई जो सेलर है और उसमें लाखों सेलर्स होते हैं, एक आध कुछ केसेस हो तो जरूर हमें संज्ञान में लाना. ये यूएस टैरिफ्स का जो आपने किसी ने पूछा था, माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी ने ठीक कहा है, तो 1.5 साल से चल रहा था, तब तक तो इलेक्शन भी नहीं हुआ था यूएस में. लेकिन आपको स्पष्ट बता दूं, ये प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का संवेदनशील सोच थी. उन्होंने पहले तो जीएसटी लागू ही नहीं हो पा रहा था, 14% सीएजीआर कमिट किया स्टेट्स को और उसको निभाया. यानी 5 वर्षों में जो उनका पुराना सेल्स टैक्स, वैट और सर्विस टैक्स कलेक्शन था, वो सबको डबल का आश्वासन दिया 5 वर्षों में, और उसको पूरा कॉम्पेंसेट किया अगर किसका डबल नहीं हुआ. और जब इतनी कलेक्शन बढ़ गई, फॉर्मलाइजेशन ऑफ इकोनॉमी हुई, नौकरियां के साधन बढ़े, वो सबको मद्देनजर रखते हुए, जैसा टैक्स में भी वित्त मंत्री जी ने फरवरी में किया, उसी संवेदनशील उनकी सोच के कारण उन्होंने जीएसटी के बदलाव का सिलसिला 1.5 साल पहले से चुनाव के तुरंत बाद ही शुरू कर दिया.
थैंक यू सर. 4.
Ma'am, I'm Pragya from Times Now. My question to you is, the success of GST also is seen in the consumption figures. But this is also a festive season, and there's a tendency in people to buy more, to buy new products. Will we see the same trend post-festivities, post-Diwali and everything else? And what are you going to do to ensure that at least the consistency will be there, so that there is an increase in the consumption and the GST figures?
2.
Almost similar question. Post-COVID, we saw was a lot of revenge buying. For a very prolonged period. With these GST cuts, how do we see this demand story, consumption story playing out for what kind of a period? What kind of a support would it provide to the growth overall?
13.
Thank you very much, ma'am. This is a related question. What is the government's estimate of, the total consumption boost expected from this exercise? Thank you.
76.
Thank you, sir. Sir, Manoj Par from Reuters News Agency. Now, you have given a huge bonanza to the consumers with the GST relief, but there is a... Hello. Thank you. Manoj Kumar from Reuters News Agency. Sir, you have... Ma'am, you have given a big bonanza to the consumers, definitely, so they are feeling a relief in the festival season. But there is a segment on the production side, particularly small manufacturers like textiles, leathers, so which have been hit hard by this US 50% tariffs, as well as this inverted duty structures, which are like 7 to 10%, so compared to Vietnam enjoying like 0%. So will there be also some relief to them also in view of this circumstance? Thank you.
17.
हमारा भी सवाल
हाँ आएंगे उधर आप।
मैं मनोहर सिंह हूँ यूनिवार्ता से। मेरा भी सवाल इसी तरह का है कंजम्पशन की जो चूंकि प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने लाल किले से अगस्त में ही घोषणा कर दी थी, तो लोगों ने डिमांड रोक रखी थी इस उम्मीद में कि हम जो है जब दिवाली से पहले या दिवाली के समय लागू होगा उस समय खरीदेंगे। तो एक तरह से एक्युमुलेटेड डिमांड का भी इस समय जो है और फेस्टिव डिमांड भी है, प्लस जो हमारा ऑटोमोबाइल है या इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स में जो हमारे अमेरिका का सबसे बड़ा बाजार था उस पर भी प्रभाव पड़ा है। तो जो इस तरह से रिडक्शन है, जो प्राइस रिडक्शन है, और एक कितनी सस्टेनेबल है, और दूसरा इसका जो आपको संकेत मिल रहे होंगे इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए, कंपनियां जो है नया इन्वेस्टमेंट करने के लिए कुछ उद्यत दिखती हैं या नहीं। और मैडम से एक पर्टिकुलर सवाल है कि आपने एपेलेट ट्रिब्यूनल जीएसटी का जो अभी फॉर्म कर दिया है, वो जो नाउ इट इज़ रनिंग, तो नए सिस्टम में क्लैरिटी कितनी है, डिस्प्यूट कितने आ रहे हैं, जरा इस पे भी इंसाइट अगर कुछ।
धन्यवाद। मनोहर जी एक सवाल अगर पूछेंगे तो अच्छा होगा। 9 नंबर और 262, इसके बाद हम उधर से आएंगे।
ऋषभ मैम
प्लीज वेलकम। वेट, हाँ 9 चलिए।
ऋषभ भटनागर विद एनडीटीवी प्रॉफिट। Rishabh Bhatnagar with NDTV Profit, ma'am. Firstly, the reason for higher than expected price cuts in certain categories, you said, what could that rationale be? And secondly, till when, what sort of complaints have come in with regards to GST reform implementation, number and resolutions? And also, till when is this monitoring expected to go on?
You may have to repeat all your 3 questions.
Oh,
you just seem to be stringing too many things together.
Sorry. So the first one, the rationale on the higher than expected price cuts that have been passed on in certain products. And secondly, the monitoring of these GST reforms, these prices, till when is this expected? And the sort of complaints, any figures on complaints that have been coming in against retailers that have not passed this on.
Just your name, please, and which group are you representing?
Rishabh Bhatnagar with NDTV Profit.
Okay.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, sirs. Harsh Kumar from Business Standard. 2 questions. Ma'am, Consumer Affairs said that it has received around 4,000 complaints regarding this GST rate thing. So any action has been taken on those? Second is related to this tariff thing. A couple of MSMEs exporters are expecting some credit guarantees. So anything on the line in the future? Thank you.
Yes, we'll take answer. We will have answer.
I think with this answer, I'll be able to cover a few of you all who sort of had similar questions. So I hope you don't take it amiss if I say I've answered that already. I'm answering it now. About this pent-up demand, revenge purchases, festival season. Tax reduction has not happened only for this season. Tax reduction is now onwards. So pent-up demands can happen. I remember very similar questions being asked post-COVID. People said, oh yes, pent-up demand, after that nobody will buy, after that will be as bad as COVID time. No, please. It is important for us to understand these tax reductions are required from the point of view of making the system a lot more nimble. Better collections means you have greater room, fiscal room to give back something. So now that the collections are improved, and steadily we are touching almost close to 2 lakh crore gross collection per month. There is a reason for us to cut the rate also and give the benefit, pass on the benefit to the consumers. And all these items are mostly day-to-day items. Yes, you won't buy your car every year. But the fact remains for that person who goes and buys it, it may be a lifetime's purchase. He gets a better rate. So, this thing about the pent-up and purchases not happening was once people got to know sometime late August that a GST with a proposal of considerable reduction in taxes is happening, they thought, yes, it's going to be a good reduction because PM also said it will be a good Deepavali gift. So people waited. It's a pent-up of 1 month, if anything. So let's not conflate things much beyond their actual. People waited once they got an inkling that there will be a reduction, and that was the pent-up which opened up on 22nd September. So beyond the point, if we build up on these pent-up demand, revenge, will it sustain? We'll not be on sound grounds. All of us should have a good understanding of what this is like and how it plays out. So will it sustain even afterwards, times now? Yes, as I said, it is something which is going to benefit every consumer on a day-to-day basis and even on those rare once in a couple of years purchase, AC or a higher, better digital television and so on. So it will sustain. The consumption story will continue. Then you had this, will the consumption boost climate continue? This answers, all this which I've said now will answer that. And on Manoj, I think from Reuters, asking question on US tariff and the inverted duty structure. Inverted duty structure aspect, I've answered it. We have corrected most of the inverted duty structure. In fact, if I have to speak about the next GST reforms, I said 3 things. One was the rate reduction accompanied by slab reduction. Second was looking at process simplification. Third was looking at classification anomalies which had to be gotten corrected. What I did not say, but which is also part of what we've done, is making sure inverted duty structures are all removed maximum. There can still be 1 or 2 items on which inversion is happening. That inversion is happening because we still have a lot more issues to iron out. We'll do that in the process. Inversion corrected, so that won't be. But on Manoj's this particular question related to US tariff, I'll reserve it for Piyush Goyal ji to talk about. Univarta, I don't know how to respond. A virtuous cycle beginning with a tax reduction leading to better consumption and greater demand moves further for greater capacity increase by people who sell commodities. From there it increases investment. It is a part of the virtuous cycle. So if you were to forget 1, 2, 3 stages and say straight to the investment and tell us that are you doing this for increasing investment? Increasing investment inevitably will happen. But my first move is not for that. My first move is to make sure the benefit of a better collection reaches the common citizen. On the GST dispute redressal and tribunal, somebody did mention, I want to make sure that the dispute resolution mechanism is now all in place. The GST tribunal is working. They've been given the necessary office space, necessary manpower, and also the equipments which they will need. Everything is in place all over the country. And the tribunals have been established in every state in accordance with the state's requirement as to where they want it. If it is one state which wants two places, if it is one place, and the other places per their choice. Every place is per the state's choice. So that should actually take off and do very well, the dispute redressal. I was quite curious on this question by Rishabh Bhatnagar, NDTV. Profit. What is the rationale for higher than given tax rate being passed by companies? Now, first of all, I did give you stages by stages. If something was at 12 and it came down to 5, and if there are issues of input cost going up, and as a result of the input cost being higher, there would be some kind of a reduction in the actual tax that is being passed on because their output is being taxed far lesser. There will be a weighted average based on which we expect people to benefit and that benefit to be transferred. Sometimes there are manufacturers who think that beyond the weighted average they can go. They have not gone beyond what I have given. 12 to 5, they have not gone to 2. They are not saying, okay, I will only take 2% of tax. But within that realm of reaching 5, weighted average is what I am saying. They could have given this much because of tax at the input stage being different from tax at the output stage. But they've gone beyond the weighted average. So that's where they're passing on more than what you expect them to give because of the differential between the input tax and the output tax. So nowhere have they gone beyond what we have reduced. It'll be a utopian world, I would think, if that happens. But that is the answer for your first one, rationale for higher than. And the monitoring of complaints, what is the level of complaints received? I'd like to say this for also somebody who asked about questions on consumer affairs, receiving complaints, how many have been attended to, and so on. See, the total number of cases which the consumer affairs have received, or complaints or grievances that they've received, is 3,169 grievances which have been received by the Department of Consumer Affairs. And 3,075 grievance of this 3,169, from that 3,075 grievances have been forwarded to nodal officer in the CBIC. Because about 94 of them, the grievances have been resolved at the Consumer Affairs Ministry's level itself. So 3,169 total grievances received, 94 sorted out by Department of Consumer Affairs themselves, 3,075 grievances have been forwarded to the nodal officer of CBIC, who has started handling it, and that is why if you go to the website you will find in process. The grievance is in process. We are handling them. So I want to also assure that majority at a first go, the preliminary first cut understanding of these grievances that we have is majority of the cases pertain to complainants have perceived the GST taxation cut to be like this, whereas it is something else, and they think, oh my, that is the number. Like this weighted average aspect, they probably didn't know. So as a result, they have come up with complaints. The Department of Consumer Affairs has been requested to enable a functionality in their portal itself, which will allow the nodal office and on the portal so that the nodal officer will be able to forward such complaints to the respective chief commissioners for the necessary examination and resolution. Because a complaint coming to Department of Consumer Affairs may be true, but probably true of that one particular zone and not of everybody else. So we are asking them to give a functionality in the Consumer Affairs portal in which they will give us that information so that we can immediately pass it on to the principal commissioner who needs to handle that. So complaints are being handled, and this is how it goes, and that's for NDTV profit. The rest will go to Minister Piyush Goyal.
Thank you, Nirmala ji. Just one data point that seems to have omitted your attention. Otherwise, you wouldn't have asked that question about pent-up demand. In September 2025, the GST collection went up, gross GST collection went up by 9.1% compared to September 24. Now, we are all aware that the GST collection of September is for purchases and sales done in August, which goes to show that even in August 25, after the Honorable Prime Minister announced that from Diwali you will have lower GST on almost every item, despite that our August trade in goods and services was 9.1% higher than the last year, which is reflected in the GST collection of September 2025. All the business journalists will of course catch this on very quickly. And this demonstrates that India is resilient, India has clarity in its vision, and India continues to purchase goods and enjoy the fruits of services even after the announcement on 15th August. The growth trend continued in the rest of the August month. Another data point that will interest you is the outward foreign portfolio investor amount, FPI. In August, the outward FPI was about $4 billion. As soon as the GST announcement came in, people quickly, investors are sharp, they can see the future. They quickly realized that this is a bonanza. And Indian business, Indian industry, Indian growth story, Indian demand of goods and services is surely going to see a massive upswing. And therefore, in the month of September, the outward FPI fell straight away from 4 billion to less than 900 million.
Those were the three union ministers, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, Piyush Goyal and Ashwini Vaishnav, speaking about how the GST reforms have made a big impact and are pushing Indian economy upwards. On that note, it's a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. For more news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can even download the app. This is me, Aishwarya Paliwal, signing off.
You are watching India Today.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Bliss. It dances on your skin like first rain. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Fusion, the undisputed, most loved phone.
Every story finds a place. Every voice gets a platform. Every side has its say. Your channel for every headline. Prime Team on India Today, India's only democratic newsroom. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
यहाँ पे एनडीए की सरकार आएगी और जिस तरह से बिहार का विकास हो रहा है वो सिर्फ एनडीए ने किया है, तो यहाँ पे फिर एक बार यानी एनडीए की सरकार आ जाएगी। एनडीए में कार्यकर्ता, युवा और लोगों को टिकट मिलती है, वैसे कि महागठबंधन में उनके जो पहले से ठेकेदार हैं उनको ही टिकट दी जाती है।
देखिए, बिहार में एनडीए मोदी जी पर सबका भरोसा है। लोग एक बहुत बड़ा मैंडेट देने जा रहे हैं और बिहार फिर एनडीए के साथ चलेगा और बिहार में एक ही राज चल रहा है। बिहार में पकड़िए रफ्तार, एनडीए सरकार फिर एक बार।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Hello, you're watching India Today and I'm Aishwarya Paliwal. Let's start the show with the headlines. After successful rollout of GST 2.0, the government has now released a report card on the GST Bachat Utsav. Government has hailed India's growth story. Ministers have said India is moving towards a Swadeshi. Pakistan carried out fresh airstrikes along the Afghanistan border. Afghanistan has withdrawn from the tri-series with Pakistan. This after 3 domestic cricket players have been killed. The opposition is slamming the BCCI and the central government. They are saying India must learn from Afghanistan to put the nation first. Prime Minister Modi to sound the poll bugle in Bihar from 23rd of October. 12 NDA rallies will take place in Bihar. Key Chirag Paswan and Home Minister Amit Shah meeting held in Patna to discuss the poll campaigning. The deadlock continues in Mahagathbandhan. It's a big BrahMos boost for India's defence power. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath flag off first batch of BrahMos missiles manufactured at the BrahMos Airspace Unit in Lucknow. The air quality plummets in Delhi NCR. Smoke has engulfed the national capital. Very poor air quality reported across Delhi just ahead of Diwali. DMK has launched a scathing attack against Vijay. They have now posted a cartoon of a man dressed in blood-soaked RSS uniform in Vijay's iconic pose. DMK is saying Vijay has betrayed Karur stampede victims by not visiting them. News that's coming in from the national capital now. Massive fire has engulfed the MP flats at BD Marg in the national capital. Fire has engulfed Brahmaputra apartments. Fire at multi-storied flats in MPs for the national capital. 6 firefighters have now been rushed to the spot. Firefighting operation is underway. 6 fire brigades have been rushed to the spot. The firefighting operations are underway. Visuals that you are seeing on your screens coming in from BD Marg in the national capital. BD Marg is where the flats for the MPs are. Massive fire at the Member of Parliament flats in BD Marg. Many MPs from Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha, they have their residences in this area. A fire incident was reported at the BD Marg MP flats. 6 fire tenders have been rushed to the spot. Fire department received a call at about 1:20. Images that you are seeing on your screens coming in from the national capital. These are residences for the members of parliament.
आप देख सकते हैं, विजुअल्स दिखाएंगे। आप देख सकते हैं कि आग का जो कहर है, ये पूरा जो पीछे का इलाका है, यहाँ पे फ्रंट बैक दोनों साइड इफेक्ट हुई है और आप देख सकते हैं किस तरीके से चार्ड हो गई है सारा पूरा इलाका। तो ग्राउंड फ्लोर छोड़ के भी जो एमपी फ्लैट्स तक आग की जो चपेट में आई है, आप देख सकते हैं वो नजारा, और अभी काम चल रही है। अरे क्या देखिए, एक बात आपसे पूछेंगे कि जब ये आग लगी तब लोग अंदर मौजूद थे?
लोग अंदर मौजूद थे, जितना हमसे हो सका उतना हमने निकाला, और ऐसा कोई व्यक्ति नहीं है कि जिसको हमने नहीं निकाला, हर कोई बच चुका है इसमें। सबसे बड़ी बात है कि हमने सेफली ये चीज हमने कर दी।
और जानवर भी अंदर फंसे हुए थे?
तो कोई नहीं था।
एक डॉगी को लेकर आए अभी निकाल के, यहाँ से अंदर फंसा हुआ था, फायर ब्रिगेड वाले लेकर आए। हम यही बोलेंगे जिनका नुकसान हुआ है, सरकार से यही बोलेंगे त्योहार के टाइम पे ऐसे ऐसे हुआ, आके इनकी मतलब सपोर्ट में खड़े हो, और जो इनका नुकसान हुआ उन्हें, लेकिन सारे लोगों को तुरंत सब निकाल दिया गया। एक आधा को जो हल्का फुल्का जला है उन्हें एडमिट किया गया है हॉस्पिटल में। आपने देखा नहीं है, बता रही है यहाँ पे पब्लिक। मैं तो लेट आई हूँ, तो यही अभी तक पुष्टि नहीं कर सकते हम, क्योंकि ऑफिशियल मैसेज नहीं आई है कि क्या किसी को कोई क्रिटिकल इंजरी हुई है या नहीं। लेकिन ज्यादातर जो हमें पता चला है कि जो लोग यहाँ पे मौजूद थे उनको तुरंत निकाला गया, और जैसा आप जमीन पे देख सकते हैं काम चल रहा है कूलिंग ऑफ का। लेकिन एक जो आरोप लग रही है कि फायर डिपार्टमेंट से जो कॉल टाइम के बाद आने में देरी हुई है, ये लगातार कही जा रही है। यहाँ जितने भी लोग मौजूद हैं ये यही कह रहे हैं। और आप कुछ और भी? मैम, मैं यही बोलना चाहती हूँ, दिल्ली की सीएम रेखा गुप्ता से यही कहना चाहती हूँ, आप एक बार यहाँ आए रेखा जी, और यहाँ की जनता को मतलब जो भी मतलब दिक्कतें हुई है, चोट लगी है, जले हैं, आके उनके लिए खड़े हो सपोर्ट पे, और उनकी मदद की जाए जो मतलब उनका नुकसान हुआ, घर या बच्चे जिनको भी। कितने घर यहाँ? काफी कम से कम 4 मंजिल तक यहाँ दिखाई दे रहा है जो चपेट में आ गए। ऊपर और जले हैं, तो ऊपर अभी हम गए नहीं है। चलिए, एक चीज हम आपको दिखाएंगे कि यहाँ पे आग लगने की आप समझ तो यहाँ सकते हैं कि कैसे चीजें जल गई है, लेकिन ऊपर भी जो तीसरी चौथी मंजिल है, आग की जो स्मोक है उससे लोग चपेट में आए। और आप समझ सकते हैं कि एस्फिक्सिया एक बहुत बड़ा रीजन होता है आग में। आग लगने के बाद जो कोई भी क्रिटिकल इंजरी होती है, तो सारे जो ऊपर के फ्लैट्स है उसमें भी स्मोक चली गई थी। और लगातार जो लोग आरोप लगा रहे हैं वो ये है कि लेट हो गई थी। जो मेन दिल्ली फायर सर्विस की तरफ से फायर टेंडर आना था, वो यहाँ के लोगों का आरोप है कि फायर सर्विस और फायर टेंडर्स आने में देरी कर दिए थे, कम से कम आधा घंटे लगा दिया था।
मुरार जी कहाँ है?
The images that you are seeing on your screens coming in from the Brahmaputra apartments. These are the apartments where MPs, members of parliament from the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha stay. These are the visuals that you are seeing. This is massive fire that has engulfed the MP flats in BD Marg. 6 fire tenders have been rushed to the spot. The firefighting is still underway at the moment. These are the MP flats, very close to where the Indian Parliament is.
यहाँ पे अंदर कोई फायर सेफ्टी कोई अरेंजमेंट नहीं था? एक्सटिंग्विशर,
फायर सेफ्टी थी, लेकिन वो भी इस टाइम पे काम नहीं करी कि CPWD क्या कर रही है।
काम नहीं करी मतलब
मशीन उनकी काम नहीं करी। पानी के लिए, फायर के लिए जैसे खोलते हैं, तो वो चीज भी उनका पंप काम नहीं कर रहा है।
कहाँ पे है ये पंप?
ये बगल में बने हुए, सामने बना हुआ है, ये सामने बना हुआ है, 3-4 एकदम जस्ट बगल में बने हैं।
बहुत बड़ा आरोप लगा रहे हैं, तो हम इसीलिए फिर से आपसे पूछेंगे कि आप कह रहे हैं कि CPWD की जो इंटरनल फायर सेफ्टी की चीजें थी वो काम नहीं कर रही थी?
वो काम नहीं कर रही। मेरे ख्याल से लगता है ये लोग सेफली इनको चेक नहीं करते हैं, जैसे टाइम के हिसाब से इनकी सर्विस होती है, कुछ भी है, बट इनके पास ऐसी कोई चीज नहीं थी जिससे रोक सकते थे। चाहते तो ये लोग भी रोक सकते थे, लेकिन ऐसा कुछ नहीं हुआ। तो ये लापरवाही है, और क्या है। कल को तो इससे बड़ा हादसा हो सकता है अगर देखा जाए तो। कोई भी सेफ नहीं है इसमें। तो ये तो आप देख ही रहे हो सामने कितना नुकसान हुआ है लोगों का।
6 fire tenders are on the spot at the moment. These are images that are coming in from the Brahmaputra apartments. These are the apartments where members of parliament stay. So far, no casualty has been reported. Fire has engulfed the Brahmaputra apartment in the national capital. This is a fire at a multi-storied flat. These are flats made for the members of parliament. 6 fire tenders already on the spot. Firefighting operations underway at the moment. The fire mostly has been doused. Those who were stuck inside, they have been taken to the hospital with minor injuries. This is the initial report which is coming in at the moment. News that's coming in at the moment. It's Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and his big message to Pakistan. Rajnath Singh says Operation Sindoor is just a trailer. If India can give birth to Pakistan, then we can do much more. Every inch of Pakistan is within the reach of the BrahMos missiles. This is Rajnath Singh, who's the defense minister. His direct warning to Pakistan if Pakistan provokes India once again. Big BrahMos boost to India. This is big boost to India's defense power. The first batch of BrahMos is now being delivered today. Rajnath Singh is now saying every inch of Pakistan is within BrahMos' reach. This is the latest statement which is coming in from our Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, who's saying that every inch of Pakistan is within BrahMos' missile, is within the range of the new BrahMos missile. If India can actually give birth to Pakistan, we can do much more. Every inch of Pakistan within the reach of the BrahMos missiles. This is a direct warning which is being given by India's Defence Minister to Pakistan. A warning given if Pakistan provokes India once again. Big BrahMos boost to India's defence power. The first batch of the BrahMos, it will be delivered today. The manufacturing unit in Lucknow, that's the place where the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath were today. This is Defence Minister Rajnath Singh's big message to Pakistan. Listen in to what the Defence Minister has said.
सबको ब्रह्मोस की ताकत के बारे में अच्छी तरह पता है। देश को यह विश्वास है कि हमारे जो विरोधी हैं, एडवर्सरीज हैं, अब ब्रह्मोस से बच नहीं पाएंगे। यह देश को पूरा भरोसा है। पाकिस्तान की जहां तक बात है, तो अब उसकी एक एक इंच जमीन हमारी ब्रह्मोस की पहुंच में है। और ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में जो हुआ, वह तो सिर्फ ट्रेलर था मेरे साथियों। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में जो हुआ वह तो केवल एक ट्रेलर था, पर उस ट्रेलर ने ही पाकिस्तान को यह एहसास दिला दिया कि अगर भारत पाकिस्तान को जन्म दे सकता है तो समय आने पर वह, अब आगे मुझे बोलने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है, आप सब खुद समझदार हैं। कहने का अर्थ यह है साथियों कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में ब्रह्मोस का जो प्रैक्टिकल डिमॉन्स्ट्रेशन हुआ है, उसने देशवासियों और पूरी दुनिया में ब्रह्मोस के लिए एक कॉन्फिडेंस, एक आत्मविश्वास पैदा किया है। इसलिए इस कॉन्फिडेंस को बनाए रखना। अब
My colleague Gaurav Sawant is now joining me on the story. Gaurav, I think the Defence Minister cannot be more direct than what he is. Very, very clearly telling Pakistan, do not provoke India. What you saw in Operation Sindoor was just a trailer.
You know, the timing and the launch of Sonic cruise in Operation Sindoor have actually proven themselves. This is proven technology. It's a supersonic cruise missile going 3 times the speed of sound. I can hit any target 390 kilometers away. And BrahMos NG, the air-launched new BrahMos that's coming up, that can hit any target 600 to 800 kilometers away. That's the point Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh is saying, that Pakistan has nothing, absolutely nothing, that can stop an incoming BrahMos supersonic cruise missile. Pakistan's radars failed, Pakistan's air defense system failed, the manner in which Muridke and Bahawalpur, the headquarters of terror, were targeted, 11 air bases were targeted, and Pakistan could stop it, could do nothing to stop the BrahMos missiles coming in, and provocation from Pakistan continues. So that's the point Rajnath Singh is making, Aishwarya. And you know, when the Raksha Mantri of a country makes a statement like this, it's not an empty threat. India has carried out, BrahMos Operation Sindoor. That if Raksha Mantri describes it as a trailer, the movie would anyways be devastating for Pakistan, Aishwarya.
Right, Gaurav, and you know, the fact of the matter is, no matter what everyone says, it was Pakistan which was actually begging India for a ceasefire. Multiple calls that were given by Pakistan to India. That's the reason why we are seeing the ceasefire at the moment.
You're absolutely right. From Director General Lieutenant General Rajiv Ghai to Defence Minister Rajnath Singh to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, they've made it very clear. It was after India's operations on the 10th of May that Pakistani DGM was seeing the devastation across 6 radar stations, 9 terror camps, 11 air bases. They realized that there is no way that they can withstand India's onslaught. And if there's a second salvo of India's attacks, Pakistan would have nothing left. The manner in which they lost 2 airborne early warning systems, 5 aircraft in the air, 5 aircraft on ground, It just goes on to show the devastation that India caused, and that is why Pakistan was seeking a ceasefire. However, next time India's information warfare will have to be perhaps, even sharper. The continues to lie to its people, and that weapons factory, China, America and Pakistan together, they continue to build a false narrative. That remains a cause for concern for India. But you're absolutely right. On ground, it was a decisive win for India.
Right. Gaurav, please stay on with me. We've got some more news that's coming in. News that's coming in at the moment. Rattled by Taliban, it's scoured Pakistan, which is provoking India once again. Pakistani army chief repeating his anti-India rhetoric, threatening India with beyond proportion response. Will make lethal response. This is the rhetoric coming in from Pakistan once again. It's scoured Pakistan at it once again. Asif Munir has made a statement and he has said Pakistan cannot be coerced, it cannot be intimidated. This is a provocative statement coming in from the Pakistani Army Chief, Asim Munir. My colleague Gaurav is with me on the story. Gaurav, it's rather funny because from Operation Sindoor to way back 1999 when the Kargil war happened, always it has been Pakistan which has been running away because we bashed them so badly. But now we are seeing these kind of provocative statements being made.
So that's that radical Islamist mindset of Pakistanis. Let me take you back, 47, 48, 65, 71, when Pakistan was split into two, Operation Meghdoot, 1984 at Siachen Glacier. Then you have, the Kargil War of 1999, as you very rightly pointed out, on the 4th of July, on America's holiday, Nawaz Sharif went running to America seeking a ceasefire. And then again in Operation Sindoor, desperately reaching out to Saudi Arabia and to United States seeking a ceasefire, and yet lying to its own people. But look at that mindset, Aishwarya. Where would you see an army chief who's lost every war overseas and has killed his own people and yet promoted himself? Look at the manner in which the Pakistanis have killed more than 200 people in Pakistan's Lahore, in Muridke, the Tehreek-e-Labbaik activists. They've had more than 100 casualties on the Afghan border just to divert attention from their internal failures. They are blaming India. That's the mindset of Pakistan. And unfortunately, that's the nature of the beast that we have to live with. Next time, India will not only have to punish Pakistan harder, but also make sure that, how badly they've been punished so that their lives do not continue, which is begging, literally begging to survive, continues to push, an agenda where they will be able to enrich themselves and continue their fight against India. That's the only thing that unites a radical Islamist Pakistan, Aishwarya.
Right. Gaurav, please stay on with me. We've got some more news that's coming in at the moment. News that's coming in, it's the Taliban leadership which is now heading to Doha for peace talks. Pakistan and Afghanistan, they'll be holding peace talks in Doha. Afghanistan Defense Minister, Pakistani military, both of them will now be holding conversations. Pakistan, in fact, carried out fresh attack in Afghanistan. Afghanistan has termed Pakistan's recent attack as a crime. Afghanistan has said that this is a response that they gave because Pakistan has attacked them. Also, Afghanistan said that they will come out with a response very soon. Gaurav Sawant is with me on the story. Gaurav, very old saying, getting a taste of your own medicine. We are now seeing how it is Afghanistan, which is telling Pakistan that they will give them a befitting response very soon.
And Pakistan is suffering. The pain that Pakistan has been suffering in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province since 2021, ever since Taliban took over Kandahar and Kabul. Look at those images that we saw of then Pakistan's DG-ISI General Faiz Hamid. He went to Kabul, went to the Serena Hotel, was having a cup of chai and claiming all is well, claiming that they're completely in control of Afghanistan. Afghans don't want to be run by Pakistanis anymore. India's relationship with the Taliban is but that's holding both countries in good stead. There are more than 700 Pakistani soldiers on an average who are dying every year since 2021. Security forces, whether it's in Balochistan or in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and the fact that three Afghan cricketers are among the 8 people who were last night, it just goes on to show that Pakistan is targeting civilian areas, and Afghanistan has already cancelled their participation in tournament to be held in Pakistan. Now it remains to be seen how this will be taken forward, because Afghans will avenge the killings on ground. There are already reports that Afghan-Taliban and Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, so both TTP and TTA, are getting active in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. They're already in touch with Baluch fighters in Balochistan, and this fire is likely to burn Pakistan down, not just in KPK, but also in Balochistan, and its heat will be felt even in Islamabad and Pakistan's Punjab province in times to come, Aishwarya.
Right. Thank you, Gaurav, bringing us all those details, putting things in perspective. And as my colleague rightly pointed out, this is a fresh war that we are seeing brewing right in the backyard of Pakistan. What we are seeing now are tensions between Afghanistan and Pakistan, which have been escalating over the past few days. In a recent airstrike, which has now taken place in a district of Afghanistan launched by Pakistan, innocent civilians have been killed. This attack by Pakistan has claimed lives of women and children and aspiring young cricketers. These cricketers, they dreamed of representing their nation on the world stage. Afghanistan Cricket Board has announced that they will now withdraw from the upcoming Tri-Nation T20 series, which involved Pakistan and Sri Lanka, following the death of 3 Afghan cricketers. Now, these airstrikes allegedly were carried out by Pakistan's military regime. Afghanistan cricket team captain Rashid Khan has issued a strongly worded statement condemning the barbaric airstrikes. He said he is supporting Afghanistan's decision to withdraw from the Tri-Series. The opposition, in fact, in our country is using this as an opportunity to take jibe at the BCCI, suggesting that the cricketing body should now learn from Afghanistan's cricketing board, because they have now moved away from this tournament.
मैं समझता हूं कि अगर रीढ़ विहीन प्रधानमंत्री हो, लाचार प्रधानमंत्री हो, तो खून और पानी साथ नहीं चल सकता है, लेकिन आतंकवाद और खेल साथ चल सकता है। क्यों? अमित शाह जी के बेटे, इसलिए क्या? और मुझे तो ये लगता है कि हमें तो अफगानिस्तान से सबक लेनी चाहिए। पाकिस्तान ने जिस प्रकार स्टैंड लिया है, और एक छोटा कंट्री वेनेजुएला ने भी जिस प्रकार स्टैंड लिया था, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जो सरेंडर कर रहे हैं, कल जिस प्रकार ट्रंप ने फिर कहा, तो ये क्या देश एक रीढ़ विहीन प्रधानमंत्री के नेतृत्व में चल रहा है क्या? ये एक कोई गंभीर बातें हैं, कोई हल्की बातें नहीं है। चाहे हमारे आंतरिक मामले हो, या फिर हमारे वैदेशिक नीति की बातें हो, या हमारे व्यापारिक बातें हो, तो ये सारी चीजों में इतना लाचार, इतना जिसे कहा जाए रीढ़ विहीन प्रधानमंत्री आजादी के बाद देश ने पहली बार देखा है।
On that note, it's a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. For more news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can even download the app. This is me, Aishwarya Paliwal, signing off.
You are watching India Today.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
अरे बेटा, ड्यूलक्स है और उसकी वारंटी तो और भी शानदार।
पेंट से भी शानदार
वारंटी
से शानदार पेंट
से शानदार वारंटी
से शानदार
वारंटी।
ड्यूलक्स, डिसाइड करना मुश्किल हो जाएगा कि पेंट ज्यादा शानदार है या उसकी वारंटी।
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Fusion, the undisputed, most loved phone.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. Congress, RJD row over seat. Sharing escalates. Several seats in conflict. Massive fire engulfs Amritsar Saharsa Garib Rath train. All passengers escape safely. Afghanistan withdraws from Tri-Series following death of several cricketers.
This is the Diwali weekend, and for the first time, Unpolitics is breaking format. One of the best astrologers in India joining me is Mr. Dipanshu Giri. How is this Diwali different in terms of the planetary positions, and what can we expect and what should we do? What is your advice for stock market? You're saying the West is going to go through the worst time.
After 1.5 years, it is going to be extremely tragic for US.
2030, India and Pakistan will go to war.
A major kind of a war-like situation.
March 2026, the government is going to be in deep crisis because one of the allies will switch. We should watch out for a tsunami.
When I say Odisha will.
There's a Bihar election coming, Dipanshu ji. Who is winning Bihar?
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Hello and welcome. You're watching In the Club, and this is your place, one-stop destination for all things entertainment. And I am Sriya Kundu, and this Diwali, Maddox film expands with Thama, unleashing a thrilling mix of mythology, horror and comedy. Starring Ayushmann Khurrana and Rashmika Mandanna, the film weaves a chilling tale of vampirism and ancient secrets across time. Take a look at this report.
तुम्हें पृथ्वी और इंसानों की सुरक्षा के लिए बनाया गया है।
की सुरक्षा? आज से हम इंसानों का खून पिएंगे, नए बेताल पैदा करेंगे, हमारी सेना बनाएंगे और मैं बनूंगा तुम्हारा थामा।
This Diwali, the darkness isn't just outside your window. It's waiting inside the cinema hall. With fangs, folklore and a whole lot of funny.
तुम्हें पृथ्वी और इंसानों की सुरक्षा के लिए बनाया गया है।
की सुरक्षा? आज से हम इंसानों का खून पिएंगे।
Bollywood just got bloodier, bolder and brilliantly bizarre with Maddox genre-blending horror comedy Thama.
पर सर आप हो कौन?
मैं भी तुम्हारी तरह एक किस्मत का मारा हूँ। बरसों से कैद एक बेचारा हूँ।
सर मेरी आप पढ़ी है, आप शायरी पेल रहे हो।
तेरी 1 मिनट में यहाँ बरसों से गुफा हो।
It's a supernatural roller coaster where mythology meets madness and horror dances hand in hand with comedy. Ayushmann Khurrana plays Alok, a historical researcher whose life in Delhi is haunted by echoes of the ancient Vijayanagar Empire. Opposite him is Rashmika Mandanna, portraying Tadaka, who is a beacon of light tangled in the story's swirling darkness.
अब मैं क्या करूंगा? मेरी लाइफ, मेरे एम्बिशन सब खत्म। राजमा चावल कैसे खाऊंगा?
नाटक मत करो, कुछ नहीं हुआ है तुम्हें।
क्रेजी हो गया।
But the chills and thrills don't end there, as Nawazuddin Siddiqui sets the screens on fire as the antagonist for the lore, playing Yakshasan.
क्या हुआ? रुक क्यों गए? पिछले 75 सालों से कोई रोमांस नहीं देखा मैंने। चालू रखो, कंटिन्यू।
गड़बड़ है, ये हमारा लड़का नहीं है।
आलोक, तेरे दांत दिखा। गोयल, तेरे पंचिंग मशीन जैसे दांत दिखा।
Meanwhile, Paresh Rawal takes on the role as Mr. Ram Bajaj Goyal, adding the comedic tadka in his own unique way.
What is with you?
क्या इलाज हो सकता है बेताल को इंसान बनाने का?
अंडे का ऑमलेट बन सकता है, पर क्या ऑमलेट का अंडा बन सकता है?
मुझे पता नहीं, मैं तो वेजिटेरियन हूँ।
Directed by visionary filmmaker Aditya Sarpotdar, Thama is a genre-defining blend of mythology, horror and comedy that redefines festive cinema.
करने वाला मुन्नी का आशिक मुंजे नहीं, इनके अलावा एक और है सबसे ऊपर, सबसे खतरनाक.
Interestingly, Thama draws inspiration from Ashwatthama, the immortal warrior of the Mahabharata, blending mythology with modern supernatural storytelling. The film follows a historian played by Ayushman who sets out to trace the mythological roots of vampires in Indian folklore.
मेरी वजह से तुम्हें भी खतरा हो सकता है.
Spanning two timelines, the narrative shifts between modern-day India and the ancient kingdom of Vijayanagar, bound together by a haunting tale of unfulfilled love. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
साथ में थोड़ा जी लेते हैं.
Marok Films has rewritten the rule book by turning horror into hilarity and comedy into chaos. From Stree to Bhediya, this Desi horror comedy universe has become Bollywood's wildest haunted ride. Now take a look at this special report by my colleague Pranjali Sethi.
अगले 4 रात वो शिकार पे आने वाली है.
मैं मुन्नी के लिए कुछ भी कर सकता हूँ.
Who said horror can't make you giggle?
प्यार से देखो. प्यार और प्यार से देखो. अरे हमारी पटी हुई है, कहाँ से लाएंगे प्यार?
And comedy can't make your heart skip a beat.
यही चड्डी पहन के कल रात को फूल खिला था. एकदम पीछे से फटी हो गई थी.
Leave it to Maddock Films to break the rules and build their own zany, spooky, and absolutely addictive horror comedy universe. A cinematic universe where Bhutnis flirt.
कौन? स्त्री पुरुषों को उठाती है और सिर्फ वस्त्र छोड़ती है.
Werewolves fall in love. And tantrics give travel advice.
तुम्हारा मुझे को ये एकदम बढ़ाया, लेकिन इसका चार्ज एक्स्ट्रा.
This Desi universe has slowly become Bollywood's ultimate haunted laugh ride. And honestly, we're here for it.
स्त्री के बारे में क्या पता है आपको? कई साल पहले शहर में एक सुंदर आकर्षक वेश्या हुआ करती थी.
Stree and Stree 2. The origin point. The OG.
नहीं, उसकी आत्मा से प्यार करता था. सच्चा प्यार.
Set in the sleepy town of Chanderi, Stree introduced us to vengeful spirit who kidnaps men.
तुम्हें तुम्हारे नाम से पुकारेगी. तुम्हें क्या करना है? फौरन चप्पल निकालो, हाथ में लो और भागो.
उसको सबका नाम कैसे पता चल?
But politely asks for permission first.
कुछ भी हो जाए, पलटना मत.
With Rajkumar Rao's comic timing and Shraddha Kapoor's eerie mystery, the film became a cult classic.
मैं तो यहाँ नहीं रहती, लेकिन पूजा के टाइम हर साल आ जाती हूँ.
And instantly turned Os 3 Kal Aana into pop culture gold. And if that wasn't enough, the sequel smashed box office records and proved that this universe is only getting crazier.
आप सच में आ गई! आप सच में आ गई! आप आ गई!
Bhediya. This time, Maddock took us deep into the forests of Arunachal Pradesh, where Bhaskar, played by Varun Dhawan, gets bitten by a werewolf and starts turning into one himself. The mix of folklore, outstanding VFX, and hilarious one-liners from Abhishek Banerjee made it a blockbuster.
यही चड्डी पहन के कल रात को फूल खिलाता। देख पीछे से फटी हो गई। देख
चटोकवाड़ी
Munjia.
श्रापित है वो जगह.
Set in Pune and Konkan, Munjia follows the story of Bittu, portrayed by Abhay Verma, who is deeply in love with Bela, played by Sharwani. However, upon returning to his hometown, he uncovers a hidden past filled with ancestral history, demons, and paranormal occurrences that were unknown to him. The film earned a lifetime collection of 107 crore net in theatres. In fact, on New Year 2025, Maddock Films has made a major revelation. The filmmaker announced 8 films that are going to be a part of their horror comedy universe. These 8 films also include Shraddha Kapoor and Rajkumar Rao starrers 3-3 and Varun Dhawan Kriti Sanon starrer Bhediya 2. So brace yourself, the ghosts are multiplying, the madness is evolving. With Pranjali Sethi, Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
He didn't choose stardom. He created his own definition of it. He chose stories rooted in truth and characters that spoke to the soul. From humble beginnings to the silver screen, Ayushmann Khurrana's journey is proof that passion always steals the spotlight. Take a look at this special report by my colleague Pranjali Sethi.
He's not your typical hero with six-pack abs and slow-motion entries. But one who wins hearts with simplicity, soul and substance. Whether he's breaking stereotypes, sparking conversations, or just making us laugh through the chaos, Ayushmann Khurrana has redefined what it means to be a star in modern cinema. Born in a Punjabi family in Chandigarh as Nishant Khurrana, his parents changed his name 3 years after his birth to Ayushmann. Ayushmann started off with a mic, not a movie camera, as an RJ, a reality show winner and a voice that connected instantly with India's youth. But destiny had a bigger stage in mind. And soon Ayushmann Khurrana became the voice of India itself. The actor made his acting debut in Bollywood back in 2012 with the film Vicky Donor. He portrayed the character Vicky Arora, who was a sperm donor in the movie, and he is still regarded as one of the most iconic characters in Hindi cinema.
घर पे बैठे-बैठे बाप बन रहा हूँ मैं।
His next outing as the main lead was Rohan Sippy's Nautanki Sala,
वो किसी भी तरह मुझसे impress हो।
a 2013 film which he co-starred with Pooja Salvi, Kunal Roy Kapoor and Elvin Sharma.
मैं उससे उसका प्यार छीन लूंगा। ये made in China रामायण है।
Though the film did not set the box office on fire, Ayushmann's charm and sincerity kept him on the radar, proving he was here to stay, not just flash and fade.
जब ईंधन उबलेगा ना, तो फड़फड़ करके इंजन की आवाज आएगी। फिर ये घूमेगा।
Released in 2015, in a movie titled Hawai Zada, Ayushmann played a scientist, Shivkar Bapuji Talpade, alongside Mithun Chakrabarti. The movie failed to connect with the audience. And then came Dam Laga Ke Haisha, a romantic comedy film directed by Sharat Kataria, which went on to cement his position as a promising actor. After a brief gap, 2017 turned out to be a turning point. The actor appeared in Hindi romance dramas like Meri Pyari Bindu, followed by Bareli Ki Barfi and Shubh Mangal Savdhan, which were critically and commercially successful.
प्यार करना बहुत लोग सिखाते हैं, पर अफसोस उस प्यार को भुलाते कैसे ये साला कोई नहीं सिखाता.
And then he raised the bar. With Andhadhun, he delivered a masterclass in suspense, for which he also bagged a national award. With Article 15, he turned into a voice for justice. While other actors played safe, Ayushmann kept experimenting. From mimicking female voices in Dream Girl to addressing insecurities in Bala and gender bias in Dr. G, he made discomfort his comfort zone. But Ayushmann Khurrana is not just an actor, he is an artist. A musician at heart, he has often expressed himself through music, using his voice to connect with audiences in a way that feels deeply personal and real. In an industry full of formula, he became the exception. In a world of glamour, he chose grace. This is Ayushmann Khurrana, the rule breaker, the risk taker, and the revolution Bollywood did not see coming. With Pranjali Sethi, Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Rashmika Mandanna rules 2025 with a power-packed lineup of films spanning multiple genres, from the historical epic Chhawa to intense dramas like Sikandar and Kubera. She continues to showcase her impressive range, and with upcoming titles like Animal Park, Pushpa 3, Maisa and more, Rashmika is all set to dominate the screen with talent, charm and unstoppable momentum. Take a look at this report filed by my colleague Alice.
From sweeping periodic epics to emotional dramas, horror-infused romance to high-voltage action, Rashmika Mandanna's 2025 film slate is nothing short of spectacular.
I really wish he had died that day.
In fact, her upcoming film lineup is equally diverse and ambitious, with everything rolled into one power-packed calendar. She began the year with Chhawa, a historical drama released on February 14th opposite Vicky Kaushal. Rashmika plays Maharani Yesubai Bhosle, who is the queen and strength behind Maratha ruler Chhatrapati Sambhaji. A sweeping historical drama directed by Lakshman Utekar, it explores royal duty, betrayal and emotional sacrifice. Then she starred alongside Salman Khan in Sikandar, a high-profile action drama directed by A.R. Murugadoss, where she plays Sai Shri, the wife of Sikandar. Her character faces tragedy when Sai Shri is killed by a corrupt minister, triggering a quest for justice and protection. Rashmika appeared next in Kubera, a bilingual crime drama where she takes on a major role among leads such as Dhanush and Nagarjun. The film deals with themes of morality, transformation and power. Also in her 2025 lineup is Thama, a horror romantic film also starring Ayushmann Khurrana in the Maddock horror comedy universe, revolving around two star-crossed souls fighting for love in a world where nature, bloodlines and destiny conspire to tear them apart. Looking ahead, she is slated to appear in The Girlfriend, which is a Telugu film scheduled for November 7th. Revolving around a relationship drama, showcasing Rashmika as the emotional core. Another major project is Animal Park, the sequel to Animal, in which she reprises the role of Geetanjali. Once again alongside Ranbir Kapoor, and is slated to hit the theatres in 2026.
You're fighting ghosts in your head. Do you even realize that?
मैं ghost से लड़ता नहीं हूँ, उन्हें कहा जाता हूँ.
She will also be part of fans' favourite Pushpa 3, The Rampage. Returning as Srivalli, opposite Allu Arjun, in the third installment of the Pushpa Powerhouse franchise. Another film titled Misa has been announced, in which she portrays a fierce Gond warrior in a rustic, action-driven setting, a role she has described as unlike anything she's done before. Rashmika has also apparently joined AA 22 into A6, a sci-fi actioner directed by Atlee. And finally, there is Rainbow in Her Kitty, which tends to be a romantic drama in which she stars opposite Dev Mohan. Directed by Shantaruban, promising a more emotional and intimate narrative. With Alice, Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Vampires have long symbolized forbidden passion, eternal life, unrelenting obsession, and the haunting allure of loving someone who exists beyond the bounds of human experience. From Dracula, a love tale, to Near Dark and Twilight, these tales explore love that defies time, humanity, and death. Take a look at this report by my colleague Alice.
Vampires have long been a compelling metaphor for forbidden desire, immortality, obsession, and what it means to love someone who lives forever or outside human norms.
It's a privilege that God grants you.
The blending of horror, romance, and tragedy makes vampire love stories uniquely powerful. Case in point, the 2025's Dracula, A Love Tale, which is directed and written by Luc Besson and starred Caleb Landry Jones, Christoph Waltz, Zoe in prominent roles. Revolving around a 15th century prince devastated by his wife's death, renounces God and is cursed to eternal life as Dracula. Centuries later, in 19th century London, he encounters a woman who resembles his lost love, and the hunt to reclaim her becomes his fate. Directed by Catherine Bigelow, the 1987 film Near Dark, starring Adrian Pastor, Jenny Wright, among others, told the story of young Caleb Colton, who meets May, a vampire, and after being bitten, is torn from his family to ride with her nomadic vampire family, and is forced to choose between this new dark existence and his old life.
God damn, this is my family, let him go!
The 1994 movie Interview with the Vampire, starring Tom Cruise, Brad Pitt, and Kirsten Dunst in pivotal roles. Set from the 18th century onward, it follows Louis, who is made immortal by Lestat.
Which one of you made me the way I am? What you are? A vampire gone insane that pollutes its own bed.
And if I cut my hair again?
It will grow back again.
Louis struggles with his nature together with the eternally young but trapped Claudia. They wander through centuries exploring love, loss, blood, and the perils of immortality.
You're a vampire.
The 2008's tale of romance and forbidden love, To Light, starring Kirsten Stewart, Robert Pattinson, Billy Burke, among others. The story revolved around Bella Swan, who moves to a rainy small town and falls in love with Edward Cullen, a vampire trying to suppress his bloodlust.
Say it.
Vampire.
Are you afraid?
No. My family, we're different from others of our kind.
The romance is threatened by other vampires and the very nature of Edward's world.
He's never gonna stop. I'd rather die than to stay away from you.
But not stronger. I'm strong enough to kill you.
The very famous TV series, The Vampire Diaries, starred Nina Dobrev, Paul Wesley, Ian Somerhalder, who are vampires carrying centuries of secrets, return to Mystic Falls.
You are not Catherine. It's a working set. Being around her, being in her world.
Where they become entangled with Elena Gilbert. And as the show unfolds over multiple seasons, it blends romance, danger, supernatural politics, friendship, betrayal, and identity, forcing each other to confront what they are willing to sacrifice. With Alice, Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Dear Diary. That's the world we live in.
That's a wrap on our special broadcast. Don't forget to tune in to In the Club from Monday to Friday at 2:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. only on India Today for your daily fix of everything entertainment. I'm Sriya Kundu, signing off for today, but thank you for watching. Until next time, goodbye.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Oh, sorry.
आए जाने मन, हम तुम एक कमरे में बंद हो और चाबी खो जाए, जरा हमारे साथ 2 मिनट हो जाए।
Watching India Today.
Hi, good afternoon and thank you for tuning in. You're watching the news at 3 p.m. on India Today with me, Suesha Sound. We'll get to the top headlines first. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh's big message to Pakistan says Operation Sindoor is just a trailer, warns of dire consequences if Pakistan crosses its line again. Rattled by Taliban, Pak Army Chief provokes India with his anti-India rhetoric. Pakistan carries out fresh airstrikes along Afghanistan border. Afghanistan withdraws from Tri-Series with Pakistan after 3 domestic cricket players killed. Opposition stamps BCCI centre with tips jibe, says India must learn from Afghanistan to put nation first. It is a big BrahMos boost for India's defence power. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath flag off first batch of BrahMos missiles manufactured at BrahMos Aerospace Unit in Lucknow. After successful rollout of GST 2.0, government releases report card on GST Bachat Utsav. Government hails India's growth story, says Indians moving towards Swadeshi items. Prime Minister Modi to sound poll bugle in Bihar from October 23rd. 12 NDA rallies to take place in Bihar. Key Chirag Paswan, Home Minister Amit Shah meet that is to be held in Patna to discuss campaign for polls. Meanwhile, deadlock continues in Mahagathbandhan. Air quality plummets in Delhi NCR, smog engulfs national capital. Very poor air quality reported across Delhi ahead of Diwali. DMK launches scathing attack at Vijay, posts cartoon of a man dressed in blood-soaked RSS uniform in Vijay's iconic pose. DMK says betraying Karur stampede victim families by not visiting them. And while the battle for Bihar is intensifying, as Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to sound the poll bugle with 4 key rallies starting October 23rd, followed by events on October 28th, November 1st and November 3rd. In total, the NDA is expected to hold 12 mega rallies across the state. LJP's Ram Vilas Paswan, Chief Chirag Paswan, who met with Home Minister Amit Shah to discuss campaign strategy and also took a sharp jibe at the opposition over confusion in seat sharing and Chief Minister face. Meanwhile, nominations for the first phase of the Bihar elections have concluded. However, trouble continues to brew within the Mahagathbandhan. The alliance is facing internal clashes with parties fielding candidates against each other on key seats like Vaishali, Lalganj and Jale, the last of which RJD had officially left for the Congress but still contested. Though some Congress leaders who have voiced support for Tejashwi Yadav as the alliance's chief ministerial face, no formal announcement that has been made yet. The BJP on its part has attacked the opposition for failing to finalize a seat-sharing formula, accusing them of indulging in dynastic politics instead of focusing on voters.
आज आदरणीय केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी से मुलाकात कर आने वाले दिनों में कैसे हम लोग कैंपेन को और ज़्यादा साथ मिलकर मजबूत कर सकें, ताकि हर वो सीट हम लोग जीत सकें, जिससे एक बड़ी जीत, एक ऐतिहासिक जीत एनडीए की हो.
And well, up next is a special report that charts the turbulent political history of modern Bihar, focusing on the careers of Lalu Prasad Yadav and Nitish Kumar. The story of Bihar through AI.
Bihar, the land where history breathes and legends were born. Bihar, not just a state, but a cradle of civilization, revolution and wisdom. From the world's first democracy in Vaishali to Buddha's enlightenment in Bodh Gaya. It is the birthplace of Lord Mahavir, Guru Gobind Singh, Chanakya, Aryabhat and Vatsyayana. Nalanda and Vikramshila universities thrived here long before in Oxford existed. It was here that Veer Kunwar Singh led the 1857 revolt against the British. It was here again in 1917. Mahatma Gandhi lit the fires of the first Satyagraha in Champaran. Even George Orwell, author of Animal Farm, was born here. And yes, India's first president, Dr. Rajendra Prasad, was proudly Bihari. Bihar is not just a state, it is but a legacy. But Bihar's glorious past today lies in a present that is struggling. Despite its fertile lands, agrarian indebtedness traps its people in cycles of acute poverty. Malnutrition and starvation persists in many districts, especially amongst children and marginalized communities. Lack of industrialization has stifled employment opportunities, pushing migration to other states. Development remains uneven, and Bihar's potential is too often lost in systematic neglect and policy failures. I am Bihar, and this is my story. In the decades after 1947, Bihar produced some of India's most influential political minds. Agrarian movements, land struggles, and students' protest challenged the status quo and questioned the dominance of the Indian National Congress. Leaders like Jayaprakash Narayan and Ram Manohar Lohia molded and shaped India's first non-Congress political space here. Bihar became the epicenter of the total revolution, led by JP against Indira Gandhi's emergency in the 1970s. This movement birthed a new generation of leaders: Lalu Prasad Yadav, Nitish Kumar, Sushil Modi, Ramvilas Paswan, and many others, who would come to dominate Bihar's political landscape. Before 1990, Bihar was not just another Indian state. It was a crucible of political thought, social unrest, and leadership churn. The political ground beneath India's democracy was beginning to shift, and the tremors were felt strongest in Bihar. Two competing ideas of India clashed head-on in 1990, setting off a string of events that would shape the country's politics in years to come. In August 1990, Prime Minister VP Singh announced the implementation of the Mandal Commission recommendations. This, in one stroke, gave 27% reservation in central government jobs and educational institutes for other backward classes. Aimed at correcting centuries of caste-based discrimination, this decision led to immediate backlash in many urban and upper caste pockets of India. Enter Bihar's newly elected Chief Minister Lalu Yadav, the Mandal Revolution's natural torchbearer, himself an OBC leader. Lalu saw in Mandal a chance to reverse the dominance of upper caste in both power and perception. Lalu quickly positioned himself as the champion of the Mandal cause, aggressively promoting the rights of OBCs, Dalits and minorities. His politics drew from the legacy of socialist leaders like Jayaprakash Narayan and Karpuri Thakur, but he added his own rustic style and direct rural appeal and rhetorical populism. But across northern India, protests erupted, largely led by upper caste students and youth who saw Mandal as a threat to merit and opportunity. In cities like Patna, Allahabad and Delhi, self-immolations, violent demonstrations and political resignations filled the headlines. What catapulted Lalu to the national stage was a bold, high-stake move. On September 25, 1990, L.K. Advani, the BJP's most prominent face at the time, launched a Rath Yatra from Somnath in Gujarat to Ayodhya, demanding the construction of a Ram temple on the site of the Babri Masjid. Advani's Yatra was more than just religious symbolism. It was political mobilization. Dressed in saffron, the Yatra cut across hundreds of towns and villages, igniting the Hindu nationalist sentiment. But it never reached Ayodhya. On October 23, 1990, in Samastipur, Bihar, Lalu ordered the arrest of Advani.
हम अपने राज में मतलब दंगा फसाद को फैलने नहीं देंगे। जहां फैलाने का नाम लिया और जहां बवेला खड़ा करने का नाम लिया, तो फिर हमारे साथ चाहे राज रहे या राज चला जाए, हम इस पर कोई समझौता करने वाले नहीं हैं।
The arrest was hailed by secular forces but also sparked anger amongst BJP supporters, triggering riots in several parts of the country. Lalu's rustic, unpolished, unfiltered style deeply resonated with Bihar's marginalized. His rise after Mandal and Mandir was not just about policy or events. It was about timing, it was about instinct, it was about political courage. In the months that followed, Lalu Yadav's political image was transformed. Amongst OBCs and Dalits, he became a hero. Someone who stood up for their dignity through Mandal and resisting upper caste dominance in politics and society. Among secular liberals, he was seen as a bulwark against communalism, and amongst Muslims, deeply anxious about the rising tide of Hindutva, Lalu's act of stopping Advani was seen as a gesture of protection and solidarity. This created the core of what would become his enduring vote base, the MY, Muslim Yadav combine. By 1995 assembly elections, Lalu's popularity was unshakable. His party won a majority of his own, securing 167 seats in the 324-member Bihar Assembly then. And while Lalu's second term began with even stronger control over the party and the state machinery, the jubilation was short-lived. This phase also saw increasing accusation of lawlessness, cronyism, administrative breakdown, which gave rise to the term Jungle Raj. In 1996, the 950 crore fodder scam came to light. The scandal had been simmering since the late 80s, exploding nationally when the CBI directly named Lalu in its charge sheet in early 1997. This triggered a political crisis, and there was growing demand that he resign as chief minister. In a bold and strategic move, Lalu split the Janata Dal in the July of 1997 and formed a new party, the Rashtriya Janata Dal. A majority of JD MLAs followed him, ensuring he retained control over the Bihar government. When legal pressure forced him to step down as CM, he appointed his wife, Rabri Devi, a political novice, as chief minister in July 1997. The Rabri Devi appointment was seen by critics as a proxy arrangement, allowing Lalu to wield power from behind the scenes. But for his supporters, it was projected as the rise of a common woman, further reinforcing his pro-poor, anti-elite image.
पहली बार मुख्यमंत्री बनने के बाद कैसा लग रहा है? जो लग रहा है बताइए, कोई बात नहीं। खुशी है ना? खुशी है, कैसा है, क्या लग रहा है?
As Lalu battled scandals and held on to power, another historic change was underway. On November 15, 2000, Bihar was bifurcated and the new state of Jharkhand was carved out, comprising its southern mineral-rich districts. The split was decades in the making, driven by tribal movements that demanded self-rule, protection of their identity. For Bihar, the impact was seismic. The state lost nearly 45% of its landmass and most of its mineral wealth, including coal, iron ore, and steel hubs. What remained was a poorer, agrarian Bihar, dependent almost entirely on agriculture and remittances. Lalu, once the undisputed king of a vast Bihar, now had a shrunken stage and fewer resources to placate allies and fuel patronage politics. The bifurcation sharpened the perception of Bihar as India's most backward state. While Jharkhand became synonymous with mines, industry, tribal assertion, Bihar was left battling poverty, migration, caste conflict, and the weight of Bimaru stigma. Over time, Lalu's grip began to weaken. Corruption scandals, criminalization of politics, and poor governance led to growing urban and upper caste disenchantment. Law and order deteriorated, and Bihar's economic stagnation worsened. The BJP under Atal Bihari Vajpayee was rising nationally, and Nitish Kumar, once Lalu's ally, was positioning himself as a credible alternative in Bihar. Despite this, Lalu continued to win elections thanks to a loyal caste support, but his aura of invincibility had cracked. Bihar was restless. The ground beneath RJD's feet was beginning to shift. Bihar, by now, had become synonymous with lawlessness, extortion, and political criminalization. Roads crumbled, schools remained empty, industries fled, and electricity was a luxury. The state's decline was so steep that Bimaru, backward and sick, became a label stuck to Bihar's name. The disillusionment was sharpest amongst urban voters, upper castes, and the youth. And by the time Bihar went to polls in 2005, a political realignment had taken shape. Nitish Kumar allied with the BJP under the NDA banner. They campaigned on promises of Vikas, better governance, contrasting it with RJD's perceived misrule. In a fractured verdict, the February 2005 election led to a hung assembly, followed by President's rule. Fresh elections in October 2005 finally broke the deadlock. This time, the JDU-BJP alliance swept to power, decisively ending 15 years of RJD dominance. For the first time since 1990, Bihar saw a non-RJD government at the helm. Nitish Kumar's arrival in 2005 marked a turning point in Bihar's modern history. Where Lalu embodied identity politics, Nitish positioned himself as the harbinger of governance, earning the nickname Sushasan Babu. Armed with BJP's organizational muscle, Nitish launched an ambitious agenda. Better roads, functioning schools, restored law and order, and, importantly, empowerment for women. Crumbling highways were rebuilt, potholes vanished, and the police were unleashed on the mafia network that had flourished through the 90s. His boldest stroke came in education, hiring thousands of teachers, reopening classrooms, and pushing girls to schools with his new iconic cycle scheme. Soon the image of young women pedaling down village paths became shortened for a new Bihar. The transformation was reflected at the ballot box. In 2010 assembly elections, Nitish JDU, along with the BJP, won a thumping majority, 206 out of 243 seats. It was not just a victory, it was a rejection of the old Jungle Raj. Bihar had turned a corner. By 2013, Nitish Kumar faced his toughest political choice. When the BJP anointed Narendra Modi as its prime ministerial candidate, Nitish protested. For him, Modi carried the shadows of 2002 Gujarat riots, and continuing with the BJP risked the Muslim support that had bolstered his rule. The alliance that had powered Bihar's turnaround for nearly a decade came undone. Nitish walked out, severing a 17-year partnership. But going solo proved costly. In the 2014 Lok Sabha elections, the JDU was wiped out, reduced to just 2 seats. A humbled Nitish accepted moral responsibility and stepped down, handing the Chief Minister's chair to Jitin Ram Majhi, a relatively unknown leader from the Mahadalit community. The experiment didn't last. Within months, Nitish orchestrated his own comeback, dislodging Majhi in 2015, but the episode left scars inside his party, exposing fractures that would resurface in later years. That same year, Nitish staged a stunning political comeback. In an extraordinary turnaround, he buried decades of rivalry with Lalu Prasad Yadav and joined forces with the Congress to form the Mahagathbandhan. What united them was a common goal: to halt BJP's advance in Bihar. The battle became a national spectacle. Modi crisscrossed Bihar with aggressive campaigning. But the ground reality told another story. Nitish's credibility as a reformer, combined with Lalu's caste arithmetic, created a formidable front. The verdict was emphatic. The Mahagathbandhan swept 178 out of 243 seats, handing the BJP a stinging defeat. For Nitish, it was vindication after the humiliation of 2014. For Lalu, it was redemption. And for Bihar, it was another reminder that no political script ever stays the same for long. But the partnership was uneasy from the start. Behind the scenes, tensions brewed, and those tensions would explode just 2 years later. By 2017, the cracks in the Grand Alliance had grown to widen. The flashpoint came when the CBI filed corruption charges against Tejaswi Yadav. Lalu's son and Bihar's deputy CM. Nitish, who had built his brand on clean governance, found himself cornered. Supporting Tejaswi risked his credibility. Demanding his resignation threatened the coalition itself. For weeks, the alliance teetered on the edge until Nitish made his choice. In July 2017, he resigned as chief minister, dramatically pulling the plug on the Mahagathbandhan. Within 24 hours, he was back, sworn in again, this time with the support of the BJP. The speed of the turnaround stunned even seasoned political watchers. For Nitish, it was survival dressed as pragmatism. For Lalu and the RJD, it was betrayal. For Bihar, it was another reminder that alliances here are as fragile as they are necessary. When Bihar went to polls in 2020, Nitish Kumar was no longer the commanding figure he had once been. Years of alliance shifts, the shadow of Lalu's enduring social base, and growing fatigue with his leadership had eroded his appeal. The NDA faced a spirited challenge from Tejaswi Yadav, who emerged as the new face of the RJD. At just 31, Tejaswi tapped into discontent over jobs and migration, drawing massive crowds across the state. The verdict told a new story. The NDA managed to retain power, but the balance had shifted. The BJP won 74 seats, while JDU slipped to 43, its worst performance in years. Chirag Paswan, who referred to himself as Modi's Hanuman, played a key role in downsizing JDU by contesting against it, but not against the BJP. Nitish still returned as chief minister, but now as a diminished partner, reliant on the BJP's strength to survive. It was a symbolic turning point. The man who had once rebuilt Bihar's image was now clinging to relevance, his political capital depleted. For the BJP, it was a clear sign that the junior partner had become the dominant force. In August 2022, Bihar politics witnessed yet another seismic shift. Nitish Kumar walked out of the ruling coalition with the BJP, rallying again with the RJD and the Congress to form a renewed Mahagathbandhan. The move was framed as resistance to the BJP's growing dominance, both in Delhi and in Patna. Tejaswi Yadav, Lalu's son, assumed the role of deputy chief minister, emerging as the new face of Bihar's social justice politics. For a brief moment, the Lalu-Nitish alliance looked firmly re-established, blending governance with backward caste mobilization. But in early 2024, an unexpected strike again. In a flash, reminiscent of 2017, Nitish resigned once more, abruptly breaking the Mahagathbandhan, plunging the state into crisis.
एक बार बता तो देते कि हम नहीं रहना चाहते जहाँ, इस बार तो आपने कुछ कहा भी नहीं। सबसे बड़ा दल हमारा है, कम से कम एक बार बुला के बोल देना चाहिए कोनो आपको हम कुछ कहते हैं, आप बताइए हम आपको कुछ कहे हैं।
Within days, he realigned once more with the BJP-led NDA, triggering widespread political upheaval and raising questions about the stability of coalitions in modern Bihar.
पूरे तौर पर सब दिन इनके साथ रहेंगे और पूरे तौर पर जो कुछ भी है आज जिस तरह से भी ये करेंगे बहुत अच्छा है।
As Bihar heads into 2025 assembly elections, the political playing field is fraught and unpredictable. Nitish Kumar, once celebrated as Sushasan Babu, now carries the fatigue of 20 years of anti-incumbency and repeated U-turns. Meanwhile, Tejaswi Yadav seeks to inherit his father's mantle and present himself as the voice of a new generation. And the BJP, stronger than ever in Bihar, eyes the chance to claim power outright. Bihar's story since the 1990s has been one of cycles. Mandal versus Mandir, Lalu versus Nitish, alliance versus betrayal. At each turn, the state has mirrored India's larger democratic battles. The only certainty, as always, is that Bihar will decide its next chapter in its own restlessness, unpredictable way. Once more, the stage is set.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hello, Moto.
Do the moto moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Fusion, the undisputed, most loved phone. Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. Congress, RJD row over seat. Sharing escalates. Several seats in conflict. Massive fire engulfs Amritsar Saharsa Garib Rath train. All passengers escape safely. Afghanistan withdraws from Tri-Series following death of several cricketers.
India Today, Making Sense of India, now available for speed delivery on Amazon and Blinkit.
सबको ब्रह्मोस की ताकत के बारे में अच्छी तरह पता है। देश को यह विश्वास है कि हमारे जो विरोधी हैं, एडवर्सरीज हैं, अब ब्रह्मोस से बच नहीं पाएंगे। यह देश को पूरा भरोसा है। पाकिस्तान की जहां तक बात है तो अब उसकी एक एक इंच जमीन हमारी ब्रह्मोस की पहुंच में है। और ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में जो हुआ वह तो सिर्फ ट्रेलर था मेरे साथियों। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में जो हुआ वह तो केवल एक ट्रेलर था, पर उस ट्रेलर ने ही पाकिस्तान को यह एहसास दिला दिया कि अगर भारत पाकिस्तान को जन्म दे सकता है तो समय आने पर वह अब आगे मुझे बोलने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है। आप सब खुद समझदार हैं। कहने का अर्थ यह है साथियों कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में ब्रह्मोस का जो प्रैक्टिकल डिमॉन्स्ट्रेशन हुआ है उसने देशवासियों और पूरी दुनिया में ब्रह्मोस के लिए एक कॉन्फिडेंस, एक आत्मविश्वास पैदा किया है। इसलिए इस कॉन्फिडेंस को बनाए रखना अब आपकी जिम्मेदारी है।
Hello and welcome to India Today Global's Weekend Edition. We have two big stories from the week for you. One is the Pakistan-Afghanistan clashes. What's happening on the ground and why are the two factions really, or the two countries, fighting at this point in time? The other big story is with regards to all the conflicts and Trump's pressure on India. Why does India need energy security? What are strategic petroleum reserves? Let's begin with Afghanistan and Pakistan. The border clashes tell a very different story, where on the one hand, you're looking at Pakistan and looking at the conflict within, but on the other hand, who created this conflict? Who created these terror networks? And why is it that Pakistan is now suffering at the hands of its own doing? Watch this report. There's a new war simmering between Pakistan and Afghanistan. And make no mistake, Islamabad or Rawalpindi lit the match. For years, Pakistan played the double game, feeding terror across the border, sheltering the Taliban, and thinking it could control the chaos. Now that chaos has come home. The fires Pakistan once exported are burning right through its own frontier. The Taliban, once Pakistan's prized proxy, has turned its guns on its old master. Border posts fall, air bases burn, and trade crossings close. Afghanistan, under the Taliban, is fighting not America this time, but Pakistan itself. The monster Islamabad nurtured for strategic depth is now devouring it from the edges. As Pakistan generals roar retaliation, the world asks, how did Pakistan lose control of its own creation? And more importantly, what does this mean for India? Hello and welcome. You're watching Statecraft with me, Geeta Mohan. In October 2025, Pakistan launched airstrikes deep into Afghanistan, claiming to target the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan or TTP, a militant outfit sheltering across the border. But the strikes didn't just kill militants, they hit Afghan soil, igniting one of the fiercest border wars in decades. The Taliban responded with artillery and drone assaults on Pakistani posts. Hundreds were killed, border crossings sealed, and diplomacy buried under smoke. As Islamabad blames Kabul for harboring terrorists and Kabul accuses Pakistan of violating sovereignty, one thing is clear: the house Pakistan built is collapsing. And amid the ruins, India quietly watches. Should it worry or celebrate? The 2025 Pakistan-Afghanistan clashes aren't just border skirmishes, they're poetic justice. For 40 years, Pakistan's establishment built an empire of militants, jihadists, and terrorists for strategic depth. Today, that empire has exploded at its doorstep. The trigger came early October. An ambush by the TTP in Pakistan's Kurram district left 11 soldiers dead. Enraged, Islamabad bombed Afghanistan provinces Kabul, Khost, Jalalabad, Paktika, claiming to target TTP chief Noor Wali Mahsood. But Mahsood survived, and Afghanistan's Taliban hit back harder than anyone in Rawalpindi expected.
For a country that once fancied itself the Taliban's benefactor, this was humiliation, loud, fiery, and self-inflicted. Let's be blunt. Pakistan created the conditions for this chaos. Since the 1970s, its military intelligence complex, the infamous ISI, weaponized Islamism in Afghanistan to serve its own agenda. During the Soviet war, Pakistan trained, armed, and sheltered thousands of Mujahideen fighters. After 1989, those networks mutated into the Taliban. By the 1990s, Islamabad openly backed Mullah Omar's regime, dreaming of an Afghanistan that would give Pakistan strategic depth against India. But you can't control a storm you started. US withdrew in the year 2021 and the Taliban returned to power. Islamabad celebrated, prematurely of course. It expected gratitude, obedience, and open borders for trade routes. What it got instead was defiance. The Taliban refused to recognize the Durand Line, sheltered the TTP, and demanded Pakistan stop interfering. Imran Khan, once Prime Minister, now sits in jail, silenced, humiliated, and replaced by the military puppets. Khan had once tried a dialogue-based approach with both the Afghan Taliban and the TTP. It wasn't perfect, but it reduced violence for a while. Then came his ouster, and with it, the army's monopoly on foreign policy. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and Army Chief Munir have proven a disastrous duo. Sharif talks peace while Munir drops bombs, a policy that convinces neither ally nor enemy. Islamabad accuses the Afghan Taliban of harboring the TTP, yet refuses to admit its own decades of double-dealing. Munir's military mindset sees every border dispute as a nail that only Pakistan's hammer can fix. But the Taliban have sent a clear message. Afghanistan is no longer Pakistan's backyard. When Islamabad sealed the Torkham and Chaman crossings, Kabul didn't blink. It hit back harder. Pakistan's internal collapse has worsened everything. Amid a free-falling economy and soaring inflation, Islamabad found a new scapegoat: Afghan refugees. Nearly 4 million of them are being deported in waves, branded as security threats. The Taliban call the expulsions inhumane, accusing Pakistan of collective punishment. But the deportations weren't just policy, they were propaganda. They were meant to distract from Pakistan's economic rot and political chaos. While citizens face record inflation, electricity cuts, and unemployment, the regime blames foreign elements. And now, that narrative has come full circle. The Taliban, once Pakistan's foreign asset, has become its nightmare. In typical fashion, Pakistan's rulers have tried to mask their border failures by amplifying anti-Israel rhetoric. From fiery speeches to symbolic condemnations, Islamabad's leaders shout about Gaza to distract from their disaster in Kurram. Afghan Taliban fighters stormed Pakistani border posts in October 2025. It was more than just revenge. It was rebellion. They captured Pakistani positions, hoisted their flags, and paraded prisoners on social media. For decades, Pakistan dictated terms to Kabul. Now Kabul is dictating terms back. The Taliban's military maturity, their drone warfare, and their discipline shocked Pakistan's commanders. The student has become the teacher, and the teacher has no answer. As the Taliban government announced a pause in operations from New Delhi, yes, New Delhi, it sent a deeper signal. Afghanistan is no longer under Pakistan's thumb. For India, this conflict is both a caution and an opportunity because Pakistan's implosion opens space for New Delhi's quiet diplomacy. India has already begun cautiously re-engaging the Taliban, inviting Afghan officials to New Delhi. It's not about friendship. It's about strategy. By maintaining dialogue, India gains influence in a region Pakistan long tried to monopolize. While Pakistan accuses India of provoking the Taliban through diplomacy, the truth is simpler. Afghanistan is asserting sovereignty and India is simply listening. The core of the 2025 crisis lies in Pakistan's pathological obsession with control over Afghanistan, over Kashmir that they try very hard, or over its own people. It believes coercion equals power. but coercion has produced only enemies. Pakistan wanted the Taliban as a puppet. It got a rival. It wanted strategic depth. It got strategic disaster. It wanted security. It created the TTP. Every Pakistani general's nightmare is coming true. A two-front instability, India to the east, Afghanistan to the west, and chaos within. And as Imran Khan sits in jail, the army that jailed him now grapples with a crisis it can neither contain nor comprehend. The message from Kabul is loud and brutal. You cannot control Afghanistan with brawn. Airstrikes may destroy villages, but not resolve history. The Taliban, born of decades of war, will not bow to Pakistan's commands. The Durand Line, that colonial scar drawn in 1893, remains unresolved, and no number of F-16 sorties will fix it. Let's settle this question once and for all. The responsibility for this bloodshed lies squarely with Pakistan. It was Pakistan that armed and nurtured the Taliban during the 1990s. It was Pakistan that provided safe havens for jihadists for decades. It was Pakistan indeed that used religion as a geopolitical weapon. And it was Pakistan that bombed Afghanistan in 2025, igniting a war it cannot control. The Afghan Taliban are not innocent. They harbor militants and impose brutal rule, but they are reacting to a structure Pakistan built. The TTP exists because Pakistan blurred the line between good and bad militants, between good and bad Taliban. So when Islamabad now demands that the Taliban change their organization, it sounds absurd. The Taliban are Pakistan's own reflection, born of the same ideology, hardened by the same guns. New Delhi's engagement with Kabul, measured, pragmatic, and patient, positions India as a stabilizing force in a region consumed by Pakistan's self-inflicted chaos. Today, Pakistan faces a reality check it can't ignore. Its western border is in flames. Its economy is in free fall. Its policies are in paralysis, and its society is restless. The border clashes with Afghanistan are not just a military confrontation, they're a mirror showing Pakistan what decades of manipulation and militarization have done to its identity. The other statecraft episode is on India's strategic petroleum reserves, a very important aspect. Not many people understand why this is important. There are many countries who have different number of days reserved to ensure that they have enough petroleum in case and should there be a crisis. With all the conflicts and with President Trump's threats, how does India fare and how does India stack up vis-a-vis the world? Here's a report. Tucked deep underground, inside secretive caverns, is India's insurance policy against energy doom. Strategic petroleum reserves. Their story is more thrilling than you may think. Strategic petroleum reserves, or SPRs, are massive government-held stockpiles of crude oil, untouched until crisis falls. Let's set off on a journey beneath the surface of India's energy security. So what makes SPRs so special? Well, unlike the oil that refineries use every day, SPRs are shelved for emergencies, wars, supply choke points, market meltdowns. The idea is simple. When the world stops running, the nation doesn't. That's peace of mind in barrels.
We are importing nearly 75 to 80%. We have dependencies on imports, and therefore the import is very, very high and indigenous production is low. Government is taking steps to also increase indigenous production, but at the same time there is increase in demand also. So, so these dependence on imports will always remain big way. And India is third largest country in terms of, this requirement, crude oil, So this is essential needed, so we'll have to go forward,
For India, world's third biggest oil consumer and importer, SPRs aren't just a nice to have, they're a must. With 85% of our oil shipped in from distant lands, a single global jolt could leave tankers stranded. fuel pumps dry, and factories paralyzed. SPRs provide a crucial lifeline. Let's rewind to the 1970s. Two crises struck, both triggered by turmoil in West Asia. Suddenly, the world realized oil isn't just fuel, it's power. Interrupt the flow, and even mighty nations stumble. In response, countries flipped from managing plenty to managing scarcity. By 1974, the International Energy Agency, or IEA, was born. Member countries, mostly the rich ones, pledged to stash away oil for at least 90 days of imports, enough to handle shocks and avoid economic disaster. For India, still industrializing and dependent on imports, SPRs offered even more. Bargaining chips in international negotiations, a chance to buy cheap and sell dear, and a badge showing the world we're ready. In 2021, when major nations took the bold step of releasing SPR oil to cool prices, India joined in, chipping in 5 million barrels. SPRs became tools of both diplomacy and defense. India's serious tryst with SPRs began in the year 2004, with Indian Strategic Petroleum Reserves Limited, or ISPRL, created to run the show. Ownership shifted into government hands, underlining just how important this was. Today, 3 giant underground vaults anchor India's energy security. Visakhapatnam in Andhra Pradesh, 1.33 million tons. Mangaluru in Karnataka, 1.5 million tons. And the behemoth at Padur, also in Karnataka, stashing 2.5 million tons. That's enough for just under 10 days of the nation's oil needs. All of this comes at a price. Costs ballooned from 24 billion to 41 billion rupees. Not surprising when you're drilling rock, waterproofing caves, and installing military-grade security systems. But can you put a price on peace of mind? The story doesn't stop there. In 2021, the government greenlit Phase 2. More tanks, more oil, more security. Chandikhol in Odisha, 4 million tons, and more capacity in Padur. These sites, still under construction, will boost reserves to cover 21 days. A major leap, but still a way to go. Ambitions running high. Studies are afoot for massive new caverns in Rajasthan, more at Mangaluru and Bina in Madhya Pradesh. The dream is matching IEA countries, 90 days cover. But building underground bunkers isn't quick. Each site needs years of surveys, drills, and careful engineering. How do we stack up against the world's big oil players? The United States leads with staggering capacity, over 700 million barrels, nestled inside salt caverns beneath Texas and Louisiana. The US isn't shy about flexing its muscles. When oil prices bite or political goals align, they open the spigots. Sometimes to influence markets, sometimes to calm their own people, sometimes to send a message to other nations. China is hungry, with its own strategic reserves now surpassing 500 million barrels, some bought at bargain prices from Russia. Their plan? Eventually, 90 days worth of imports matching the West. Japan, though, is the stockpiling champion, over 130 days cover. With their island status, having oil in hand is truly a matter of national survival. South Korea, too, boasts deep reserves, peaking above 240 days at times. In Europe, the number changes by country. Germany leads there. France prefers jet fuel. The UK is steady around 67 days. Even Switzerland plans for almost 5 months of consumption. Closer to home, India's neighbors also play the reserve game. China's reserves don't just dwarf India's, but offer a huge strategic edge, enough to keep their industries and armies running for almost 2 months without a drop coming in. Their strategy is multi-layered. Pipelines from Russia and Central Asia, tankers landing at special ports, even pipelines threading through Myanmar. It's more than reserves, it's insurance from all angles. Pakistan, on the other hand, trails far behind. Barely a month's worth in hand, and their plans for expansion are just that, plans on paper, yet to break ground. History has lessons though. In 1971, attacks cut them off from oil at Karachi, a blow still studied by their strategists. To sum up, India's current 9.5 days of reserves aren't enough if the region hits trouble, not with big energy-hungry economies nearby, and the stakes set sky high. We need more. Future sites should spread out, west to cover Gujarat's refineries, north for the big markets. It's not just about storing oil, it's about making sure you can reach every corner of India, come what may. Underground caverns are safest, both from military strikes and from Mother Nature. Salt caverns take longer and need the right geography, but their protection is second to none. But what if India could store oil abroad? Enter the Trincomalee oil tank farm, Sri Lanka. Built in World War II, now back in the game, thanks to a three-way deal between India, Sri Lanka and the UAE. Traditionally, SPR sat quietly underground, waiting for doomsday. But what if they could turn a profit as well? India is moving towards letting private players manage SPRs, lease out space, and trade oil. In the good times, they use reserves to buy low and sell high, like China did, pocketing healthy gains after buying cheap Russian oil, then selling when prices soared. Deals with companies like Abu Dhabi National Oil Company, leasing them space while retaining first rights in a crisis, turn an expensive security task into a business opportunity. The Padur expansion, for instance, will be privately managed with the government holding key controls. This brings in efficiency, expertise, and investment from the private sector, freeing up taxpayer money. But governments must keep a tight grip to make sure when things go south that oil is available as planned. There's no denying building and keeping up SPRs costs a bundle. Construction bill run into tens of billions, with more on the way if new sites go ahead. Running costs alone topped ₹1 billion in recent years. The biggest hidden cost, though, opportunity. Every barrel in storage is money tied up, not earning returns elsewhere. But compare this with the economic wreckage from a major oil cutoff, price spikes, factory shutdowns, growth stalling, inflation. It's not a risk worth taking. Strategic reserves are a form of insurance. You pay up, hoping never to claim. But if you must, it's worth every rupee. Plus, with clever trading, some of the cost can be offset. Selling at the right time, leasing to foreign partners, and running efficient facilities all help balance the books. What's next for India's SPR program? The immediate priority: speed up the projects already underway, finish the expansion, and spread storage sites geographically. Partnerships, both with private players and overseas allies, will be key. The future is hybrid, state and private, domestic and overseas, physical barrels and digital trading. Smarter tech will keep storage secure, automate operations, and predict the best moments to buy or sell. And while the world shifts towards renewables, oil will still power our vehicles, industries, and economies for decades. Strategic reserves won't lose relevance anytime soon. India's strategic petroleum reserves are more than cavernous tanks of oil. They're a shield, a bargaining chip, and soon a potential profit center. In a turbulent world filled with blockades and blackouts, they're India's line of last defense. The road ahead demands vision, investment, technical wizardry, and strong alliances. Ensuring energy security isn't just an economic task. It's a strategic quest at the heart of national strength. The next time you fill your tank, remember, deep beneath your feet and across distant shores, there's a silent sentry standing guard, keeping India moving, no matter what storms the world brings. Thank you for watching Statecraft. That's all in this edition of India Today Global's Weekend Edition. Do stay tuned to India Today for all the latest news and updates. Goodbye and take care.
are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
are watching India Today.
Very good afternoon and thank you for tuning in to India Today. I'm Suesha Sound, getting you the top headlines we're tracking for you at 4 p.m. this afternoon. Pakistan carries out fresh airstrikes along Afghanistan border. Afghanistan withdraws from tri-series with Pakistan after 3 domestic cricket players were killed. Opposition slams the BCCI. The centre, with tips jibe, says India must learn from Afghanistan to put nation first. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh's big message to Pakistan says Operation Sindoor just a trailer, warns of dire consequences if Pakistan crosses its line again. Rattled by Taliban, Pak Army Chief provokes India with his anti-India rhetoric. After successful rollout of GST 2.0, government releases report card on GST Bachat Utsav. Government hails India's growth story, says Indians moving towards Swadeshi items. Prime Minister Modi to sound poll bugle in Bihar from October 23rd. 12 NDA rallies to take place in Bihar. Key Chirag Paswan, Home Minister Amit Shah meet held in Patna to discuss campaign for the polls. Meanwhile, deadlock continues in Mahagathbandhan. Air quality plummets in Delhi NCR, smog engulfs national capital. Very poor air quality reported across Delhi ahead of Diwali. Mega backward classes protest that is underway in Telangana. More breaking news coming in as Telangana Bandh has turned violent in Hyderabad. Petrol bunk where shops were attacked during the Bandh. Protesters resorted to stone pelting. Protesters were forcibly moved as they shut down shops. BRS rebel K. Kavita took part in these protests. Those are the pictures on your screens coming in from Hyderabad of how these protests turned violent, where the protest primarily is growing due to demand of 42% quota for backward class. Abdul Bashir joining us live with further details of how these protests are escalating and what these protesters demand. Over to you, Abdul.
Well, today is the day where the BC reservation, 42% BC reservation demand, the protest was called by the BC leaders, the backward class leaders, supported by the parties like the Congress, BJP and the BRS. Several areas protests had taken place, be it Amberpet, Golnaka, RTC Crossroad and other places where in Hyderabad. And apart from this, what we have seen is that in the morning when the protests began, the transport services in several districts, including Mehboob Nagar, Karimnagar, Siddipet, Khammam, and other districts have been affected. And violence also had taken place in Nallakunta area, where protesters were seen pelting stones at a Bajaj Electronics store and also a tiffin center, a shop in Nallakunta area. Then later, a petrol bunk was also attempted to be vandalized. Attack took place on a petrol bunk which was functioning on the Bandh call that was given today. Now here the demand that the protesters are making is that the 42% reservation for the backward classes in the local body polls must be given is what their demand is. Remember, the High Court had stayed the order of BC quota in the upcoming local body polls, after which the Bandh call was given after the High Court stay. And now the protesters are demanding that the 42% reservation in the local body polls must be given and the stay must be vacated is what their demand is. Now, several protesters have taken to the streets regarding this particular demand that they have put forward. K. Kavita, the Telangana Jagruti chief, has also was seen travelling in an auto as a protest to form a human chain in Hyderabad. And several other BRS and Congress leaders also had protested in several parts of Hyderabad demanding the same. Over to you.
All right, Abdul there getting us all the details of how these protests are being staged. Remember, the protests have escalated, especially the fact that there was damage to the shops that were vandalized. I believe Abdul continues to stay with us, especially with regards to details of how K. Kavita was a part of these protests and how the BRS is responding to it. With regards to the demands now being staged, what are the future plans? How is the police looking at the security situation?
Well, the Telangana Congress, the BJP and the BRS have extended support to the BC leaders regarding this particular protest. Now, the Telangana court on October 9th had issued an interim stay on the government order granting 42% to the BCs, the 42% BC reservation in the local body polls, following which, after the stay, the unions of the backward caste communities have given a call which was supported by the BJP, BRS and the Telangana Congress as well. They have extended their support and several rallies have been taken up in the city of Hyderabad. Now, K. Kavita, who is not with the BRS but with the Telangana Jagruti now, she has also given a support to the Bandh here. BRS leaders have given their support. BJP leaders also were seen joining the streets. The Congress leaders also were seen rallying in the city of Hyderabad.
Right. Abdul, do stay on. We have more responses on this. Let's listen in.
42% जो रिजर्वेशन के लिए कांग्रेस पार्टी कल भी कायम थी, आज भी है और कल भी रहेगी। हमसे जितना हुआ, जो ये गवर्नमेंट जितना करना चाहिए, ये असेंबली में जो पूरा इन्फॉर्मेशन आज गवर्नर के पास है। हमारी मांग है 42% रिजर्वेशन बीसी को देने की। ये मांग को पूरी करना कौन? सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट, भारतीय जनता पार्टी।
More breaking news coming in as TVK is mourning the Karur stampede dreads tragedy, where TVK has now announced that there will be no Diwali celebrations for TVK this year. Vijay has strictly instructed all the party cadres to not celebrate Diwali after 41 people lost their lives in the Karur stampede on the 27th of September, where you would remember most of them were women and children. And while widespread criticism continues of how Vijay has still not met with the families of the victims, Vijay has instructed party cadres to not celebrate Diwali this year. Anagha Keshav joining us live with further details on what the instructions that have been put out by Vijay to all the party cadres with regards to Diwali celebrations.
But in fact, Swesha, we believe that it was an internal messaging that's given by TVK Chief Vijay as well as the General Secretary N. Anand. These two top leaders have given a strong message to TVK's party cadres and their district secretaries to not celebrate Diwali this year on behalf of Tamiliga Vetri Kalagam, in remembrance, in order to pay respects and obituary to those who lost their lives in the extremely tragic stampede situation that happened at the TVK's Karur rally. And that's why this year around TVK has decided to not really celebrate Diwali this year. In fact, Vijay is also trying to meet with the families of victims. In fact, he was supposed to meet on the 17th, but due to lack of a venue availability, that has been postponed. So very soon, Vijay will meet with the families of victims who lost their lives in the Karur tragedy. Meanwhile, a strong messaging has been sent by the party's high command to all district secretaries and TVK's party cadre to not really celebrate Deepavali this year in remembrance of those 41 innocent people who lost their lives in the Karur stampede tragedy.
All right, Anagha, thank you for getting us those details. This, of course, as there is criticism over how Vijay has still not met with the families of the victims, but he says no Diwali for TVK this year. Moving on, after being battered by India during Operation Sindoor, now Pakistan is at the receiving end from Afghanistan. Battered Pakistan has provoked India yet again, issuing an empty threat. Pak Army Chief Asim Munir has said that if provoked, Pakistan will diminish the notion of India's geographical vastness and the response will be lethal. Munir warned Indian military leadership to refrain from rhetoric and asserted that Pakistan cannot be coerced and intimidated. In a landmark moment for India's defense capabilities, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh on Saturday flagged off the first batch of locally manufactured BrahMos missiles, giving a befitting reply to Pakistan. Rajnath reminded the terror state that Operation Sindoor was just a trailer, and if India went on and gave birth to Pakistan, then it is also capable of much more.
सबको ब्रह्मोस की ताकत के बारे में अच्छी तरह पता है। देश को यह विश्वास है कि हमारे जो विरोधी हैं, एडवर्सरीज हैं, अब ब्रह्मोस से बच नहीं पाएंगे। यह देश को पूरा भरोसा है। पाकिस्तान की जहां तक बात है, तो अब उसकी एक एक इंच जमीन हमारी ब्रह्मोस की पहुंच में है। और ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में जो हुआ वह तो सिर्फ ट्रेलर था मेरे साथियों। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में जो हुआ वह तो केवल एक ट्रेलर था, पर उस ट्रेलर ने ही पाकिस्तान को यह एहसास दिला दिया कि अगर भारत पाकिस्तान को जन्म दे सकता है तो समय आने पर वह, अब आगे मुझे बोलने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है, आप सब खुद समझदार हैं। कहने का अर्थ यह है साथियों कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में ब्रह्मोस का जो प्रैक्टिकल डिमॉन्स्ट्रेशन हुआ है, उसने देशवासियों और पूरी दुनिया में ब्रह्मोस के लिए एक कॉन्फिडेंस, एक आत्मविश्वास पैदा किया है। इसलिए इस कॉन्फिडेंस को बनाए रखना अब आपकी जिम्मेदारी है।
And well, the battle for Bihar is heating up, and this time Bhojpuri film stars are right in the middle of this. From contesting seats to leading campaigns, they're bringing their fame and jalwa to the Rajniti of Bihar. But behind the stardom, there is a lot of controversy, vulgarity, and a serious question that have we as a society just stopped caring that we are allowing this dirty picture in politics? Take a look at this report for more.
बिहार इलेक्शन में काबा, बवाल और भोजपुरी स्टार्स के जलवाबा. From contesting seats to setting campaign stages on fire, Bhojpuri stars are stealing the spotlight in Bihar's political theatre. While the RJD has fielded actor-singer Khesari Lal Yadav from Chhapra, the BJP has roped in controversies, poster boy Pawan Singh as its star campaigner. And Prashant Kishore's Jan Suraj party has fielded Ritesh Pandey from Kargahar in Rohtas district. These men command mass appeal. Their songs are played on loudspeakers across villages, towns and cities. Their films run to packed houses. But let's not forget, they're also problematic and often downright vulgar. The Bhojpuri industry has long been accused of normalizing misogyny. Most songs can't seem to exist without using women's bodies as props, punchlines, or worse, punchbacks. Khesari Yadav, who has joined the RJD and was welcomed by Tejashwi Yadav, was seen flirting with a female fan on stage just 2 months ago, saying, "Jahan chahta hoon, wahin pakad leta hoon."
जिंदगी मिले तो खेसारी लाल यादव जैसे जहां चाहता हूं वहीं पकड़ लेता हूं.
And then there's BJP star campaigner Pawan Singh. A video from an event in Lucknow went viral showing him allegedly touching his co-star Anjali Raghav inappropriately.
राम एक बार बोल तो दिया करो. राम राम
रुक कुछ लगा है हटाओ अरे हाथ हटाओ.
The backlash was swift. Anjali later took to social media and announced she was quitting the Bhojpuri industry altogether. And Prashant Kishore's Jan Suraj has its own misogyny king too. Ritesh Pandey, whose lyrics often treat women as trophies to be won, bought or brought from abroad. Three men, three different parties, but one common script: vulgarity as vote catcher. Are these men truly fit to lead the people? Or have we as a society just stopped caring that we allow this dirty picture in politics? With Astha Bhardwaj, Bureau Report, India Today.
Moving on, amid unrest in Pakistan-Afghan border, Pak Ministry of Foreign Affairs has called for peace. In the latest, Pak Foreign Minister has said that high-level delegation is all set to meet in Doha today. Pakistan has also said that talks to end cross-border terrorism against Pakistan is in the making and planning, as Pakistan has also added that high-level meet is to restore peace in Pak-Afghan border. Tensions have been fuming at the Pak-Afghan border, and this is the latest statement coming in from Pakistan, as it is urging to restore peace, for which Pakistan Foreign Ministry has said that they are calling for peace, also adding that a high-level delegation is meeting in Doha today to do the same. Let me get Geeta Mohan, who's with us on the phone line, to give us more details of what the peace plan is as far as Pakistan is concerned, and what is to happen in the meeting in Doha today?
So for now, even as the delegations of Pakistan and Afghanistan have arrived at Doha, the cross-border clashes and tensions continue between Afghanistan and Pakistan. And Field Marshal Asim Munir is pinning the blame on its neighbor, that's India, saying that it is all caused by India. Having said that, the fact that Pakistan and Afghanistan are involved in an intense clash at the border goes to show how the Taliban, which was brought back almost by Pakistan, now Pakistan is facing the brunt of the very same Taliban. And the clashes and tensions continue despite the delegations having reached. But yes, the delegations are there. Minister of Defense of Pakistan, Khwaja Asif, and the Afghan Defense Minister, Mullah Muhammad Yaqub Mujahid, both are there in Doha, in Qatar. The discussions will be on how to immediately cease the cross-border tensions firstly, and then move forward on the larger resolution of the problems that the two countries have been looking at: security concerns, safe havens for TTP, so on and so forth. Look at the Pakistani statement. They've already said that the talks will focus on immediate measures to end cross-border terrorism against Pakistan. Afghan Taliban has been saying that there is no safe haven that they provide to any of these terror organizations, and the foreign minister in India has said that there is no other way to resolve the crisis but through dialogue.
All right, Geeta, thank you for those details. Tensions between Pakistan and Afghanistan have been escalating in a recent airstrike in Pak-Taliban district of Afghanistan launched by Pakistan. Innocent civilians were killed. The attack by Pakistan claimed the lives of women, children and aspiring young cricketers who dreamed of representing their nation on the world stage. Afghanistan Cricket Board has announced its decision to withdraw from the upcoming Tri-Nation T20 series involving Pakistan and Sri Lanka following the deaths of 3 Afghan domestic cricketers in airstrikes allegedly carried out by Pakistan's military regime in Pak-Taliban province. Afghanistan cricket team captain Rashid Khan issued a strongly worded statement condemning the barbaric airstrikes and said he supported Afghanistan's decision to withdraw from the Tri-Series. Meanwhile, opposition has used this opportunity to take a jibe at the BCCI, suggesting the cricketing body must learn from the Afghanistan Cricket Board.
मैं समझता हूं कि अगर रीढ़ विहीन प्रधानमंत्री हो, लाचार प्रधानमंत्री हो, तो खून और पानी साथ नहीं चल सकता है, लेकिन आतंकवाद और खेल साथ चल सकता है। क्यों? अमित शाह जी के बेटे, इसलिए क्या? और मुझे तो ये लगता है कि हमें तो अफगानिस्तान से सबक लेनी चाहिए कि अफगानिस्तान ने जिस प्रकार स्टैंड लिया है, और एक छोटा कंट्री वेनेजुएला ने भी जिस प्रकार स्टैंड लिया था, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जो सरेंडर कर रहे हैं। कल जिस प्रकार ट्रंप ने फिर कहा, तो ये क्या देश एक रीढ़ विहीन प्रधानमंत्री के नेतृत्व में चल रहा है क्या? ये एक कोई गंभीर बातें हैं, कोई हल्की बातें नहीं है। चाहे हमारे आंतरिक मामले हो या फिर हमारे वैदेशिक नीति की बातें हो या हमारे व्यापारिक बातें हो, तो ये सारी चीजों में इतना लाचार, इतना जिसे कहा जाए रीढ़ विहीन प्रधानमंत्री आजादी के बाद देश ने पहली बार देखा है।
And well, get ready for some big fireworks on the cricket field. 2 of Indian cricket's biggest names have landed in Australia for what will be their first international appearance since announcing Test retirement. An ODI series that in most circumstances would fly under the radar now has massive context as it marks the return of Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma. Take a look at this report.
The biggest superstars of Indian cricket are back, recharged, reinvigorated and ready to roar. There was never really any doubt about their selection in the ODI squad for the Australia series after they retired from Test and T20 cricket. But even then, there was euphoria among fans when their names were announced. Social media can just not wait for the two to take field on Sunday, a clear indicator of how the fandom around them has not shrunk one bit. In Australia, fans have been lining up for autographs and selfies, eager to capture a moment with their idols. But what is also a reality is that there are questions looming over their participation in the 2027 World Cup, especially with the kind of comments made by Coach Gambhir and Ajit Agarkar.
50 over World Cup is still, 2.5 years away, and I think it is very important to stay in present. That is something which is very important. Obviously, they're quality players, they're coming back, their experience is going to be a handful in Australia as well. Hopefully, those two guys will have a successful tour, and more importantly, as a team, we will have a successful series.
I mean, that's the format they are at the moment playing. We've picked them as far as 27 World Cup is concerned. I don't think we need to talk about it today. Obviously, with the captaincy change, that's generally the thought.
It's not as if the two are oblivious to the surround sound. Both have been practicing behind the scenes, with Rohit in fact looking the fittest he has in recent times. The ODI series starting on Sunday promises to be a blockbuster. In many ways, it may as well mark the start of their 2027 World Cup journey. So enjoy it, relish it, and savor it. Sports Bureau, India Today.
With that, it's a wrap on this edition of the news. Thank you for watching India Today. For more news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download our app. Thank you for watching.
You are watching India Today.
बेटा ड्यूलक्स है और उसकी वारंटी तो और भी शानदार, पेंट से भी शानदार वारंटी से शानदार पेंट से शानदार वारंटी से शानदार पेंट वारंटी।
ड्यूलक्स, डिसाइड करना मुश्किल हो जाएगा कि पेंट ज्यादा शानदार है या उसकी वारंटी।
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Bliss weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindwear. Hindwear, designed for bliss.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Fusion, the undisputed, most loved phone. Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola, PM Modi. To hold 12 rallies in Bihar as NDA gears up for election, Rajnath Singh says. Entire Pakistan within BrahMos missile range. VIP leader Badri Purve resigns after being denied party ticket.
This is the Diwali weekend, and for the first time, Unpolitics is breaking format. One of the best astrologers in India joining me is Mr. Dipanshu Giri.
How is this Diwali different in terms of the planetary positions, and what can we expect and what should we do? What is your advice for stock market? You're saying the West is going to go through the worst time.
After 1.5 years,
it is going to be extremely tragic for US.
2030, India and Pakistan will go to war.
A major kind of a war-like situation.
March 2026, the government is going to be in deep crisis because one of the allies will switch. We should watch out for a tsunami.
When I say Odishan belt.
There's a Bihar election coming, Dipanshu ji. Who is winning Bihar?
Hello and welcome to a brand new episode of Health 360. As you would have figured, this is our Diwali special. On the show this week, we'll tell you all about why Diwali Safai is linked to your mental health. Green crackers are the talk of the town, but are they going to help keep Delhi and national capitals air clean? We'll explore. Also exploring adulterated food items like koya and paneer and how you can identify them. Diwali Safai is meant to clear out the toxins from your house. We'll tell you how. We'll also tell you why Diwali Safai is therapeutic. That and much more up ahead on this show. A very happy Diwali to our viewers. Let's get started. The Supreme Court has finally allowed Delhi and NCR to burst firecrackers, albeit green ones. The permission has been given from the 18th to the 21st of October. Many are rejoicing, but many are arguing that this is not right and that green crackers aren't really the solution to Delhi and NCR's air pollution problem. We bring this report to give you an idea about green crackers and whether they will help in curbing pollution or not. This Diwali, Delhi will see something it hasn't seen in years, the burst of legal fireworks. But it's often touted as an eco-friendly option, green crackers. But what are green crackers to begin with? These green crackers were developed by CSIR, NIRI in 2018 and are marketed as emitting 30 to 40% less pollution than conventional firecrackers. According to NIRI, there are three main variants of these green crackers. Swas, which is safe water releaser, Star, which is safe thermite cracker, and Safal, which is safe minimal aluminium. These eliminate dangerous ingredients like potassium nitrate and sulfur and do not contain barium nitrate, arsenic or lead chemicals known to cause respiratory and neurological harm.
Green crackers are at best good crackers or better crackers which emit less and create less pollutants. Less pollutant cannot mean zero emission or zero pollutant. Therefore, green crackers will have impact on pollution. However, that impact may be 30 or 40% less than a normal cracker that you normally use. Therefore, it's a myth to think that green crackers are zero emission crackers.
As far as Delhi NCR is concerned, I think still people